watching. On my way up, I ain't dropping dynamite. Like that dynamite. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting KJ. Feeling something new. It's amazing. All the records breaking. History in the making. Feeling something new. It's amazing. If you never do, you'll never know. Who cares if anyone's watching? Let them keep talking and talking. Avalanche. Start that avalanche. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting KJ. Feeling something new. It's amazing. All the records breaking. History in the making. Feeling something new. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day two, the final rounds of action here at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro, being brought to you by MasterCraft Boats, Action Water Sports, Masterline, and a whole host of other great sponsors who have brought this event to fruition for the fourth time in Askin. This is the MasterCraft Pro for 2023, and there is our current schedule of events. We've got the women's slalom round 2 to take to the water first, followed by the men's slalom round 2, and then we'll have the finals of the slalom event to take place almost immediately afterwards, and then our final action will consist of the jump event. All right, so before we carry on, let's send it over to Wade for our first edition of Wade's World. Take it away, sir.
Hey guys, Wade Cox here, and Tony, it is super excited to be here. This is my fourth year in a row here at Lake Groove for the MasterCraft Pro. We see the drone in the air here. The MasterCraft is in gear. Scott Greenwood, our driver, is warming up, and hey, what a unique day we have for the MasterCraft Pro Finals. We have world champions in ladies and men's going first off the dock. I don't know if this has ever happened. And then we have the top 3 athletes in each men's and ladies slalom, all within a chance to take the Waterski Pro Tour title. And then we saw some fantastic ladies jump. And then we saw Freddie Krueger, as usual, boot one out, and he'll be the top seed later today. So, I mean, what a day we have in store. You can just hear it in my voice. I got the goosebumps already. What a day. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Great to have you on board, Wade, and great to have Kyle Eade sitting next to me, to my left and to the right of your screen. So, the proprietor here at Ski Fluid, welcome back to Announcing Central.
Thanks very much, Tony. Good to be back here, and looking forward to our big day. As Wade was talking about, there's a lot of action in store for us. A lot happened yesterday. We're going to recap some of the results here for a little while. On your screen there, you can see the leaderboard from yesterday. Regina Jaquist, that was huge. 2 at 41, ran that 39 tail and way out ahead of the rest of the field. It did blow up a little bit, and some of those girls kind of struggled with that tailwind 39, all sort of piling up around 2 at 39, and 1 1/4. We rounded out the top 6. Of course, today, Tony, there's another chance, round 2. It's only the top 6, but it's your best round from 2. And then not on that leaderboard is Jamie Bull, who's our current world champion, and she's actually going to be going out first. She had a very surprising early fall, Tony.
Yes, and it is going to be a huge weight of pressure and expectation on her shoulders right now, because in order for her to put herself back in contention to make it through to the six skier women's slalom final. She's basically got to knock out Vanessa Veek, whose score of 1 1/4 buoys is that 6th place score right now. So, and that and the same could apply for the first few women from the first skier out to the water all the way down to skier number 7. That is Sasha Denyashkaya. So we've got a lot of slalom skiing to come in the women's competition right from the get-go. A MasterCraft Pro star, courtesy of Action Water Sports, making its way down the lake. Our event sponsors are MasterCraft, Fluid Water Ski School, Central Florida, Masterline Ropes, and Action Water Sports. And we're definitely grateful for the assistance of each one of those parties. Also worth pointing out the low payment kings who are out there with their vehicles, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, all of them out here on display right now, and we'll have representatives from that dealership as well. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Freddie Krueger. And Freddie, must be kind of cool to be at a MasterCraft Pro event after all the years you and Karen have been involved with the company.
Yeah, it's great to see, the level of the sport obviously has grown so much, and the one consistent thing through all that time has been MasterCraft. Back in our day when you had the Pro Tour here in the U.S., you had the World Cup, all of that was a MasterCraft experience. So, obviously it's our roots. We want to stay close to it. And, we've got Krista here who's our VP of marketing. And, she's obviously a huge pro star and water skiing fan. So to have her here, Andre, who's and all of our company guys here, they're not only looking at, hey, here's what we're doing well, but what can we be doing better for the future? And that's the mentality we want to have.
So let's talk about the future, and that being this afternoon. So we have this TWBC. I went back. I was staying with the Saddlebar family, and we're watching the men's jump. And it came down to, pass, you set back, and third jump. And I just said, he's going to pull it off. No problem. He's going to be top seed. I was a couple feet short, but I was right there. So what was going through your mind after the second jump?
Well, the first one, the sight picture was a little funny because we had some clouds there. And the first one, I got a little loose going into the turn and should have probably held onto that one. And that would have basically have been what I did on the second jump, I think. And it would have helped me with my timing a little bit. But I chickened out and let that one go, and then the second one. But I saw the guys struggling to keep their speed up into their turns. So I just said, I don't want to do that and waste jumps, ironically. So I pushed in on the 6 pretty hard, and then on the last one just backed off. And but again, it's like that distance is one of those distances where you can't aim for it, right? Like if you try to jump 220, you'll just as likely go 210. So I just said, no, I'm going to go jump like I know how to jump. I'm better off to go hard. And thankfully it worked out. That's happened a lot in my careers. I have been very fortunate to get that. But quite honestly, I've had a couple of oopses, going back in the last 4 or 5 years where I let it get me. So, yesterday was good for the soul.
Well, it was good for ours to watch, and we're going to get to watch him jam this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wade. That was an exciting final there. Yeah, a lot of pressure on Freddie Krueger on his last jump, but as always, he seems to be able to pull it out when he needs it. And we're going to go straight looking at the start list. As we mentioned, Jamie Bull, our current world champion, she's going to be hitting it out there first for us, followed by Karen Trulove, Alice Bagnoli, Pedrini, all those girls struggling to get through the 38 off pass yesterday. Yeah. As we go down through the list, Alexandra Garcia, Bricada. Sasha was our first one that got through, and it was great to see her run 38 off in a pro tournament. And then rounding out our top 6, Vanessa Veik, Elizabeth Wandervan, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock, all those ones tied up at 2 at 39, and way out in front, not mentioned there, is Regina Jaquist. So exciting stuff. Well, we're going to hear from Wade again. He's got someone else for us.
Indeed.
Hey guys, I'm here with one of those champions right now. She gets her game on, and just like practice, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Just an early morning ride?
Yeah.
So anything different from yesterday?
Do better.
That's it. She's telling me to get lost, and I will. We'll see in the water next. Back to you guys.
Well, certainly not every day that she's in this situation, but I guess just trying to keep her emotions and expressions in check as she gets ready for the second round, knowing full well that she's got to get through 10.75 meters and to really put herself back into contention.
Yeah, well, she was definitely saving her energy for out in the water, wasn't she, in that interview?
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But
that's putting it mildly.
The interesting part for her is she's just got to go out there and go after it, because she's not going to have a backup score. Some of these girls have got, if things sort of chop and change around a little bit here in round number 2, they can go, and often goes back to that backup score. They've got some 2s at 39 they can fall back on. Jamie doesn't have that. She's going to have to put a score way out there and just go for it right off the dock here.
And I think it's probably safe to say that, based upon the results that we saw in the women's competition, Regina Jaquez with 2 at 41 off, way in front of everyone else. The next nearest competitor is Six Buoys back, and that score is actually tied 4 ways. It's probably safe to say that given what we've seen and given what we expect from a few of these skiers going into the second round, that it's probably safe to say that Regina is probably a lock for being in the slalom final. Not totally guaranteed yet by any stretch of the imagination, but about as close as a lock as you can honestly be, because there aren't that many skiers on this list that could potentially even come close to displacing her, but not by enough places to deny her a spot in through to the final there, Kyle.
Yeah, well, I think we went through the number of girls yesterday that have actually made it to 2-ball at 41, and I think there's only 5. So for that to happen,
and most of those 5 are here
in this round, it would be incredible. So I think she's locked in. But as I was saying yesterday, Regina's got a lot of 2s at 41. She ran it yesterday. She has the potential. She has the world record, but she has the potential of getting down there again. She's skiing. She's in form right now. So, sometimes in the second round, if you don't need to go out, sometimes they lay back and just kind of chill a little bit. But I think she's going to want to take the advantage to go out there and see what she can do and maybe post up a score, get a 3, who knows. So, yeah, I don't think she's going to lay back and just kind of rest this round.
All right, then. Yes, obviously there's a possibility that Regina. By the time we actually get down to Regina Jaquez's turn, it could be a foregone conclusion that she's already through to the next round of the competition. Maybe she'll make the decision not to ski, but we know Regina well enough, and she knows that at any given opportunity she's out there in the water, giving it her best. So we look forward to seeing Regina, our last skier, out in this field of 13 competitors. There is the current leaderboard after round 1, which took place yesterday. Regina right there on top, and our first skier about to take to water is Jamie Bull, rather unusually.
Yeah, we mentioned just a second ago that Regina was way out in front, 6 buoys ahead. To be fair to the other competitors, though, Regina was out 4th last, just because she hasn't been to some of the events and she's down a little bit on the Pro Tour ranking list. The wind did pick up a little bit right when she was skiing, right towards the end of when she was skiing, and those last 3 did get a little bit more challenging. So for them to try and, they tried, but to run that 39 off pass got a little bit harder, in that tailwind as the wind picked up through to the end of that round. So it's a new day today. The weather is beautiful. These girls are going out first today. Yesterday it was the men. Today it's the women. And we can see that beautiful Pro Star heading down the lake, getting ready. We got 40 seconds on the clock there before this event starts. We're going to start right on time. And we're kicking it off in style with Jamie Bull.
Jamie Bull, the current Women's World Slalom Champion, won that 2 seasons ago. And in fine style indeed, and has been on a tear recently in Pro Waterski Tour competitions all across Europe and back here in North America as well. So she is well used to this kind of a format, this kind of situation, and we'll see if she can get the job done.
13, please. A2 greenie.
All right, there. Starts in on 13 meters and selecting Alpha 2. All right there, so the clock is at 0, and our first competitor to take to the water behind that MasterCraft Pro star, it is going to be Jamie Ball, the top 6 competitors. When you consider the results from yesterday and the results to come today, will advance through to the next round of the competition. It was so important for our top competitors to establish a backup score yesterday potentially, and now we've got our first skier out who won't have that benefit, of course, going down rather early on 11.25 meters of 38 off with a 1.5 boost score in round number 1. So she has just got to go absolutely all out right from the get-go and gets all the way through 6 buoys on the opening pass of 30 meters. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with the Italian champion, Miss Alice Bagnoli, and I've already seen you doing your warm-up. Do you do it the same every time?
Yeah, I've actually been trying to change a little bit sometimes, especially in the last tournaments. Just change things up and see how it works. Getting my mindset a little bit better and getting my nerves a little bit better, like not being overwhelmed.
Making it like practice, right?
Trying to, that's the goal.
We're going to watch a rip it next. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Wade. And Jamie Ball settling down the west end of the lake. A complete, easy 13-meter pass. She started off on the 32 off pass. I think the minimum line length is 14 meters. Is it for round 2, I believe? 14 for the women and 13 for the men. But Jamie, as usual, heads out a little bit shorter. Heads out on 13. No real wind right now to take into consideration for her start length. She's just doing what she normally does in practice. And I fully expect her to figure out, we talked about the year she was having, especially this later half of the year she was having. In Europe, she was skiing exceptionally well. Did great out at the California Pro. But then, had an uncharacteristic early fall. But she's going to set the record straight here today. And this is 35 off. And she, like we said yesterday, beautiful skier, strong, compact position, stays tight to the handle. Doesn't get moved through the wakes, and making short work of 12 meters, 35 off.
All right, a little bit on the back there, off number 5 into number 6, but we expect that from her anyway. So Jamie Ball getting pulled out and getting ready for the next line length, which is going to be 38 off, 11.25 meters. As we see a few of our female slalom skiers are getting ready for their go.
Are they sleeping or are they warming up there? What are they doing?
Well, they're just trying to get their heart rates down.
Come on, girls, wake up, let's go.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they're taking a little bit of a nap. I mean, for the amount of effort that they put out there on the water and the amount of time they train, rest and recuperation between those sets is often overlooked at times.
For sure. And it was a long day yesterday. We got thrown all sorts of weather at us yesterday, and we made the best of it, and finally finished the event about 6:30, 7 o'clock. But beautiful things to come today, and this is Jamie Ball, 38 off. She needs to run this to make her have any sort of chance of getting into the final. She runs it day in, day out. When she ran the World Championships, she was down, I think it was 1 or 2 at 41, so she's capable. She fell right there yesterday, but no mistakes today. Looking on time at number 3. Easy. Yeah, she's in a great rhythm now. This is easy as you like it.
A little on the back
there,
coming into 5, but still able to recover. And it's a real testament to a skier of this caliber that when there is a little bit of an unusual situation, that they know exactly what to do and get back into rhythm and back into their best form in order to run the pass.
She might have been a little bit cautious there at number 2, but we'll watch the replay. She just sort of almost overturned it yesterday. We saw a couple of our competitors in the men's kind of do that same thing. So I think at 2 ball she was a little cautious, maybe ensured that she was upright and kind of balanced at the end of the turn. And then she was like, okay, now I'm good. And then she sort of relaxed into the pass. And her work's not done, though. 38's a great pass, but we've got a lot of logjam there around 2 at 39. So she's got to sort of separate herself from those girls. a piece of 3 and onwards, I think, would maybe earn her a spot into their top 6 final tomorrow.
All right, then.
Today, this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. So the titles that she's won, she won Caiaphas, placed runner-up in California and Monaco. She got the win at the Malibu Open in Lacanau, and a 3rd place at the King of Darkness, a placement that she'll definitely want to try and knock out from her top 5 finishes this season, but she's got to get through this pass first of all, or at least halfway down this pass. Let's have a look and see. 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. She's round 1 and round number 2. There you go. There's the 3.
She's fighting hard. She got that full 3. I don't think she got round 4. You see her getting bounced a little funny at the wakes, maybe out of 1 to 2. She wasn't quite in that right position, so lost a little time. But securing 3 at 39. We'll wait for the official score. But we think up here, and that's going to put her in good stead to get a place in. Yep, 3 has been confirmed from our judges. And let's watch this start. A pretty good 1-ball, Tony.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, just absolutely hammers that turn and gets plenty of residual angle and momentum off that turn to keep this pass going for as long as she was able to. And let's not forget, and this is news that we picked up a few minutes ago, that on her travels back, her skis actually got damaged by the airline that was transported them, actually broken in half.
Oh wow, I did not know that. So that's she's probably, these skiers are on skis that they fine tune, and unless she's doing it for HO, to find one that's exactly the same as her tournament skis is difficult sometimes. So maybe that's what was throwing her off a little bit yesterday. But no mistakes today. 3 at 39. She'll be happy with that score compared to yesterday. Still not in the sort of level that were expected from her, or what we expect from her. But she'll get better each round and hopefully make it through the final and show us even more.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's bring on skier number 2. Also looking to try and pick up the pace. This is Karen Truelove, a MasterCraft-sponsored skier.
Yeah, Karen's been looking really good of late and ran through her early passes very, very cleanly. Unfortunately, she just, I've heard and I know I've seen her. She's been running 38s really, really smooth, consistently. But she just got out of 1 in a strange position and lost a lot of time and was battling from there and ended up going down round 3 yesterday at 38. So an early fall over at the California Pro-Am. I know she got through 38. Maybe her season's best is around 1 at 39 so far this year. But a capable skier, her personal best somewhere around 4 at 39. Let's see if she can pull that out in round number 2.
All right, and let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, and we talked about it with Bree Carter yesterday, being she was a junior champion, then she went out first, and same situation with you right now. A little awkward?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not used to that, but it's fine. You just got to go and ski. So skied pretty bad yesterday, so into 2, had a good 1 at 39. Into 2 was didn't want to fall the same way I did yesterday, so somewhat of a safety just to get past the cut mark and then.
No, exactly. 3, same as on the men's side. 3's normally the spot where you're safe. So yeah. With that being said, with the same look again, would you make any changes on your starts or?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not really happy with 3 at 39, so happy with the start, and then just a little bit more aggressive into 2 and commit to running the pass.
Good deal. We'll see her do it this afternoon, as she's probably already in the finals. Back to you guys.
All right, there. So Jamie Bull has vaulted herself from where she currently is at 13th spot all the way up to 2nd on the strength of 3 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters, and chasing that down on 13 meters is Karen Truelove.
And Karen looking like another day at the lake. Just very consistent, keeps her position very tight, and doesn't move around too much. She's been skiing that way for all her career, and it served her well. So another clean pass for Karen, 6 at 32 off. And we're going to welcome Aaron Larkin to the announcing with us. How are you doing this morning, Aaron?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm doing very well, thanks. Yep, doing very well. Beautiful day again. The wind seems to have changed a little bit of direction. It's coming sort of more cross tail in the opening pass today, as opposed to yesterday, where it was more head cross. But expecting some exciting skiing this morning.
All right then, and Aaron, you work at Action Water Sports. How's things been going on over there, dude?
Pretty good, actually. Sold a boat yesterday. Yeah, did some
Yay!
commentating and sold a boat. So
There you go. High five.
It could be worse, you know. So no, fair to say the market's been a little slow, but you know we got a range of beautiful boats over there, from wake surfing, wakeboarding, and obviously the Pro Stars, and of course the Barletta pontoons. 5 different styles, if you like, or series that we do. Both you know, sort of the Rolls Royces of the industries. And no, it's been good. It's been good. It's been excellent.
Good. I'm pleased for you, dude.
Karen coming back in at 35 off. Another formality for her. She ran, like I said earlier, she ran this pass really smooth yesterday. So we were surprised when she came up a little short at the 38. But she is all over this pass. Conditions, look at how calm it is out there, and we're expecting big things today.
Yeah, looking the goods, Karen, didn't she? Yeah, 12-metre line. You would expect that she's going to take that into 38, as she did yesterday, and hopefully take it down the lake a little bit further. We see the drone footage here on the replay. That beautiful MasterCraft Pro Star. It's actually the boat that Karen skis behind almost on a daily basis. I would suggest it's their boat. 6.2 litre Ilmore engine. Comes with a 7-year, 1,000-hour warranty, as does the boat. And she's looking very, very good. Conditions, as we've said, are immaculate this morning. So we're looking for some big scores. We saw Jamie Ball put 3 at 39 up, and Karen will have that in her sights once she clears 38, I'd suggest.
Yeah, and we're looking at a 2024 model out there. I know I just got mine. What's the changes from 2023 to 24?
Not much, if I'm honest with you. They made a hull change in 2021 where they put an additional fin on it and made a few aesthetic and strategic changes to the hull to make it drive, let's say, a little bit more track a little easier.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And but from year on year, they've made such great improvements, and it's the best slalom jump boat in the industry. There's no two ways about it in my mind. So let's watch Karen Trulove come back in at 38 off.
All right, here she comes. 38 off, 11.25 meters. Dropping in, round buoy number 1. Well aware of the need to actually make it round all 6 buoys on this pass. Oh, a little bit of a bubble there on number 3.
Come on, Karen.
Even worse off number 4. She's still there on 5, and unfortunately unable to get past number 5 and make a play on number 6. So it looks like it's going to be 4.5, a score which will inevitably eliminate Karen Trulove from future participation in this event.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. She got a little bit late down the latter half of the course, but let's look at the start. She got out of 1 a lot better than yesterday. The tip kind of bit a little bit, but she was in a great position to hold on to it. It was 2-ball here. She sort of fell into a touch, lost the rope, and then kind of had to suck it up. Started to lose a little bit of ground, pulled long into 3. Still had a pretty good turn, but then got pulled out of it. And now we're starting to get behind, and she's got a great onside turn, but it wasn't quite enough to put her with enough space to turn that offside at number 5. So 4.5 unofficially there for Karen Trulove. We're going to look at where that's going to slot her into for right now, but regardless of where it is, she's going to be a little disappointed. She's not going to be moving on in this event.
All right, looking at the instant replay from the boat angle, and she tried to really chomp on those turns off number 3 on number 4, and by the time all was said and done, she lost too much distance down course to really fully make it up. All right then, skier on the water coming to us out of Italia. This is Alice Bagnoli.
Yeah, so Alice, she's had a pretty good season by all respects. And she's starting at 14.25 as you'd anticipate. Very, very smooth skier. Has a nice turn on her 135 side. Gets through 6 at 14, and we'll send it down to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Aaron. I'm here with Bree Carter, and you didn't have to go first today, right? But when you did go first, you put up a big score, put you in a good spot for today.
Yeah, it was just feeling out the rhythm. I've been focusing on spreading out my turns, starting them earlier, and ending in a really nice spot to get a good slingshot in.
Well, it seemed to work. So, and you seem to be skiing here in Central Florida, right?
Oh, it's beautiful here. We're really grateful to be out here and thankful for the event organizers and everyone that helps.
Well, awesome. We're going to be thankful to getting to watch her ski soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wade. And didn't Bree start the event well yesterday? Skied strong, almost got through that 38 off pass. So kicked things off very well for us. But she's down the order a little bit today, so she gets the luxury of sitting back and watching a few other skiers go out before her and sort of see where things are going to, where the chips are going to fall.
Take a look at scores 4 through from 4th place all the way down to 6th position. I think actually 3rd through to 6th position. There are 4 skiers there that are all tied at 2 at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. It would essentially mean that if someone like Alicia Bagnoli was able to produce that score a little bit higher, it would actually force those tied scores down and could potentially create a little bit of a runoff situation going forwards. But a little bit early to speculate on that too much yet, as we see Alicia Bagnoli get through 13 meters there, Kyle.
Yeah, no, she looked strong on that pass. She came out and practiced here on Wednesday, as did quite a few of the other skiers, kind of get a bit of a sight for Mill. And she said she's been having a little difficulty of late. She did have a good early season, and I think she's the Italian record holder. She's got a personal best of 3, which at 39, which is her record. But she was struggling a little bit through a 38 off pass. So she sorted a few things out of late, and she was pretty happy with yesterday. But she needs to add a few more buoys and to try and clear that 38 off pass, which she's capable of. So fingers crossed, and all the best for her on this. She's coming back at 35, another little bit of work to do yet. But like you were saying, the 3 from Jamie has pushed the 2s down to 3rd through 6th, I believe. And Vanessa, who was safe yesterday, if you call it that, with 1 1/4, she's got some work to do today.
All right there, Alicia Bagnoli. I mean, just tail of the tape so far as she's concerned. You know, she's had 2 8th place positions, a 12th place over at Monaco Slalom Cup, and 2 7th place positions at Caiaphas and the King of Darkness. Currently lying in 11th spot in the Waterski Pro Tour standings, sitting on 34 points and looking to try and make a bigger impression here. Try and get some more points to add to a season total and maybe knock out that 12th place from Monaco. But there you go. That is 12 meters. And Alicia Bagnoli not looking too bad out there so far, Aaron.
Yeah, no, that was a good pass there. A little bit more aggressive for sure from Alicia. You know, slalom skiing is such a finesse and rhythm sport. You know, yes, it looks, obviously it's evident that there's a lot of power involved in it, but there's a lot of rhythm to it. And of course, you know, like a lot of other sports, let's say golfing or etc., you know, it doesn't take much for your rhythm to just leave you, and then all of a sudden you're searching for it, and then you find yourself in a bit of a hole, and it doesn't take much for it to come back. But when you're in that slump and that hole, you know, trying to figure stuff out, it can be a bit frustrating for sure.
You know, there's that old adage, isn't there? You know, within sports, you know, you try it, the harder and harder you try, the deeper and deeper you get in it, a bit like quicksand.
Well, especially with this sport too, right? Because it is the finesse of balance and strength. You know, so once you start getting into that hole and you start working a little harder, of course, you know, you got 380 horsepower in that Pro Star that you're fighting against. So you're never going to win. So, like you say, you dig yourself a bit more of a hole. But we'll see what Alicia's got. She knows the score that she's got to get, and here she comes back in at 11.25.
Yeah, definitely the money pass here for Alicia. She's got to get through this. 3.5 yesterday. Let's see what she's got. She's been having some big 135s. Not bad there. Stayed a bit lighter, so has some time at 2, unfortunately.
Just not able to make the vital connection to continue on skiing, and 1.5 on 11.25 meters, currently putting her in 3rd spot off the dock this morning, but a score that essentially eliminates her from future contention.
Yeah, we see that. It's a bit of a strange fall, that, because she had a pretty good start, didn't she? You know, she rounds 1, she's a little bit on the back foot, but no, not too bad at all, really. And then she's coming over to 2, doesn't really commit to the turn. And that's the one thing that I see there. Instead of allowing her hips and shoulders to move away from the boat and away from the buoy and continue her direction away, it's more of a protection, and that can come, Kiwi, that can come from probably not skiing so great and searching for things in practice.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of a confidence issue there. You know, she doesn't trust her movements and pauses a little bit, and then it's too late. So that's unfortunate there. Her score from yesterday will be her best of the 2 rounds, 3.5 at 38. That's going to be down the list a little bit, though, for her. So we will not be seeing Elite later on this afternoon in the 6-woman final. And hitting the water next is going to be Paige Reaney.
All right, Paige Reaney, who comes to us out of Canada.
Okay.
And trains over at the Matt Reaney Ski School, just a little ways away from here in Lake County.
And I'd say she's going out. These other 2 girls went out at 14. Jamie went out at 13. The next 2 went out at 14. I would say Paige would be going out at 13. Is that what we're seeing? No, it is 14. No, she's chosen to go out on the longer line length. Maybe give her a little bit more of a warm-up and take her 38 off pass, or her 11-meter pass coming back towards the dock.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's looking good here, as you would anticipate. She's an advocate of that one-handed gait. It's a kind of a hybrid one-handed gait, you know, where there's it's kind of a relaxed turn in, but she makes easy work of that 14.25, and we'll send it down to Wade at the dock.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm here with Miss Whitney McClintock-Reaney and...
Baby, it's her birthday today, so I wanted to give her a shout out. She's 16 today, and she's been with me my whole life, so anyway.
Well, as anyone that knows me knows, I'm a dog lover in the biggest way, so that's super cool. So let's talk a little water skiing. We got the other Paige out on the water, so kind of a family affair today.
Yes, Paige has been skiing super well this week, so I'm hoping that she can pull it all together. Yesterday, the wind was a little bit of a factor with her tailwind 38, so like I said, she's been skiing great all season, and especially this week, so I'm looking forward to see her put out a big score today.
Well, we can see the excitement. We're going to go cheer her on right now. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you.
All righty, and yeah, Paige Reaney has been skiing well. I think she's pretty consistent through her 38 off pass. She missed it yesterday, but she'll be would have looked back at some of the footage that we took of her yesterday skiing and kind of adjusted a few things, and I have no doubt she'll improve today. But she's got a lot of work to do. She knows 2 at 39 is going to be close, but maybe not enough. I don't know if she's made 3-ball in a tournament before, Aaron. Have you? I think she's somewhere there or thereabouts.
Yeah, no, I think she might have got 3, if not certainly 2 a number of times. I know she's run 38 a bunch of times this year, so. Yeah, season's best is 2 boys at 39 off, but she's running the 13-meter line length with consummate ease, as you would anticipate. Looking good on that Radar Vapor Pro build. You know, Dad Matt is a bit of a guru when it comes to setting skis up, and he's got that thing dialed in nicely for her.
Indeed, indeed. And on the Waterski Pro Tour, she's currently lined in 8th spot on the leaderboard on 68 points, which comes by way of a smattering of 6th-place positions from the likes of the King of Darkness, the Calgary Cup, and the Monaco, and the Malibu Open in Lacanau. A 7th spot that she produced at the Swiss Pro Slalom that she want to try and knock out. But high spot this season was at the Monaco Slalom Cup, and she got 30 points for that by way of a 4th-place finish.
Yeah, Paige. I mean, she's a real technician. She's a great skier, and one of the skiers that's knocking on the door to make that next big step, in my opinion. You know, she's been running 38 a lot, getting a lot of starts, getting a lot of looks at it, and a lot of that. You know, it's this sport's a lot about experience. Certainly when it comes to the pro level, you know, putting yourself in that environment. So here she comes back in at 12 meters.
Yeah, and she's still young, right? She's still got, I think she may be just 22, 23, somewhere around there. So you're still young, a lot of time here left in her career, and she's also doing it in the other 2 events too. In the tricking, she's a top tricker, 9.5 or so thousand points, and a great jumper. And she'll be one of the leading contenders for the overall champs, overall title in the World Champs coming up soon.
Yeah, I think she actually ended up finishing third last weekend at the overall tournament there. So, like you say, it's a hard thing to you look at these slalom specialists and they do a great job of it, but then you add into the fact that these girls like Paige are doing 3 events. I mean, I witnessed it. You were a 3-eventer too, Kiwi. I witnessed it firsthand with my wife, Anais Ahmad, as a 3-eventer. It's a full-time job. It really is. And so for these guys and girls to be excelling in their respective events, let alone the overall event, is really something to behold.
Indeed, indeed. We take a look at that, brief look at that leaderboard. Regina Jake was still in the lead and yet to ski in this second round. She got to 2 at 41 off 10.25 meters. We've already seen some movement in that leaderboard by way of a second round score, and that is courtesy of Jamie Ball with 3 at 10.75 meters, which basically knocks Vanessa Veek out of those top 6 places as it stands right now. But she has the potential of actually gaining back that position, or at least go higher to put herself into the slalom final. Right now, let's concentrate and focus on Paige Reaney, skiing for Team Radar.
So a great start there from Paige as she rounds 1 here at 38 off. She's looking the goods off at 2 ball. She's around 3. She's on time here. She's just got to stay patient. She rounds 4. She does that. She's going to get over to 5 with plenty of time. And Kiwi, that was really quite a standout pass.
Oh, that was great, Aaron. That was a really nice 38 off pass. Well, the biggest difference from yesterday, to be honest, I noticed was she was just way more aggressive. Yesterday, I think she was a bit passive. Maybe not sure how things were going to feel out there. That time, she just ripped it right from the start. She knew she had to. She couldn't play it safe. She turned 1 extremely hard and just committed fully. We talk about Liche. She was a little doubtful on that 2 ball, but there was no question there. After this 1 ball, just backside it, dropped the hip in and held on to it. No delay at all. But, coming into 2, this is her offside, and she just didn't second-guess herself, jumped on it and went. And after that, the pass was run.
Yeah, really stylish stuff from Paige. Really good course management. Like you say, she stayed aggressive. She stayed patient there at 4. Made sure she got the ski underneath the line, and then really had no problems from that point. Really impressive stuff from Paige Rennie, and that's it's a good point you raise as well. With confidence and Paige there really attacking that pass. It's a lot of it's the fear of failure. A lot of it's that this sport comes at you so quickly that it's very difficult to manage what's going through one's head and coming into buoys, especially your offside, and actually believing and trusting in what you've been doing in training is huge.
Oh, for sure. And, if she can carry the same attitude into this pass, fully expect her to hopefully get around that 3 ball. Let's see what she can do.
Okay, she's got to get it done here. She's going off buoy number 1, and round number 2, she bulks up on 2, gets the 2 buoy count, and that puts her in a 5-way tie with that 2 buoy count, and that would force a runoff.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's what she was planning there. She had an okay 1, but maybe not good enough to give her the space to commit to turn 2. And she thought, hey, if I fall at 2, I'm out of a possible chance of a runoff and making it through. So she kind of safety turned 2, got the full score of 2 buoys at 39 off, and she's going to sit back and wait, and hopefully she'll squeeze into that runoff if that's the situation that arises.
Yeah, it's about putting pressure on when you're out early. Of course, you got a whole bunch of your competitors that ski behind you, and making sure that you get your best score out there. And like you say, if she had got 1.5 there, she would have been booking a ticket to go home. So now she still lives to fight another day, and we'll have to see what the other competitors do after her. We're going to send it down to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Elizabeth Montavon, who won the Miami Pro 2 years ago. So I heard Aaron Larkin yesterday talk about his routine, and it was very specific. And we've talked about, Bree Carter, Jamie Bull going first. Well, that sort of changes your routine. They have to get here earlier. So you've got the headsets in. You got music on, or like a motivational speaker?
Definitely music. There's like 2 or 3 songs I really like to listen to before I ski. Just puts me in a good spot. Reminds me of my happiest ski days. So I like to get to that place first.
And so your warm-up routine, do you run first? Do you warm up first, and then do you hit the mat?
I'm more of like a stretch person, get everything loose. I don't like to let my heart rate get too high. I know it's going to spike once the adrenaline kicks in, so I don't want to wear myself out before the big thing, the real thing.
No, and there's always a certain level of comfort from success that we sort of build from our warm-up. And Alice was talking about she's changing hers, as I sort of did over the years. But have you made any changes to yours over the years?
Yeah, actually right now, and I've heard a lot of people talking about this, we all have kind of like a low back either on the right or the left side, and I've learned that if I keep my hip flexors and my quads loose, that can move better and I'm less likely for that to flare up. So a lot of hip flexor work this season.
That's why you see all these pro skiers with a roller in their bag. For you guys at home, get one. You'll be like this girl. Back to you guys.
All right then, so our next skier is out in the water right now. This is Ali Garcia, and the situation as it stands right now, if she can actually ski better than 2 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters, that would definitely increase the percentage probability of her making it through to the finals, because it would displace about those 4 or 5 skiers that are currently tied right now in third place with 2 at 39.5 off there, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure. Ali was another one that looked really good yesterday. She came off, ran her early passes, very, very smooth. She never kind of throws anything too hard out there, too aggressive, just kind of lets it flow. But she came up just a tad short. She's been skiing extremely well this year, had some high placements, and also another skier that's got to a 3 at 39. And so one of those steps forward, Aaron, that you talked about, getting a piece of 3 is a big one, especially for a lefty. So if she can duplicate that sort of score today, that'll hopefully squeeze her into the final. But that's going to be in the back of her mind, just like Paige. Hey, don't go down at 2. Maybe take the chance on getting in that possible runoff with the other 2s at 39.
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum in it, because obviously knowing that 3 balls, I wouldn't say guaranteeing you, but certainly puts you in a very, very good spot to make the final. As a lefty, having to get past that 2-ball turn and get over to 3 is a challenge. And like we've been saying this morning, you've got to be pretty confident in your abilities and what you've been training on and your keys, etc., to be able to do that. So a few more passes for her to go to see if she can attain that. But certainly the way that she started there means that it looks like she means business today.
All righty, Roo. Let's bring on Ali Garcia, who comes to us originally out of Horizon West in the Orlando area, not too far outside Winter Garden, and currently skis for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette, and she'll be returning to campus very, very soon to participate in the collegiate season, culminating in the Collegiate National Waterski Championships, which takes place in Zachary, Louisiana on the 26th through to the 28th of October, and I'll be looking forward to that. All right, so that is Ali Garcia. She's in the water, and by dockside is Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here watching Mr. Freddie Winter measure his handle, and this has become a very technical part of our sport, and we measure it before and after. Have you ever failed the post inspection, Freddie?
No, but you want it close. I mean, that's the only thing I'll do in water skiing is to use the tolerances. You want it, everyone else has got a longer rope, right on the edge. So I'm doing the same. I had a handle mishap yesterday, lost grip. I think it was just too worn down. So I'm on a new one today. Had to make sure it was not too short, not too long. So I'm here trying to make it right.
And they do stretch, right? I mean, you go out and you're a big guy and a very strong guy. So yeah, how much will it stretch a new braid?
Yeah, that's the thing. You kind of don't want to go too aggressive because it's going to stretch by 1.5 centimeters to 1.5 inches or so. Sorry, 1/2 inch. Just so you want to keep it inside, but you kind of know. I mean, you do it enough. But again, new handle, I don't really know how much it's going to stretch. So we're gonna see. I'll be fine. I'm going to keep it fairly conservative. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure I had some new rubber underneath my hands.
Leave yourself a little space, guys. Back to you.
So it's a little bit of a case of bend, but do not break.
Well, geez, and Ellie was a little bit slow out of number 1 there. The ski kind of popped up a little bit. She's got back on form now. And while we just kind of threw technically a warm-up pass, I guess, for her at 12, I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about what I like when they're skiing. She definitely keeps her upper body down the lake, through her offside, and it kind of keeps the ski moving around her really, really nicely. That's what I see that when she's skiing well, that offside is just working and your upper body never moves.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that, Kiwi, you know, and I agree with you. She does a very, very good job of keeping that, keeping your upper body still. For those amateurs at home, you know, at the end of the day, there's only two things that move in skiing. One's going to be your shoulders and one's going to be your ski, and they don't move together. So if your shoulders are still, then your ski's going to be moving underneath you, which is the optimal situation. But of course, vice versa, if your shoulders are moving, then your ski's not, and that's not what you want. So of course, when it comes to, you know, pro tournaments, skiing in rough conditions, generally just skiing in any condition, but certainly it's more advantageous when you're skiing in choppier conditions. Making sure that you keep your shoulders level still and down the lake is certainly a big key.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our next competitor about to take to water, it's Bree Carter. We'll see her in a few minutes, but still out there on the water and doing her best to stay in contention is Ali Garcia. And we see our first look at Sasha Denierskaya.
8 skiers remaining on that list that we just saw on your screen. 8 skiers remaining. So a couple more yet, and then we start to really get to know what's going to happen. You know, these girls are still kind of guessing, and as are we up here, to know what it's going to take. What, you know, where's the cut mark going to be? This is 11.25 for Ellie, and she's got a decent 2-ball, maybe drifted down the lake a little bit, stopped a little bit there at number 3. She's late at number 4. Hey, she absolutely was patient there and let the ski finish like we're talking. And that's a full pass for Ellie Garcia. Congratulations to her. She's going to be happy with that. It's improved on yesterday. Still a little work to do.
Yeah, well, we'll look at the replay here for Ellie, but that was actually pretty impressive stuff because she stuck with it. You know, like she didn't have a bad start. 2-ball that she had the handle come a little higher. We'll watch here. On her gate, nice and still as she turns in. She gets the ski to come up underneath the line very well, and as a result, you'll see that she gets a pretty good start here. She turns 1. Hard to really beat that start. This is where the problem really just did start. Maybe she was a little focused on the weed patch on the inside of 2-ball there, but the raise of the ski, and then from there, she just stands over. That's not the 3-ball that you want as a lefty. From there, and then staying patient as she rounds 4, gets the ski to come over the line, and then from there, she'll be having a bit of confidence getting over to 5, knowing that she's just got to have one more good turn. Gets it, and then works hard all the way over to 6. So, as we've said, there's no stole points. That pass wasn't terrible by any stretch of the imagination. It's just you know, these skiers are opting for perfection.
That was, to me, that was smart skiing, really smart skiing. Like you said, 1 was good, 2 not so much, and 3 I thought she was a little bit in trouble when she came out of 3. It stopped, got pulled out of position, but kept the shoulders still, stayed calm. She drifted down course a little bit at number 4. But she ended up with good angle out of it, and then was back in. She knew she had to make one more turn on her on the side, and she ran the pass.
All right, let's see what she's got. Her season's best is 3 at 10.75 minutes. She's round buoy number 1. She hurtles her into number 2. She gets the ski outside number 2, and we're going to put that one into the review box right now to make sure that was a 2-buoy count, or it could be a little bit less. But if that does end up being 2, then that keeps her in contention, and we're very, very close to realizing the possibility of a multiple-way runoff for the women's slalom.
No, definitely. It's getting stacked up around that in positions 3rd through about 8th right now, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
There's a 6-way tie, maybe, 2 at 39.
Yeah, 3rd through to 9th.
3rd through to 9th, is it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, log jam there. We're still waiting for the official score, but I have a feeling that'll come through as 2. Obviously, the skier needs to get the ski outside the buoy line, take control of the rope, and then get back to the wakes before that next set of boat guide buoys. There she's making a little S-turn. She's being patient, and then just back inside. So no doubt on the getting back to the boat guides. Did she get around the buoy, Aaron?
I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? Really, I'm glad I'm not the judge because you know the obviously the way the glare is on the water there with the camera angle, that's going to take a little bit of working through. But you know, she just went a little long on her gate. I'm not sure if the tailwind sort of came up and pushed her a little longer to 1, but she just didn't get the start. So
yeah, it's unfortunately 1 at 39 approved there for Ali. So that's not going to be enough. She won't join those 2s. So she'll be packing her ski up and done for the day, unfortunately.
Let's send it to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Chelsea Mills, our former winner of the San Gervasio Pro-Am, and excited to be here. Ready to go for today?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely ready.
Get your A game on?
Yep, you know it, Wade.
No, I love it. She's a pro. She's got her own coaching business. She knows how to do this, and we're going to see her do it on the water next. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Wade. And we're just going to take a quick break where we just clear a patch of weed that's floated out. But our next skier on the water is going to be Bree Carter, and she's watched the girls out in front of her, and all of them, or most of them, improved their scores today and set that benchmark a little bit higher. She was extremely close to running her 38 off pass yesterday with a 5.5, and hopefully she can do the same and up at a few more buoys.
All right, then. Yes, it's getting rather tight to the top, so we'll take a quick look at that leaderboard as it stands right now. You're going to see Regina Jaquist all the way up there at the top, and looks pretty unassailable right now with 2 at 10.25 meters, even before she skis in round 2. Jamie Bull has basically vaulted herself from dead last to second place right now as it stands with that free buoy count at 10.75 meters. Then you've got that pack jam with Paige Reaney.
Five-way tie there, isn't it?
A five-way tie with Reaney, Montavon, Mills, Nicholson,
and McClintock. Yeah.
And McClintock.
Yeah, five-way tie for positions 3rd through 7th. And then Vike just behind. We're going to hear from Wade again.
Indeed.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Vanessa Veek and our Australian Moomba champion. And so your thoughts on yesterday, 1 1/4, not quite enough. Any changes for today?
Yeah, my gate was a little fluffy yesterday. I'm sure other skiers can relate to that. First pro event in a really long time for me. So I really just didn't set my angle and my alignment through my gate. So that's what I'm going to change today, and we'll see how that goes.
Well, and let's talk about this. These two ends are quite different. We haven't really chatted about that much, but this end on the start end, you got the shore right beside you, and the other end, you sort of have a bit of an open bay, and it changes your look a lot, correct?
Yeah, it does. And I also feel like this end, you can overrun a little bit, and that end down there, I underran yesterday. So I'll also adjust my timing of when I pull out, and we'll see how it goes.
I'm sure she's going to rip it up, and I know she's got Noah and a few at home cheering for her. So, yeah, back to you guys.
So, Aaron, were your gates ever fluffy?
Definitely a fluffy kind of guy. Yep. Fluffy is a terminology that I have to say that I've never really heard when it comes to gate terminology, but I know what Vanessa's talking about. The gates, especially when you're a lefty, is so paramount and so difficult because it really sets up the rhythm for the pass. But again, fluffy's not a terminology that I've ever used.
But we will think of you as fluffy.
I'm a big bone, fluffy kind of gate guy.
All right, we're gonna switch back to the action on the water now, and that's Bree Carter leaving the dock. And I haven't heard the official start length. I think it's 14. That's what she did yesterday. Yep, confirmed 14, 28 off. Boat speed set 34 mile an hour. And here she comes. And we were talking about her yesterday. She doesn't go to all the pro events, but when she shows up, she certainly makes an impact. Because she's there and thereabouts, always on the edge of making the finals and competing with these top girls that do it as a profession. And 6 buoys, first pass, easy as you like.
Yeah, I was impressed with Bree yesterday. She really came out the first skier off the dock, 5.5 at 38, set the gauntlet for the remainder of the field, and looked good doing it too. Really, you know, it was unfortunate she couldn't hold on to the handle there as she got out the gates. But yeah, again, you know, really impressive stuff from Bree.
She was pretty close to the back of the boat, I believe, when she skittled around 6 ball. You've done that a few times in your career. It gets a bit dangerous though, doesn't it, when you get close to the boat there?
Yeah, it's amazing how much you can actually hang on to. You know, like when you're in situations like this and the adrenaline really starts pumping. You know, I remember a situation in the Worlds in 2011. I ran 39, and I swear I was probably no more than 2 meters or so off the back platform and hang on to some slack. So it is interesting how much you can muster up. You know, even the load that these guys are holding on to. You take it back to the fact of, you know, looking at the load pressures. These guys are holding on 950, almost 1,000 pounds, 1,065 pounds, and you're holding on to that in your hands.
The boat judges get a little wide-eyed, do they?
They did. Yeah, you used to. I actually hit the boat a couple of times. I hit the boat at
I remember
Moomba,
seeing, yeah,
Yep.
at Moomba you did a couple of times.
All right, then, here we go with Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat. This is Bree Carter. 14.25 meters on the opener, 13 meters coming back, and not looking too bad out there. Bree Carter, who really excelled herself well in the junior competition several years ago, and looking to make an impact here. And speaking about junior competition, I understand, Erin, that you are the junior development coordinator for Florida, and you're having a Learn to Ski clinic towards the end of this month. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's on the 24th, I think. Sunday,
yes.
the 24th of September. Yep, we've got an event coming on here. Actually, we're going to get some juniors out and get them skiing, and trying to develop the next generation, you know, of the sport. Because if there's no juniors, then the sport dies. That's the biggest thing. So, just trying to get some people into it, and even not so much just the new up and coming. You know, it's open to all the juniors that are skiing. You know, so
yeah, it seems like the ones that you've done out here and that we've done with Action Water Sports is trying to introduce new people into the sport, isn't it? And it's free. It's sign up through or contact yourself or through Action Water Sports. Just trying to get new people on the water, and you know, when they get around other kids all the same age, same ability, they get motivated and try and grow the sport.
Alrighty, and I thank Nicole Pauly for that little bit of information. And so for those of you around Florida and wanting to get in on that, just reach out and we'll get you out there. All right, then, here we go. This is Bree Carter. This is 12 meters. A little late down course on one or two of these turns, but is able to work with it and stay with the pass and get the job done. It's a 6-buoy count.
It didn't look like the easiest pass there for Bree. She looked good. She always looks super strong to me. You know, behind the boat, that's her I guess her key is to kind of remain stacked and extended through the wakes and just hold her position. She moves around a little bit in the reach and in the turn. Sometimes the shoulder drops a little bit. So you see like a little extra movement compared to some of the other skiers when she's turning, but then she locks back into that strong position behind the boat and gains some space and allows her to make a few of those other movements when she's turning.
Looking good here on 12 meters on the reverse angle instant replay. You know, getting some good turns and just holding that angle all the way cross course and well into her edge change, looking very, very smooth out there for the most part.
Yeah, you'd have to say that one of Bree's probably major points there is to try and carry as much speed through the turns as you can. You know, she really does, you know, get in a strong position, as Kiwi alluded to there. But that if you're a little slow as you get towards the end of the course, that can cause a little bit of the recoil and the shoulders start to move to the inside. So really trying to maintain as much speed throughout the turns at the start of the pass is a key for her. But she's going to come back in at 38 off. She ran 5.5 yesterday and will obviously need a decent start here. She's going to be doing it into a slight head breeze. She's through the gates now and over to 1. Throws herself a little lot to the inside at 1, but gets a good start. She's around 2. A little wheelie at 2 ball there. She's around 3,
Keep
slow
going
3.
Oh, and stalls up on 3.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Bree's score from yesterday is going to be her best of the tournament. The 5.5, but it's not going to be enough. So as of right now, there's still that log jam at 2 at 39, positions 3rd through 7th. That'll get solved with the backup score, Aaron.
Yeah, it's about skiing well in both rounds, isn't it, really? It's becoming more and more evident. 6 places into the final, there's a big log jam at 2 at 39. As we watch Bree there, she really tried to make it all up there at 2 ball. Didn't have such a bad start, but it just didn't get the 2 ball turn that she needed, and as a result, 3 was just too long. The line just wasn't there for her at the back side of the turn. So 3 boys, she'll be disappointed with that, I'm sure, but she can hold her head up high. She skied very well this weekend.
Just judging by this angle, it looked like she's got a little narrow on the gates there setting up. We heard Vanessa talking about that end seems like you kind of run out a little bit of speed. You know, sometimes just the depth of the water at different ends of the lake can change your setups. You know, a lot of the people I talk to when I'm coaching or whatever, you know, they have this set position they want to pull out and they won't want to change it. And you got to hear from these pros that they're always adapting, always kind of changing things depending on the conditions, depending on the boat, the setup. So just going to take that into consideration when you work on your gates from home.
Yeah, and of course, you know, water temperature is a big thing too. You know, like when the water gets colder, it's going to be harder, it's going to be faster, so you're going to pull out a little earlier. So throughout the summer, when it starts to get warmer, you're going to find yourself needing to pull out a little later. So.
And didn't Sasha ski well yesterday? Getting through her 38 off pass. Another one of those our slalom skiers here that compete in overall. But yesterday it was all about slalom, and she skied extremely well with 1 at 39. It's not enough right now. She knows she needs to up it, but hopefully she can add a couple more buoys to her final score.
Well, she's the world reigning overall champion, isn't she? You know, so that says everything you need to know about Sasha in itself. You know, what a great competitor. You know, as we've alluded to, these people that are trying to do this sport in all 3 events and excelling at it. I tip my hat. I was a slalom specialist, and it took all the energy I could to
Aaron,
be good.
come on! I've seen you
one.
jump and I've seen you trick. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. Is a nice way to put my tricking.
Yeah.
A waste of time is another.
Okay. Well, I guess you can't argue with that, I suppose.
Big boned, mate. When you're big boned like me, it's
fluffy.
And fluffy. Tricks is not the event that one needs to compete in. You know.
Poppy wants camera time. Poppy need camera time?
Oh, that's going to create so many memes for you there. It's not even going to be funny.
I don't mind fluffy. I'm a fluffy kind of guy.
All right, then just checking inside the skier tent where the athletes are warm up before they take to the water. And on the water right now is Sasha Denierskaya, who comes to us from Horizon West.
And she was actually, going to be pulling double duty yesterday. She's entered in the jump event as well for the ladies, but with the weather conditions, we ended up kind of moving that event. But later on today, she'll be competing in the finals for the women's jump, the top 6, making it through to that. So she's got a lot of skiing to do today.
And there we go, Sasha Denierskaya, the current women's world overall champion, looking to defend that title in a few weeks' time. And with that in mind, let's check in on dockside with Wade.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Miss Regina Jaquist, our top seed here in the ladies slalom. And who is this?
Oh, this is Poppy. She's my good luck charm, I guess. And then I have my dogs at home, Champ and Charlie and Lucy. They're watching the webcast every time. So you got to have a little dogs in your life, you know?
Well, I certainly know through using FaceTime enough with my dogs that they would have just heard your voice coming through the sound system, right? And they get excited, right?
Oh, they do. My parents will call and they'll be like, "Yep, Champ was sleeping the whole time," and then he hears your voice or your name and he gets all up and watches you ski. So.
Well, this is the way water skiers keep it real before we ski. Back to you, Tony.
So, Aaron, you love dogs.
I do, actually. I do love dogs. And my daughter, who is absolutely infatuated by them, is doing her absolute darndest to try and get us to get a dog. But I just can't do it. I've got enough responsibilities in my life. But anyways, back to the water. Sasha now 12-meter line. She looked good on the first 2 passes, and she's continued to do just that now. A little bobble there at 3, but nothing to worry about. She's around 4. And nice finish to the pass, round 5 and 6, and looking the good. So she's going to have 38 coming back into that little head breeze.
Little tiny headwind out there, but I like that pass from Sasha. I think she's going to take some confidence from that 38 she ran yesterday, and she was maybe a little bit sort of cautious, and hadn't executed in tournaments, but she got through it yesterday. It was a bit of work, but the way she's skiing on that 35, she looks like she's got some confidence in what she's doing, and hopefully she can carry that through. We saw Paige go out there and just commit and got through it pretty easy, and hopefully Sasha can do the same.
And I'll tell you what, with with the women's overall competition, on the approach to the World Championships, it's going to be a tough battle between Sasha and the likes of Hannah Streltsova and Janina Meckler, and it all comes down in the overall competition to how strong your weakest link is, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of it really. I mean, you perform in all 3 events in one round, which is something that I could never do. It was, if one was going great, then another one was not going very good. Kiwi, you were a very good overall skier in your time, and it's a challenge.
No, to keep all 3 going well, and to be honest, you can't have a weak link now. I mean, these overall skiers are handy, especially they compete with the specialists. Really, I mean, you can't really have a weak link at all. Sasha is just very balanced. She's one of the top ones in all 3 events. She's a little bit down course at number 2, slips under the rope, but she's staying calm. Hopefully got that confidence we're talking about at turn 4. Can she make it around 5 and 6? She's got a little bit deep, and that's it. Unfortunately, 4.5. She was struggling from the start, but sort of kept it going. And she was a little bit like that yesterday, and managed to pull it out. But unfortunately, 4.5. She's not going to be skiing in our final, Aaron.
No, unfortunately not there for Sasha. She just didn't get the start as we watched the replay here. She's had a little bit of tip rise there at 1, but stays patient and really got herself down the course here. She didn't get such a bad 2. I thought she was back in it from this standpoint. And then as we see again at 3, she gets a little bit of a stall there. And then from this point here, right here, she basically pauses as she comes into the buoy and then doesn't get the 4 that she needs. She stands up, and as a result, then she's going to come to 5. She's going to throw herself to the inside. The line's just not there, and just obviously not strong enough to hold on to that. But good skiing from Sasha. She'll be disappointed, but she's certainly put a good effort in out there.
All right, Sasha Denyaskaya, we'll see her ski in the remaining Pro Tour events coming up. But for her part, she's currently in 14th place in the leaderboard in women's slalom by way of a 4th place at the Calgary Cup, 10th place at the California Pro-Am, and 11th place at the King of Darkness. But those are 3 scores, and no doubt she'll add the points from this one. So we may see Sasha Denyaskaya's placement actually grow a little bit on the strength of that performance. With that in mind, let's check in with a skier who comes to us out of West Palm Beach. We haven't seen an awful lot of her this season. And changing the letter from A2 to Bravo 2 on the 0 off. This is Vanessa Veek.
All right, Vanessa coming in, and the significance of this skier is she is the 6th from the end, and this is where we've been speculating up until now. Yesterday we were sort of making guesses, through the first round, but with the format where it's the best of 2 rounds, we get to the top 6, and she's our 6th from last skier. Regina Jaquist, I have a feeling, is already in. It's going to be, what's the next one's going to be Jamie. She's the one sitting on the bubble. We'll wait and see things from there. Here's Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Allie Nicholson, who just recently won the San Gervasio Pro-Am in Italy, and great summer again for you, huh?
Yeah, it's been an incredible summer for sure. Very busy, a lot of tournaments, lots of travel, but kind of going to round out the season with a couple more events and then Worlds.
And very unlike my day, we had busy spring summers, and then we had fall. We were watching football, and now this is the 4th year of the fall tour, and it's become sort of quite the in vogue thing for water skiing, hadn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I think like 2020, we kind of we had the big heavy fall, and since then it's kind of seemed like we have a really heavy start, and then kind of the middle is there's a break somewhere in there, and then the fall hits again, and we have a lot of packed in tournaments. But I really like it. I mean, it was nice. We kind of had a slow July, end of July and August to kind of recover, and now we're back in it for the end of the year.
Well, we can see you're back in it, already sitting 3rd seed. So any changes from yesterday?
No, the conditions look a lot better today. Yesterday, kind of the wind kicked up, so I think that it'll be nice today. Kind of going to work on my gates and see if we can get a better start at 39.
We'll let her hang here with her puppy and get her game on. Back to you guys.
All right, Vanessa coming back in. And another difference today is she's decided to go out at 14 meters. Yesterday, she attacked it at 13 right off the dock. Made it through that 38 away from the dock and came back with the 1 1/4. Today, she's dropped back a bit, kind of changed things up a little bit. Maybe she prefers one setup from one end versus the other. But 6 more buoys under her belt, and the line is getting short into 35.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, her changing the letter, Kiwi, that's actually a fairly gutsy situation to do. I mean, obviously these guys are pros and they would have changed their letters, etc., from time to time. But I was always someone that had a letter and stuck with it. But when you're changing brands, etc., of different boats where you ski behind, it can be something.
All right, then, getting ready for Vanessa Wieck. She's gone through 14 and 13, and getting ready for the 12-meter line coming on for the next run. Changing the letter right from the get-go, from Alpha 2 to Bravo 2. I mean, of course, the skier in between each pass can actually make that change. Okay, so she ran 13 and 12, and now this is 11.25 meters. This is a must-run pass for Vanessa Wieck, and it all starts with the gate.
Yeah, it does, and she's got a little slight tail breeze that didn't concern her at all at 1 and 2. She's looking really good here. She around 3, little dead line at the back of the 3 ball. She needs a good turn at 4, and she gets it. She's over to 5. Oh, that's a good pass. Kiwi, that looks solid right from the get-go.
Yeah, definitely. We're misinformed, I guess, up here. We thought she was starting at 14, and I was surprised when the graphic showed she had changed from yesterday, because it worked well for her yesterday. She was so close to getting a big score that would solidify her place into the final. She's changed the letter, but she's still skiing exceptionally well and getting through that 38 off pass with ease. And hopefully she can add a little bit more. We're kind of doing the numbers here, and we think if she can get a piece of 2, she is going to make it into the final.
Yes, by way of a superior backup, the backup score that she had yesterday that gave her the overnight 6th position is 1 1/4 at 10.75 meters. So she's going to need. So to be absolutely sure of making it through to the next round of the competition, she's going to need a piece of 3. Still crunching the numbers and trying to take into consideration backup scores and what have you. Obviously, if she can get round number 2 and get a little further down beyond that, that would definitely increase the percentage probability of her making it through to the next round of the competition beyond the scope of taking backups into consideration. As it stands right now, the current leader, before she even takes the water, is Regina Jacquis with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters. But let's have a look and see what Vanessa Wieck can do on buoy number 1. Round number 2, she's continuing. And it is 1.5.
Oh, that is. Look at the.
And that eliminates.
Oh, look at the look on her face too. It's devastating there for. She had a great number 1, Aaron. I thought she hooked up. The ski never stopped moving, had some great angle off of the backside of 1, and I think she's sort of dumbfounded there as she sits in the water going, what just happened?
Again, I think it might be just a confidence thing, because you can't be hard pressed to get a better start than that. The ski turned underneath the line, she carried speed, she's super early, and then from there she just turns and leans a little bit too far back and not quite patient enough and gets that little bit of dead line, and of course she just pops the handle. But that start, as you said, there's no two ways about it. That start was good enough to get from get 3 ball and beyond, in my opinion. So, we see her through the back of 1. Ski keeps turning underneath the line. She's good, strong over to 2 ball. Throws her shoulders to the inside just a little bit, which then could in turn creates a little bit of that slack line, and she hasn't got that to turn on.
Yeah, well, the way I was looking at that one is that she pretty much had to turn 2 and get a piece of 3 to kind of have a chance of making it to the final. So she had to go for it. And unfortunately, she didn't quite hook up. We got 5 more skiers remaining, and adding to that list, I think you'll put in Jamie Bull. So I think right now the 2s are not safe. You've got to make sure you might be in a runoff, or you'll go to your backup score. So everyone's got to keep pushing things here. And Mondovan had a 2 at 39, and she needs a backup higher than Page's, I'm guessing, to kind of have a chance of getting into the final.
All right, let's see if we can unravel this logjam that starts at 2 at 10.75 meters, courtesy of our next competitor coming to us out of West Palm Beach in South Florida. This is Elizabeth Montavon Island.
Yeah, good skied great in the first round, didn't she? Running 2 boys at 39 off. and she's a real pro, is Elizabeth. She spends a lot of time training off the water and on the water, takes care of her body, takes care of what she puts in it, and she skis a lot down there at, I believe it does a lot of the skiing with Chet Rayleigh and, of course, at the Okaheli Ski Park. And that's paying dividends because yesterday was a great score.
Yeah, we've been doing some calculations up here, Aaron, and the words come through unofficially, of course, but basically a piece of fireball. She's got to go out there and beat Paige's backup score, which Paige ran a 4 at 38, which she wasn't super happy with yesterday. She skied great today, but that shortcoming yesterday might come up and bite her, because that makes it a lot easier for these remaining girls to that already have twos to solidify their place into the final.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, because even the way that this format is, it's the best score of both rounds. Really, the way that the depth of the field, really these days you've got to ski great in both rounds to have a good chance of making it through to the final, because your backup score is gonna be so critical come finals time.
And hopefully Elizabeth has been down there, and all the rest of these competitors are down there and have worked that out. Kind of maybe change their strategy to ensure they get what they need.
All right, here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon. A couple of seasons ago, towards the end of the 2020 season, she won the Miami Pro, beating Regina Jaquist to that title.
Yeah, good pass there from Elizabeth. Really looking strong, and no bobbles at all throughout the turns, as you would expect. I mean, these two opening passes are really warm-up passes. It's now once the rope gets shortened to 12 meters, 35 off, that the load starts to get to a point where you need to be a little bit more aggressive. You need to fight the boat a little bit more, and this is where the job really starts.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, thanks. I'm here with Miss Allie Garcia, former winner of America's Cup Slalom Pro and Collegiate Nationals. Wasn't your best weekend though, so tell us what you're going to learn from this weekend.
You know, obviously I wanted a little bit more, just one buoy shy of being in contention for the finals, but I'm just grateful to be here. We're so spoiled. These boats feel amazing. The lake feels amazing, and I'm just happy to be out here competing.
No, I love it. Instead of having a bad attitude, you skied great, like this close, ran your 11 again. So what might you change?
You know, I think I just need a few more looks at 39, 10-7. I'm not upset. I just need more times there, and every time I get to 10-7, I'm content. So
good deal. She's happy, we're happy. Back to you guys.
11.25 meters right now for Elizabeth Montavon on that LaPointe LP1. Looking good off number 4, around number 5, and
wow,
she's essentially punched a ticket through.
She has got the job done. Yeah, she was a little bit down course there when we saw her turn at number 2, but ripped 3-ball and got back in, and I think she knew that she only needed a piece of 5, and then kind of relaxed after that, and she is true to our final.
Yeah, well, I called it wrong. I thought she started at 14.25, but she didn't. So she made that 12-meter line look pretty stylish. But we look here at 11 at the replay. She was a little down course off at 2-ball and needed to get that customary big onside turn, and she got it. And then from here, it's again 4-ball lefty. It's just staying patient, getting the ski underneath the line, gets in good strong position to get over to 5. And from here, she'll be hoping that she gets 2 hands on the handle and all the way to 6 with a sigh of relief.
Yep.
Knowing that she's booked her place in the final. Great skiing, Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, so from here, she's just going to be working on seeding. She knows there's a couple scores ahead of her, as Regina Jaquist still holds our lead and be the top seed so far, followed by Jamie Bull. So if she can get anything 3 onwards, she might get down the seeding list a little bit. And that becomes important as we go into the final. You know, the later you can seed yourself out, more information you have, you know where the scores are falling. Aaron, did you like to be last towards the end? Where would you like to be when you're going into a final?
Well, I never got the chance to really be last. There was lots of other guys that were better than me, but you know, putting pressure on is one thing that was always good for me. But Elizabeth's now 10.75. She's got a great start actually. She's around 2. Looks like she's going to get over to 3. She's around 3. That's great skiing. Elizabeth Montavon, 3 boys at 39. You can see she's happy.
So we got a little pending score. That score is under review. She's thrown the fist. She's happy with it. I don't see too many issues there, but maybe a gate. I don't know. But 3 at 39. Yeah, it's been confirmed 3, and the 3 has been is under review. But the significance of that, if that comes through as official, is that'll actually seed her higher than Jamie Bull going into the final, which was a good achievement and put her in a good spot. She made a big dive for that 2 ball, didn't she? But she came out of it strong. And I would say that's, that 3 ball is going to be close. I want to say she scored a similar performance here went back when she got second a couple of years ago at this tournament. I think, was with a 3 at 39.
Yeah, she likes the sight, that's for sure. She's skiing great and looking really good. She had a great start there at a 1 ball at 39 as we watch this replay. She gets thrown to the inside a little bit, gets stuck on the tip, but really keeps her shoulders still. That's very important, folks. Keeps your shoulders still. The ski came up underneath the line. And, again, whether or not she got around 3 is not for me to say.
It doesn't really matter. She's in anyway. It's just really a seeding for her. She'd like to be down the list a little bit. But congrats to Elizabeth. Let's move on to our next skier. It's Chelsea Mills. I think I'm hearing through the radio 2 at 39. So, yeah, didn't quite make it round 3. The judges upstairs have all the angles that we have, you guys have at home, and they slow them down and freeze frame them and analyze it to make sure everyone's getting the correct score.
Still puts her through to the next round of the competition, 2 at 39.5 off Elizabeth Montavon, currently ranked in 3rd place right now as we send out our next competitor. This is Chelsea Mills.
And sitting on the bank right now is going to be a nervous Paige Rini. She's the one that's on the bubble. She's knowing she's skied great today at 2 at 39, but the 4 at 38 from yesterday is going to be the one that she's a little disappointed with. But these girls know that that's the score they need to beat.
All right, checking out their opening pass, and let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sasha Danishevskova, and unfortunately, you didn't make it through to the slalom finals, but you will be in the jump final, and that's something I am super excited about watching later on.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just focus on the next event, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
So, was there anything that you learned from your ride today?
Yes, I'm actually happy. I didn't get the score I wanted, but all the technical stuff I was supposed to do between round 1 and round 2 I did, so I'm pretty happy about that, and it's definitely a good confidence boost.
Nice. I like to hear that. So you guys stay tuned. You got to see these ladies jump. It's absolutely nuts. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we're back right here at Announcing Central, where we've got Aaron Larkin to my right and left on your screen. And we've got Kaya Lead on my left and to the right of your screen. And surrounded by Kiwis here. You know,
we're taking over.
Aren't you lucky, Tony?
We're taking over. We didn't go very well in the rugby yesterday, but we're still taking over the waterski scene.
England are still world champions in cricket, though.
Oh, okay. Do we need to bring that up right now?
We could actually talk about the game that happened yesterday between New Zealand and England. And
let's get back to the water. This is
right then,
Mills.
here we go.
Straight into 12 metres. This is 35 off. She was kind of moving around a little bit there on that pass. She was sort of a little jerky. It definitely wasn't the smoothest pass, but 12 metres maybe looking a little bit more settled.
Yeah, she hasn't done. I don't believe she's done all the tournaments this year. She's I think we're coming back from a serious ankle injury, and making sure that she get that right. I can speak by experience of the ankle injuries are a real pain. Pardon the pun, but they're hard to get over, you know, because they're such a finicky. There's so many different moving objects within the ankle. So it's nice to see Chelsea out there back on the water and skiing aggressively.
And in the top 5 events that contribute score to her season total, has finished no worse than 5th in any of those competitions. She's currently lying in 6th place on the leaderboard for the Waterski Pro Tour, by way of a 4th place finish in California, 3rd at the Calgary Cup, 5th at the King of Darkness, 4th at Lake 38, and looking to knock out that 5th place score that she produced earlier on the season at the Swiss Pro Slalom. That gave her 13 points by way of that 5th place, but looking to try and get a little bit higher here and actually gain more points, even if she finishes in the same position, because this tournament, the MasterCraft Pro, actually garners more points per position as it is a higher star event on the Waterski Pro Tour.
Okay, well, Chelsea Mills, we've got a little delay. I'm not sure what we're waiting for down there, and it's a little longer break. But Chelsea Mills finds herself in the same position as Elizabeth Montavon. She knows a piece of 5, you know, at 38. But sometimes, you know, when that qualification score is down a little bit, you know, you're just skiing to a score. It actually makes the things a little bit harder. You know, you kind of change what you're doing, and hopefully she's like Elizabeth and kind of commits and goes for it. But sometimes, Aaron, when you find yourself skiing for a slightly less score, you don't attack it the same way.
100%. You know, that's for sure. You know, it's a difficult head game, mind game for sure. But one would anticipate that being that the score is 5, it's far enough down the course that one has to commit to your start anyways. You know, you're going to have to get off a 2 as a lefty with Chelsea. You're going to have to get off a 2 ball nicely and get this good start to give yourself the best shot at getting over to 5. So here she comes now, Chelsea Mills. She knows she needs a piece of 5 ball at this pass to advance. With a little tailwind, she's through the gates now and over to 1. She's around 1 with a little bit of dead line. She's going to need a good strong 2. She's off a 2 ball nicely. She's around 3 now. She's going to be delayed at 4. This is a big turn here, and unfortunately she tried to push a little bit too much, and
that's yeah, again, the face expression says it all, doesn't it, Aaron? She knew what she needed. She knew she had to just make one more turn. She was a little bit sort of rushed at 3, had to sort of scoop up the rope on her onside there at 3, maybe bring her in a little fast into the offside number 4. Let's watch it on the replay. Wasn't too bad there. This is where I sort of came unstuck a little bit. She was a little bit kind of over cautious, got a little bit late, and then took a bit extra speed. Tried to make the turn and just ended up blowing up the ski there at number 4. So unfortunately,
that ski grabbed
Paige
hard.
Reaney is through, and now it's Chelsea Mills that sits there and has to wait and see.
A rather unusual fall there from Chelsea Mills, especially the way that ski kind of grabbed a little bit.
Well, that's just customary to basically having a lot of speed, a lot of down course speed into your offside turn and trying to put a lot of pressure on the tip of the ski. You'll see here she's a little down course. The edge change happens late. She's going to force the tip of the ski into the water, and as a result, the tail of the ski kicks out of the water, and then it leaves the tip of the ski really to start bouncing on the water. So looks pretty dramatic. Can be a little tough on the ankles, and we're good to see. Good to hopefully see that she's okay.
Well, there's still a chance, though, for Chelsea Mills. We've got a couple more skiers. Regina's already got her spot in, but it's Ali and Whitney. But they're 2 skiers that have been fine form this year, running 39s, a number of events. So Chelsea's going to have to sit tight and wait and see.
Well, there is a little bit of a delay going on because she's had the boat's stopping, and I would imagine that they're having a conversation on how long the boat waited in between the passes. And she's posing that question. Kiwi, it
didn't seem like it was. Yeah, so in the rules, it's basically if you have to wait longer than 10 minutes, you get a warm-up pass. I didn't have a clock on that. I can't imagine it was more than maybe 4 or 5 sitting down there, 3 or 4. It wasn't that long. It was a delay, but it wasn't that long. But let's see if we can hear through from the judges what's happening here.
Well, of course, you know, you got to remember that the ideal is to keep the same conditions for every skier, and the fact that she is having to pause a little bit, that is a bit of a difference. But Kiwi, have you got any updates?
Yeah, no, I think that's it for Chelsea. I think she was questioning possible rollers there around 4 ball, and I'm sure it felt like that to her. But like you said, it was her coming with a bit much speed, and the ski just starts bouncing when the tip grabs like that. So, yep, it's going to be the end of the day for Chelsea, and we are moving on. Ellie Nicholson leaving the dock here in just a second. Pretty sure this is going to be 13 meters.
All right.
So,
Whoops.
pardon me, Tony. Yeah, so it just looks to me like the wind has switched a little bit in its direction. It's gone back to what we were looking at yesterday. So more of just a straight crosswind. We've lost that tailwind factor. So I should say wind. It's more of a breeze. Let's face it.
Yeah, not much out there. That's the forecast we saw too. We started off a little bit east, and then it's swinging around through south right now, which kind of comes across the lake. Maybe picking up a little bit of southwest. Coming from, you can see on your screen there, the I-4. So sort of coming from that direction across the lake, and maybe tending a little bit more from the west later on this afternoon. We had all sorts of forecasts yesterday, and we got everything and in between, didn't we?
Yeah, well, I actually wasn't here for the whole jump event. I was demoing a boat, and as I was leaving, I saw you moving the jump, and then as I came back, I saw you moving the jump to the same place. It was a bit like deja vu.
We moved it a couple, 3-4 times, I believe.
We were debating whether the jump moved more than the skiers actually.
Well, it's all in the effort of trying to make sure that we maximise the conditions for the best performances, right? You know?
No, exactly.
And safety
exactly.
as well. I mean, you've got to factor that into the equation as well, because I mean, one of the most dangerous things you could do out there in tournament water skiing is to jump with a howling tailwind. You know.
No one wants that. We want the best conditions, safest and for the best distances too. And yesterday's preliminary round, so we had some extra time. We didn't want to push things and try to force the event through, so we kind of held off a little bit, try to make some decisions on where the ramp was going to go to hopefully get some good scores, and we did. We saw Freddie go 232 and a couple of English guys go 224, so there was some big jumps out there, and hopefully things are going to be a bit more consistent today, so we can kind of plan ahead and we won't have quite the delays. Usually on a finals day like this, we don't want to wait around too much. We want to make sure that we keep the action sort of going. So we'll kind of make that call maybe before we start the finals around midday.
Yeah, and certainly looking at the forecast, it's supposed to be very little chance of thunderstorms and rain today, which is a huge part of it. I don't want to put the kibosh on it, but hopefully we can get a pretty consistent weather throughout the day, and it doesn't cause any delays.
And a beautiful shot there of that MasterCraft Pro Star coming into the dock, ready to pick up Ellie Nicholson.
And one person who will be watching is Zane Nicholson, who is currently in Austin, Texas right now, along with the team that he's coaches in collegiate water skiing, and that is the University of Louisiana at Monroe Warhawks. Big shout out to those folks over there as they ready themselves for their first collegiate tournament of the season. And a big shout out also to my good friend, Mr. Ryan Gonzalez, the coach of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajun water ski team, but also competing in that same tournament. So they're keeping an eye on what's going on here at the MasterCraft Pro, and I'm sure that each team has their particular favorite skier that they're monitoring and watching going forward.
Okay, so we've just had a little warm-up pass, I guess, a simulation pass, because things were delayed there for a little while, and we're back on the water now with Ellie Nicholson.
Yep, and coming in 13 meters as she always does. Not much, like I said, not much breeze out there, so no impact on their decisions. She's going out what she does every day in practice, and it worked pretty good for her yesterday. Obviously, she had a bit more of a wind yesterday to deal with, and came up with a 2 at 39, and that's gonna just put her in that sort of tide, so she has to go out and pull off a backup score here in this round. But she'll also be looking at trying to get higher in the seedings going to the finals. By my count, Aaron and Tony, we've got Regina, we've got Jamie, we've got Elizabeth, and we've got Paige guaranteed through the finals. The other two spots we're waiting to see.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Elizabeth Montavon, and we're pretty sure you're in the finals, right?
Pretty sure. Math was never my strong suit, but I think 2 at 39 as a backup score put me in.
Well, let's talk about that. It's kind of confusing because you're trying to remember what the girls did just before, then you're trying to remember what they had yesterday, and then all of a sudden one falls early or one goes big, and it's really confusing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the question. You know, I think there are skiers who they strategize around the backup score, and then there are skiers who just, they throw down. They just want to ski really well, kind of regardless, and let the chips fall where they do. But yeah, it's a lot of numbers to keep track of in your head. Everybody's 2 rounds of scores.
And you can always just go, I'm sorry, boat judge, can you please tell me what the score is?
So true. Yeah, the crew here has been really great. It was really nice at the other end. I told Greenie, I was like, hey, let's work on this 39 gate since I'm pretty sure I'm in. Let's just work on some stuff now. So great crew. Thank you to MasterCraft for making this event happen.
And it does feel good, right?
Oh yeah, that was a big, big deep breath at the end of the lake at 38 there. Yeah, I feel good.
Well, that was super fun to watch. We're going to see you again in the final. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. This is 12 meters for Ali Nicholson, who's been on an absolute tear this season with the tournament that formed part of the Waterski Pro Tour, won the San Gervasio Pro-Am, ended up in second place at the Caiaphas Battle Pro-Am, a couple of third place finishes courtesy of Monaco and California Pro-Am, and a second place at the Calgary Cup, giving her 205 points and is currently lying in third on the leaderboard.
Yeah, she's had a hell of a season, hasn't she, Kiwi? I saw that via the Stork book. You know, even last weekend she ran 39 again. She became one of the very select few to run 39. I believe I saw her run 2 boys at 41 off.
I know she got 2, or she got around 2 for sure. But she's run it 3 times now. We were kind of figuring that out yesterday. So it's not like just a one-off sort of lucky occurrence. She's put the hard work in, and she's proving not just that she can get a big score, but she's consistent as well.
Not doing too badly out there. Looking at the instant replay on pass number 2, which is the 12-meter line.
I mean, to be honest, though, you know, we were watching her last year, and she was getting 3s and 4s all the time. You know,
yeah.
Like she was the one knocking on the door. We thought she'd be next.
Yep. And she's proven so. And here she comes now at 11:25:38 off. She needs a piece of 4 boys.
Piece of 5. I'm working.
Or 4 or 5. Yep. To guarantee herself a place in the final. She's got a great start as a lefty. She's around 2. She's going to get over to 3. Needs a good 3. Tip rise at 3. Needs to be patient around 4. She does. She'll get all the way over to 5. Big turn there at 5, and she will get over to 6. That's good, smart skiing there from Ellie. Great skiing.
All right, that punches a ticket through to the next round of the competition. We're surmising right now with a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters, a beacon of consistency all season long. Currently in 3rd spot on the leaderboard for the Waterski Pro Tour, Ali Nicholson. A fine job out there, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely that was an easy pass there for Ali. Yeah, it was actually only a piece of 4, wasn't it? She just had to surpass Chelsea's score. So Chelsea's going to sit there. She's got basically 1 skier remaining, one last chance to squeak through. But I think she knows with the way Whitney's been skiing this year that it's a very, very slim chance. Ali rounding 5 ball on your replay, and Early's like to number 6. And I'm hoping she's going to attack this 39, not just to. She knows she's in the final. She can relax a little bit and go for it here.
All righty, folks. Crunch time, 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Now she knows that she's through to the next round of the competition. She can start to bump her running order seed going forwards.
We've had 1 skier in this women's event through. Regina did it yesterday.
Yep.
We got a 3 from Jamie. It was almost a 3 from Elizabeth. And let's see what Ellie is capable of here today.
All right, here we go. Buoy number 1 gets a good start, keeps the speed rolling. Nicely done off number 2. Good to go round number 3. Does she make it outside number 4? She S-turns 4, and that puts her ahead of Jamie Ball.
That's great skiing, really. You know, she had a good start there. She was off a 2 ball, and I really thought she was in the pass. She just didn't quite get the 3 ball that she was looking for. But 4 boys will slot her into 2nd place, and yep, rightly so. She's going to have a smile on her face.
Yeah, no, she's definitely happy. She's right now in 2nd spot going through to the final with 1 skier remaining. But you're great 1 ball. Should have kept some speed, got a good pull out of there, got swung out to number 2, and navigated 2 really nicely. It was 3 ball here, and that was surprising. Maybe she just pulled a little bit long there going into number 3, put her down course, and couldn't quite kind of maintain her position, was late going to 4, said, hey, that's enough. I'm in a great spot going through the final this afternoon.
I'm sure my good friend there, Zane Nicholson, will have plenty to say about that, and just waiting for his comment to make it to the live chat on the YouTube channel here at TWBC. And for those of you folks that are watching this coverage, do us a favor at TWBC and subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get instant notification as to when we go live with our broadcast if you hit the bell icon, and also have the opportunity to participate in the live chat as well. So subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and help us out a bunch in the process. Here we go. We have got, coming into the course, our penultimate skier, Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Yep, and she has been skiing exceptionally well this year. Really made some big changes in her skiing and got her 39s pretty consistent. Was banging them out pretty much every time through the early part of this year and all the big competitions. And a pretty clean, easy 13 meters. There's 2 skiers remaining, guys. It's Whitney and Regina, and those guys have been trading out wins for a number of years.
All right, then, and as we ponder that pass from Whitney McClintock-Rini, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Miss Allie Nicholson, another finalist. And let's just talk about that sort of relief once you know, hey, I'm in. It's sort of isn't it more of a relief almost than anything?
Yeah, definitely a relief. I think just that round was just about kind of getting through to the next round. I knew I just really had to run 38 and I had to get a full 4. I think I kind of thought about it just a little, but able to get the full 6 and 4 at 39. So yeah, I'm happy. Hopefully saving up even a little bit more for finals.
Well, because the finals is about placements and maybe winning. The making it out of qualifying, just pass or fail, correct?
Pretty much. I'm definitely happy to have that score, though. Kind of gives a little boost of confidence, going into the final, so that feels good. Yeah, hopefully we can just take that confidence into the final and, yeah, big scores next time.
Let's see you get that same start at 39 and finish it off in the final, right? Back to you guys.
All right, back on. We've got Whitney McClintock-Rini approaching the course. 55 kilometers an hour, 34 miles an hour. The line length is 12 meters, which is 35 off or 40 feet of line.
Yeah, she's looking real good here, isn't she? At 12 meters, as you would anticipate. She's won pretty much every tournament there is out there. She's been around for a very, very long time. She was the World Slalom Champion in 2009 there in Canada. At Predator Bay. And she was a very, very good overall skier too. And now she's decided that, or some time ago, she decided to specialise there on the slalom skiing on the Radar Vapor Pro build and making a good work of it.
Even as late as maybe 2019, she was still skiing overall. I think she competed at the
2017.
27.
Putrajaya, which was 2019. You're right.
She was. I think she did quite well there too.
And actually used that overall win to give Canada enough points to win the overall title that year.
But this World Championship's coming up. I believe she's going to pull out the trick ski and maybe help Canada in their quest for another championships. We were talking about this yesterday. They're missing, and from this tournament we're missing Dorian Llewellyn, who's recovering from an injury. He's back skiing, and we're all wishing him well, and hopefully he's going to be back on their team and skiing at the World Champs here in a month's time.
Yep. So looking for a score in excess of 4, or essentially in excess of 3.5, which basically is 4. For Whitney McClintock-Rini coming into the course right now at 11.25 meters.
She's got a very good start here, Whitney. You would imagine that she's not going to have any problems at all with this. She's off at 2 ball. She's around 3. She'll just be patient here at 4, making sure that she makes a nice smooth turn. Does that, and she'll get over to 5. And that's good, smart skiing. A lot of experience on that ski. And now she's booked herself into the final. Pressure's off. And I'd be surprised if we're not going to see her get a long way down the next pass.
All right, then. So that all but confirms the 6 finalists, and in no particular order. Those finalists for the women's slalom final consists of Jamie Bull, Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock-Reedy, and indeed, with one skier left to go in this round, Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, working through the leaderboard there on your screen, you can see all of the skiers running 38 today on that list. So some fantastic scores out here today, and requiring a 2 at 39 and a solid backup score to make it through.
All right, then. So far as where she appears in the running order, that is to be determined with the score coming up right now. So in the previous round, Whitney McClintock-Reedy scored 2. Let's see what happens if other scores, if she produces something in excess of 2. There's that 4 buoy count from Ali Nicholson. If Whitney exceeds that, then that vaults her into second place. Anything higher than 3, that vaults her into to third from last out on the water. And then you've got other scores from the likes of Elizabeth Montavon with 2 and Paige Reaney with 2. There's actually a perfect tie between Paige Reaney and Elizabeth Montavon to the best, as far as I can see. Here we go. Whitney McClintock-Reedy, round buoy number 2. Look at her go, round number 3. She's still on top of the water. She's still upright on 4. And 4 buoys is exactly what she gets for her effort out there.
Yeah, yesterday she was dealing with quite a strong wind. Today, conditions perfect out there. She had a pretty good start, but maybe just kind of reared up a little bit much at number 3 and ties it up with Ellie Nicholson. First round and second round. Perfect tie, yep.
Yeah, so here she comes now. The wind had actually switched a little bit now towards a little bit more of a tailwind. It's actually, like Kiwi was saying, to switch to more to the southwest. But she had a really, really good start here. Maybe that wind just pushing her a little bit further down at the 2 ball that she wanted. Nice and strong over to 3. Just doesn't get the 3 that she was looking for, really. Lets the shoulders drop to the inside. And then from there, I think 4 was really the number that she was looking at. So turns 4, takes the slack, and that's great skiing.
And going, I mean, obviously the tied first round and second round, going through to the final, the seeding's probably going to be based off the ranking list. Is that where we surmise?
I would have to get confirmation on that, but if what you're saying turns out to be correct, then it would mean that Elizabeth Montavon will take to the water first, then followed by Paige Reaney, and then the remainder go from there based upon their superior backups.
No, I think Reaney's going to go out first because she's got a 2 at 39 and a 4 at 38. Elizabeth will go out second with a 2 2s at 39. Then we'll be going with Jamie Bull with 3 at 39, and then I guess we're going to split the 2 4s base and the 2, and so they got the same backup. We'll split it on ranking list.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, let's look at this. We got a 12-meter start for Regina. She's already in the final. This is just going for a little bit of experience. Maybe she just wants to save some energy. Maybe she wants her 39 from a certain direction. There's a little bit of a, kind of a, I guess a headwind on your first pass. Is that what you'd call it? Yeah, slight head breeze. That's going to give her a headwind at 39 and a slight tailwind. But interesting enough, yesterday she said she prefers a tailwind. Let's hear from Wade.
Hey, thanks, guys. Here on the dock with Miss Whitney McClintock-Reedy, and you made another final. And let's just talk about the relief that sort of goes through after you do make it to the final.
Yeah, it's funny because at 38, like normally you don't have much stress at 38. I had a weed as I was coming into the course. I was trying to grab it off, and then I got a really slow gate at 38. I was like, oh gosh, just stick with it, 1 buoy at a time. And then I just had so much energy output on that because of like the intensity and getting the weed off before that I was pretty tired at the other end. I wanted a little more breathing room, but they obviously had to go in for 39. And I felt like I got a pretty good start. I maybe just hesitated a little bit at 4 ball there, but it's okay. I made it to the finals, and now I can leave nothing left on the table for my next round.
We're going to go let her get lunch and get changed because she's going to be up in our final soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we continue on. Regina Jaquist out in the water, our final skier out in the women's slalom elimination round series. The skiers that we know that have gone through to the next round of the competition, Jamie Bull, our very first skier off the dock, was in 13th place at that point, vaulted herself straight up to second spot by way of her total, but obviously her second place has been reduced down to a 4th place by the strength of 2 more superior scores. But Jamie Bull through to the next round. Paige Reaney in there as well, Elizabeth Montavon, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and, of course, Regina Jaquist, who in the previous round scored 2 at 41 off, the only person to ski through 39.5 off, but deciding not to continue on in this round.
No, she's just decided to kind of have a little bit of a warm-up, I guess you'd call it. She ran 2 passes, 35 and 38. Absolutely no issues with them whatsoever. And said, hey, you know, that's enough. I just need to get my body moving. I've got a lot of skiing later on. I'm going to jump later on as well, plus the women's slalom final. So, yeah, she just kind of got her feel out there, and now she's ready for the finals.
All right, so good skiing there from Regina Jaquist, using that brand new good slalom ski, resplendent in light blue.
Tony, it was probably the smart decision for her to come in after that 38 and save some energy, but I was hoping she would kind of spend a little bit longer out there and take a little shot at hopefully 39 and then through into 41 again and see if she could get some scores. I know she's been searching for a piece of 3 for a little while.
All right, and that be as it may, let's have a look at the leaderboard. Regina Jaquist with 2 at 41 off, which she recorded yesterday. Ali Nicholson currently in tied second with Whitney McClintock-Reaney. We'll use a tiebreaker to determine which one of those goes third or second to last. Then we've got Jamie Bull in 4th place. Elizabeth Montavon in 5th and Paige Reaney in 6th. Those are your 6 finalists. And there you see Mills, Veek, Garcia, Danyashkaya, Bree Carter, and Karen Trulove, along with Alicia Bagnoli to round off the remainder of that list. So.
Okay, on the dock right now, Freddie Winter is going to be our first skier. So we are going to start this event off pretty strong. He had a little bit of a misgrab yesterday. He lost the handle and had a score that we not expected from him. We're going to cut to a commercial here. We'll be back with the men's slalom second round in just a second.
a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Award-winning marine engineering, platinum-selling studio recording, ass-kicking home listening. We took the holy trinity of audio excellence and built a sound system that's going to blow your buddies' boats out of the water. With the rock star status of Bon Jovi and the no BS attitude of Klipsch, we figured out how to cut the noise so you can crank up the tunes. Lose the wind, the waves, and the engines, and hear your music the way the gods of rock intended. Whether you're chilling dockside or making waves, you'll get the power of a live concert with recording studio quality. A VIP experience at any volume and any speed, guaranteed. Looking for more of a backstage pass? We'll bring the show to you. Rock God certified. Fan approved. The only question is, are you ready to rock on water?
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. And sitting next to me is my good friend from New Zealand. It is Aaron Fluffy Larkin.
That's me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're not going to shake that off, are you now?
No, I don't think so. No, but there was an exciting women's slalom second round that we saw, and then we're moving straight into the men's second round. As we're just looking at the leaderboard from yesterday, Will Asher, 4 at 41 off. Corey Vaughan had a great injured ski ride. He hurt his back, and it was good to see him run 3. Dane Meckler the same. Thibaut Diane, Cole McCormick, Joel Poland, Stephen Nephew, and Nate Smith all there with a logjam at 2 boys at 41 off. Rob Hazelwood, he'll come out with a point to prove today after the 39 that he ran yesterday. Even he said in his post-ski interview that he was disappointed having run such a nice 39 off that one ball, and I can attest to that. You work all that way down the line to then score one buoy. It's a bit frustrating, but that's the sport. And so interestingly enough, we saw Freddie Winter, who was a former Pro Tour champion and multiple-time a winner of this event. He's actually the reigning MasterCraft Pro champion. He's going to be first off the dock. We saw him with an unaccustomary early fall yesterday, putting that paid to maybe a bit of a slippery handle, a bit of an older handle, so he's changed that out.
Yeah. And he's probably quite grateful for the fact that the format is the way it is with a 2-round elimination format, because had this been an event like the Moomba Masters or even like the Masters competition, he'd be catching a plane home right now.
He would be. Yeah, he would be. There's certainly cutthroat, but of course, we got to remember that he's actually going to have to get, let's say, 3 boys at 41 off. I would suggest you at a minimum, because there's that log jam above 2 at 41. But he's one of the guys that can do it. Obviously, we've seen him multiple times this year run 41 off. And here he is now. He said yesterday that he was going to go to war and let it commence. 13 metres, 32 off. Skiing behind. He's a MasterCraft athlete, has been for a number of years, so he's skiing behind a boat that he's very accustomed to and knows and loves very well. So he's looking really good, as you would anticipate, skiing on his D3.
Yeah, the new D3 Neo 2, looking very, very strong out there. And one thing that really we'll get to that question in a moment, but let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with local hero Jaden Need. This is your home site. And you just set a boys 4 national record, 1 at the 10-2 line. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm going to try to do the same thing again today. The conditions look perfect out, so I don't see why not.
So super exciting, your first pro event, and happens to be your home site as well.
Yes, sir. Home site advantage, so we'll just, no pressure this round. Just go for it.
All right, we can tell he's enjoying himself. We're going to enjoy watching him rip, so it's going to be up soon. Back to you guys.
All right then. So the one thing that I was wanting to point out with Freddie, especially going into his 135 side turn, is how much speed he uses in the turn, and how much of that residual speed that he takes off the buoy as he works his way to his onside turn.
Yeah, no, it's a great point you raised there, Tony. The one thing with Freddie is he watches lower body, really uses his knees well. And then there's, even though the turns are sharp, that's customary to slalom skiing, you watch how much speed that he carries. There's no real jolt or stopping of the ski as he backsides the buoy, and that really helps him later on down the course and keeping speed, managing load. 35 off, around 6, and out the gates. Really good skiing there from Freddie. Looks like he's dialed in, he's focused, and he's got a point to prove.
Oh, absolutely, and it's got to be here or nowhere. Really, for Freddie Winter right now, does not have the benefit of a high backup score to help him going forwards. He is thus the first person off the dock in round number 2, and just really looking to get back into the reckoning so far as the leaderboard is concerned. We're having a look at our next person about to take to water. It should be Jonathan Travers. He's eager to put out a bigger showing here, and with these first few skiers are coming up a little bit short of where they could ski potentially. It is going to be a big old battle right from the get-go here, Aaron.
Oh, it's going to be a ding-dong battle, that's for sure. It just puts paid to it's testament to the field. The depth of field as well. You've got guys that veterans and the likes of JT sitting on the dock, and of course Freddie Winter who's out now off first. I mean, there's just a plethora of great skiers as we watch now. Freddie Winter coming to the course at 11:25. He's got a good start there. He's over to 2-ball. Really nice skiing here from Freddie. Looks solid. Little deadline there at 3, but really no problems at all. Gets a good turn there at 4. I'm sure his mum and dad are watching from home. So I'd like to say hello to those guys. It's 6 boys at 38 off. It's a good skiing from Freddie.
Yeah, the Winters will no doubt be watching all the way from Wandsworth, the London borough of Wandsworth, and doing a good job out there on 11.25 meters. It's the first of the major line length shortenings where the handle comes up short of buoy's width from where the boat travels in the middle of the course. And from about that point onwards, it becomes a little bit more difficult to actually execute these turns or actually backsiding these turns. Maybe explain that concept a little bit to our good folks there with some of the early passes that they may encounter.
Well, of course, it's all about load, right? So the longer the line length, the less load or pressure there is from you in the boat, and water skiing is all about managing load. So, of course, as the rope starts to get shorter, there's more pressure from the boat. So once you pass center line, let's just say, the boat is trying to take the handle away from you. So it's trying to pull your body back towards the boat. So the art to it is being able to create enough speed and pressure into and through the first and second wakes to be able to release your feet from underneath you, keeping the handle close to your body and allowing your ski to swing up from one side to the other, and you swinging up on the side of the boat. Start the turns early, and then from there backside on the ball. But here comes Freddie now, 39 off. He's going to need a good start. He's got a great 1-ball. He's going to head over to 2-ball. Slight tail breeze here for this pass. Here's for Freddie. He's around 3. Little bobble there at 3. Needs a big turn here at 4. Another bobble at 4. He's going to have to be patient at 5. He's around 5, and he'll get all the way over to 6. That's smart skiing.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, after yesterday where he had a little bit of a mishap around 2-ball, I heard him earlier saying he's changed up his handle, made sure that was in good condition, and made no mistakes there. Didn't attack it too hard, but was just a little cautious, but just kind of balanced his rhythm all the way through the pass, and did what it takes to get 6 buoys at 39, and now he's got his shot. And we're kind of, again, he's so early out in the list, we don't know what it's going to take, but he needs to go as deep as he can here at 41 to guarantee himself a spot in the final and have a chance of the Tour Championships.
Well, his backup score is really not going to cut it, right? So having a look at the log jam of the guys, that are, I believe, let's say 3rd or 4th through 9th at 2 at 41. Freddie's going to sit there and know that he needs more than 2 at 41. He's going to need a piece of 3, if not if not a touch more. He knows that. Freddie is one of these guys that really thrives on the pressure. He's a big game player. That's why he's won so many titles. And I'm expecting him to run most of the way down, if not all the way down this course.
Yeah, well, of course, 3's a great score, but a lot of the other events so far this year, 3 hasn't been enough on its own. You need another backup of 3 or 2.5 or something like that. He hasn't got the backup. He's going to have to go full send and get way down this pass. Here he comes, 41 off. This is Freddie Winter. It's not a bad 1 ball. He's going to rip a 2 ball. He's a little bit ahead of the ski. He's going to lose his position. He's going to pull up at 3.
Oh, and he gets the 3, and could that be enough?
It's going to be close. It's a great score, 3 at 41.
That puts him into a 3-way tie for second.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday only one skier surpassed that mark. It was surprising to see a couple of our skiers kind of come up a little bit short. Nate Smith, one of them, only scoring 2. But so right now he's in second equal, but a lot of skiing to come.
Well, he's ticked the box, right? He knew that he needed 3. He's got 3. And that's put the pressure on. It's a bit of clarity for those that are following, and the fact that they know that they've got to get a piece of 3 if they're to book themselves a place in the final. There's that log jam, of course, at 2. But good skiing from Freddie. He's done enough, I would suggest, in my mind, to book his place in the final. But as you say there, Kiwi, there's a lot of good skiing to come, and it's going to be exciting over the next hour or 2 to watch.
So we're looking to send 8 skiers through to the next round of the men's slalom competition. We'll know in about 8 skiers, as a matter of fact, what kind of score and what kind of score combination with the backup is required to make it through to those top 8 finalists.
So, I mean, looking at that leaderboard, although it's got Winter in second there, those other guys haven't skied yet. So, particularly, I put him in 4th right now. We've got Will Asher, leading it. We've got Dane and Corey with 3s, but they're going to get a better backup score than 1.5 at 39 for sure. So right now he's in 4th. So, and one of those skiers behind him is Nate Smith, who didn't, you expect him to go down the lake. So there's 5th. If only 3 other skiers get to 3, they're also going to pass him. So it's going to be a long wait for Freddie Winter. He put himself in this position yesterday after that misstep at 2. He's redeemed himself today with a big score of 3 at 41. Hopefully that stands up for him.
All right you are. Our next competitor up is going to be Jonathan Travers, who comes to us out of Groveland in Lake County, Florida.
Was another one of our top contenders, skiing very, very early. We watched him yesterday, and he looked the goods. He ran some beautiful early passes. His 38 was nice. He ripped 1 and 2 at 39, and just totally missed the handle at 3-ball. Uncharacteristic, but it does happen. I mean, anything can happen out here, and it wasn't his day.
All right, not looking too bad on the opening pass, which I would surmise is 30 meters, the minimum starting line length. And with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Freddie Winter, and Freddie, your situation reminds me of an old song, Sit and Wait, because that's pretty much what you have to do. You're in the hot seat, you got to wait it out.
Yeah, it's just so frustrated. I mean, I wouldn't say I skied badly yesterday particularly. I mean, I put faith in a handle that was too worn down. It fell out of my grip, so everyone's got an excuse, but that is, I think, a valid one, because I got out there today and I suddenly felt like I could hold on to something. So yeah, it's annoying because I just kind of came into 3 and I'm like, don't fall, because that will really mess you up. And obviously you can't really do that and have that second thought. I've turned him from there this year, so we'll wait, whatever. I mean, it's a learning experience.
No, it really is, but great score, great 10-7 pass. You look dialed in, so yeah, we're cheering for you. Back to you, Tony.
All right then, so yes, he is going to be forced to sit and wait, and referencing that song from Sydney Youngblood. I hope that's the one.
Well, it really shows you closely into the mind of a fierce competitor, right? 3 at 41 is a hell of a score and enough to put himself in the mix. But of course he's frustrated and wants more. But we'll have to wait and see.
You missed that 1 ball at 35 there for John Travers. He kind of rock back, got him deep. On this early pass to have such an aggressive start is a little different. But, John is one of those skiers that doesn't mind ripping a little harder on his onside. What do you think? You used to enjoy that too, and maybe just kind of setting up the rhythm that he wants to take through to his 38 and 39.
Well, let's face it. If you put big turns out there, lots of spray, it puts more bums on seats. So it's it's more entertaining. All these guys out here, they're trying to do it perfectly. It gets a little mundane. It's nice to throw a bit of the cat amongst the pigeons and make it exciting.
That's what made Mike Shaylander entertaining, right?
Absolutely. Nothing like a decent elbow or body in the water. I was a man after my own heart. I took what he did and made a career out of it.
Yes, indeed. Much like Jeff Carrington and a whole bunch of others. Back in the day of slam and jam slalom.
Does anyone slam dunk anymore? I'm trying to think of who possibly slam dunks every once in a while. Aaron.
Will's been known to do it a little bit.
He has, but I would suggest maybe Will, on occasion. There have been some times since I've heard, but maybe.
I wouldn't call Will's a slam dunk. I'd call he sits into it a little bit. He doesn't get the shoulder down.
Robert Pagozzi is another one that might get a little lower to the water. There's another person that I've seen actually pretty impressively. Actually, he's an Austrian guy. His name eludes me, but I've boat judged for him, and he almost gets to the point where he slams both sides.
No, I would love to see that. All right, here's John Travers. This is 38, and he's settled down a little bit and had a beautiful start and a pretty easy 6 buoys for John Travers. 11.25, 38 off.
Nicely done. 11.25 meters, all 6 buoys there, and yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just settling in and trying. Just trying to temper his aggression, in the places where it's more appropriate for him to do so. And I mean, just down course there, a little bit off number 2. He is a lefty, but he turns 2, 4, and 6 about as well as anyone with that foot stance. Looking superb out there.
And John Travers got a lot on his plate this fall. He's got a Pro Slalom event coming up in a couple of weeks that we'll all be joining him there. And then, of course, the World Championships at Sunset Lakes in mid-October. During that event, too, there's a little bit of a shout-out to Jack and Alani Travers. They're going to be having a 50th anniversary party, and hopefully everyone who knows Jack and Alani will show up at Ski Beach Restaurant in Leesburg and support them through that. That was it's going to be a good celebration. A lot of top pros, old pros coming over to join them in that anniversary.
All right, so let's have a look at Jonathan Travers coming back into the course right now for his pass.
39 off here for John Travers. He knows he's going to have to run this pass. He's on the tail at 2. He needs a big 3. Unfortunately, too much to bite off, and he's in the lake. 2.5 buoys at 39 off. Kiwi didn't look like he had a bad start, but 2 ball again. He just reared back on the back of the ski and got not much out of it.
Yeah, we'll watch the replay here. It looks like he had a pretty decent handy 1 ball, but 2 ball didn't quite hook up the way he felt he wanted to. Yeah, I mean, you can't fault that 1 ball. That was great. Approaches to 2, good balance, and then just slips under the handle again. And, yeah, he's pushed him down course, and he's late for 3. So I think he's struggling a little bit. I don't think he skis behind MasterCraft as much as some of the other skiers. I know he's talked about in the past. Some of these skiers kind of get into a bit of a rhythm behind their home boat, and maybe just needs a little bit more time behind it.
And also, there's the issue, of course, between boats, they have certain prop, allocations to them. I know that the boat that Jonathan Travers skis behind normally has a 4-bladed prop. Here at the MasterCraft, they're using a 3-bladed prop. Now, kind of give us an idea of what the difference is between the two.
Well, 4-bladed prop basically is going to reduce a little bit of the top end speed. It reduces the torque. 3-blade props is going to give you a little bit more power, if you like, behind the boat. So that the MasterCrafts are known to be a little stronger, if you like. But the rhythm does change slightly. I heard Will Asher actually allude to it yesterday, just saying, look, it takes a little bit of getting used to. you know, with the different boats, the different manufacturers. But on the water now is the young upstart, really talented young kid, nice young kid too, Jaden Eade, Kiwi. This is your offspring, and you've done a great job with him. He's with a score of 1 at 41. As a dad, we've got to be pretty proud.
Yeah, he works hard, and you know, so you got to give him credit. You know, he's got lots of opportunities because he comes out and skis here at our site, but he puts in the hard work. He loves the sport, and you know, his passion for it shows, and he's getting the results. So, kudos to him for working hard for what he wants. And this is his first pro event. Yeah, he ran 1 at 41 in July. It was a new boys 4 record. He's since moved into boys 5. But he wants a shot at these big events, and he's qualified now. It was 6 at 39 to qualify for this event, so he's getting a shot here, and he'll do a couple more this fall.
Doesn't often start in on 30 meters, but kind of forced to, given that 30 meters or 32 off is the minimum starting line length. And on both occasions, he's come up with passes, you know.
Yeah, no, he's been starting at 13 quite a lot this season. He knows that's what he's got to do. You know, I think he's got a lot of respect for what, you know, Charlie's been able to achieve. We'll give a shout out to Charlie Ross. This guy, you know, Charlie's been skiing unreal, and he's sort of trying to take a page out of Charlie's sort of book and follow along in his footsteps. And here he is at 12, and hopefully he can get through this. I think he's probably, like I said yesterday, probably a little nervous. He's standing on the dock with none other than Freddie Winter and John Travers right out before him, and Chris Parrish, and idols, you know, of mine and yours, Aaron, and definitely his, right up and around him. So he's loving every minute of this.
Yeah, I can certainly remember back to when I was starting to cut my teeth in the sport and looking around and seeing all of your idols. It can be a little nerve-wracking, but he ran that 12-meter pass, no problems at all, and we're going to send it down to Wade.
Hey guys, here with the Tower, Chris Parrish. And Chris, going through your warm-up this morning, great conditions, sort of what was going through your mind?
Yeah, the warm-up definitely helped too. I just kind of thought about that a little bit yesterday, and I feel great, feel calmer, and just going to try to go out and keep it simple and hit a couple keys and just try to take 39 down the lake and get into 41.
So how many coffees this morning?
Well, it was at 5 a.m., so I had just 2, and timing was pretty good.
All right, well, he's got his game on. We're going to see him rip it next. Back to you guys.
And that whole thing about standing next to your idols and standing next to someone on the starting dock that you have an awful lot of respect for, being measurably more accomplished than you in terms of a professional skiing. I had that same situation back in 1997 at the Collegiate Nationals where Chris Parrish actually started out before me, won the title essentially with his score, and then I had to go out for the Raging Cajuns and try and conjure up something respectable. It didn't work out so well.
Yeah, it can be a little challenging, but here comes Jaden now, 11.25. He's going to want to run this pass. He's looking pretty good here. He's around 4. Nice turn at 4. He's going to get over to 5. Pretty clean stuff here for Jaden. That's good skiing from the young fella. First pro tournament, back-to-back 38s.
Yeah, no, he's definitely happy. Like I said yesterday, he was happy when he ran his 38. It's not a hard pass for him, but in this situation, you know, I'm glad he was able to control his emotions, control the pressure, and you know, he gets a little bit grabby on this 135 side sometimes when he gets a bit rushed. He's sort of settled that down. He's a little stop-starty, but hey, you know, like I said, he's enjoying every minute of this. To be in the mix of these guys is unreal. He got a 3 at 39 yesterday. He wasn't far off the rhythm of it. He got a bit of a power lean out of 3 and took a bit of a tumble, beat himself up a little bit, and then he ended up having a big day here, kind of helping us out with the event yesterday. So I'm sure he's feeling it, but the adrenaline's going to carry him through on this next pass, I think.
All right, there, game on for Jaden Eade, getting ready for 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. Great to have you watching the 2023 MasterCraft Pro, brought to you by MasterCraft, Action Water Sports, Ski Fluid, Masterline, and a great tournament so far as we work our way through towards the finals, which will take place this afternoon. Also, a big shout out to Visit Central Florida as well for their support of this event, and also the low payment kings of Winter Haven. They've come out to support the event as well with the official vehicles of this MasterCraft Pro 2023. Here we go.
All right, Jaden, he's at 39 off. He hasn't got a bad start. He's wheelied at 2. Can he get over to 3? He's around 3. Big turn at 3, and he's back in the drink. He's obviously a little disappointed with that, but he can hold his head high. He should be proud of that. First pro tournament, couple of scores at 39 off. For a 16-year-old, that's pretty impressive stuff in my book.
Yeah, let's watch back on the replay there. I agree, Aaron. He's probably somewhat disappointed and somewhat happy. You know, he didn't get maybe quite as good a one ball. He kept his head up a little bit better than yesterday, but kind of lost a little bit of the red direction at the end of the turn. 2's where it kind of went wrong a little bit. Yesterday he had a ripper of a 2 ball. It wasn't terrible, but it put him a little bit down course, and he had to go for it at 3. And it didn't really pan out. But hey, again, 2.5 at 39, 3 from yesterday. For his first tournament, hey, great.
And that keeps him ahead of Jonathan Travers.
Well, and that's something to be said, right? I mean, because, you know, first pro tournament, he's not coming last. You know, it's and with, you know, a couple of 2s, a couple of scores at 39 off, you know, this day and age, it's really good skiing for a 16-year-old. You know, I think when I was 16, I was running halfway down 32 off, just to put it in context. So it's not that I was any.
Whenever you're ready, man. Oh, moving down the order now. This next skier is going to be Stevie Ireland, and he and Jaden tied yesterday with both scoring 3 at 39. We made a few comments yesterday. It looked like he was a bit unsettled on his offside. He was struggling to get his 135 kind of working. Kind of scrapped through his 38. His 39 was a little bit better, but yes, still not really feeling at home, you would say.
Here we go, Stephen Island out of West Palm Beach, originally out of the Metroplex area of northern Texas, but moved there within the last few years, and has found a home in West Palm Beach, in southern Florida, and has seen his skiing improve beyond all measure as we look at starting dock and see Nick Adams getting ready. We'll see what Stephen Island can do. He's been around a few of the Waterski Pro Tour events across Europe and in North America as well. We'll try and get you some stats on what he's done previously this season. But it's great to have him here at the MasterCraft Pro.
Yeah, good to see Stevie Ireland there. He's obviously got his wife there, Elizabeth Montavon, who had a great round this morning and booked herself into the final. So he'll be looking to emulate something like that she does. It's an interesting dynamic when you've got 2 pro skiers. I lived that for a long time with my wife. And for whatever reason, I could never ski that well when my wife did, and vice versa. So it was kind of, I think in all the times that we skied together, which is probably 5 or 6 years as a couple, I think there was only 2 or 3 times that we ever actually both skied well. I don't know what that means, but...
Well, hopefully for Stevie, they both can sort it out this weekend. Elizabeth's already there. She's in. Can Stevie figure out his 135 side? Again, he's still kind of struggling a little bit there. He's a great skier, and he just doesn't look quite as comfortable as I usually see him. He's a strong guy. He's usually has a big onside, but 135's eluding him right now. We're going to catch up with Wade dockside, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
So, hey, guys, I'm here with John Travers and Alexander. And so to have a bad weekend on the water, I don't know if there's any better cure, right, than to have this when you come off?
Yeah, it's cool. Natty brought him out this morning. It's just a little special moment just to be able to ski when your son's on the shore is always fun. I wish I could have skied a little bit better for him, but he doesn't know any better.
No, that's the best part. He just knows, hey, I'm sitting in Dad's lap, and that's home base. So, no, I have those vivid memories from that. So, but let's talk about, man, got the Travers Grand Prix and World Championships at your site. Man, the whole world's watching.
Yeah, it's exciting. I normally said on a World's year I wouldn't do the Grand Prix, but after last year with Freddie and Will and just the performances in the finals, I was like, we need to do it again just to keep the drive alive. And I want to see more of that 43 off in the finals. I think that's really cool. So hopefully the boys can do it again.
Well, thank you guys, your entire family, for what you do and for what you do to the sport. It's awesome. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right, we're back on now with Stephen Ireland. He's 2 passes to the good right now. This is pass number 3, 11.25 meters or 38 off. Looking good. Whoa, getting in all kinds of shape there into number 4 and almost took a huge crash into number 4, but saved himself from that hit at the expense of him coming up short with 3.5 at 11.25.
Yeah, Tony, you're pretty surprised with that. He was struggling a little bit yesterday, like we said, but he managed to get through that 38, and you would have counted on him doing the same again today. We see this one. He's having to almost wait on it. The rope's gone loose on him, but he's got a strong onside, comes through here, rips it there, and sort of gets himself back on track. But he's lost confidence here in 3 and didn't turn that one either. Got in a bit of a lean lock and couldn't sort of popped him out funny into the release into 4 and couldn't do much from there. So it's unfortunate. I assess he's going to go home and kind of work on that offside a little bit, Aaron, and figure out what's going on there. Maybe if you make a few fin adjustments, some changes there, see if you can get that ski working for him.
Yeah, it's back to the drawing board, really, isn't it? Because it wasn't that long ago that we were watching Stevie Ireland run 2s and 3s at 41. He was getting through 39. So he knows he can do it, and it's a frustrating part of the sport that, obviously it's so cutthroat that you just get one chance at it, and he knows what he's capable of. He's done it many times, and he will be disappointed with that score. But again, back to the drawing board. He'll head back down to West Palm and get the calipers out probably and work at it from there.
I'm pretty sure he's probably entered in the next couple of pro events too, so he'll definitely be back, and he'll figure it out, and I'm sure we'll see him back into some finals here pretty soon.
All right then, our next competitor, a rather interesting character coming to us out of Australia, actually from Western Australia, where the big old city of Perth is situated. That's where he's from, and this is our next competitor. This is Nick Adams.
All right, Nick Adams about to leave the dock, 13 meters.
Okay, Chris, I'm ready.
He's probably the number 2 ranked slalom skier coming out of Australia. And that's one pretty good looking hair bun there, Aaron. What do you think?
Yeah, if you're into hair buns, I'm not, but that's a cracker. It certainly is. These Australians, they like to do a lot with their hair, don't they? They got the mullet or the hair bun or the.
And that's physically impossible for me.
Yeah, well, when you've got a solar powered panel for the commentating machine, mate, it's good you wear a hat.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. All right, then, here we go. This is Nick Adams.
Yeah.
Look at him go round 5, round number 6 on the opening pass of 13 meters. And, we talked about this a little bit yesterday between the two of you, and he has a rather lackadaisical style, but we'll discuss that more after we check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Stephen Neveu, and former junior world champion. You can tell he's a big fella. So tell us about the heat in Houston. This almost must be like a cold front for you.
Yeah, it definitely kind of helps for these hotter days. Used to it now, so don't feel as out of my element, I guess.
And so after your ride yesterday, I think all the 2s are sort of feeling the same. Man, I wish I would have gotten a 3 yesterday, but it's sort of wavering. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, of course. Always would have been nice to get one extra buoy yesterday to get that little bit extra comfort. But it's, the way these events go, it's always a full clean slate every day. So got to go out and try to run the whole pass, I guess.
Well, it was cool skiing with your father this spring when I was through Houston. So big shout out to him. It was super fun, and we hope you rip it up, Stephen. Back to you guys.
All right, a little shot there of CP, Chris Parrish on the dock. He's getting pumped, ready to go out. He will be next. Yesterday, Nick Adams, who's currently on the water, scored a 5 at 39, just ran a little bit down course. Here he is on his second pass. This is going to be 35 off.
With the one-handed gate shot, of course.
One-handed gate. And unfortunately, Nick doesn't stand much of a chance with 2 Kiwis up here commentating on him. What do you think?
Not really.
No, fair suck of the old serve.
He's the only Australian in this field, so he's got to bear it all.
He does. Nice guy, Nick Adams. He skis down at West Palm Beach at Hobe Sound. And when he's not at home, of course, he skis up at Moodamere, up in Rutherglen and just outside of Melbourne. I skied a few times there myself, and I lived there for briefly. But he skied quite a bit with his father, John, who is probably not up watching, because it's probably around 2 or 3 in the morning in Australia.
But he'll probably get to watch anyway when he rewinds the webcast, which you can do here on this platform.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, you can obviously, that's the nice part. If I got some downtime or whatever, I'll flick on the YouTube and watch some replays of these tournaments. It's excellent. Listen to your dulcet tones on the wireless there too, Tony.
I'll give over. I'm not fluffy.
It takes a certain individual to be claimed as fluffy.
Oh, we'll put that to one side for a moment as we get ready for Nick Adams. Now, one of the things that I started to mention about Nick Adams' slalom technique is that it just doesn't look like he's moving an awful lot out there. You know, he turns, he sets, and goes full on romp appeal. Set it and forget it. You know.
Yeah, he stays very still, doesn't he? You know, and he is holding on to do a bunch of load as we see him here at 38 off. He's looking pretty good here. A little slow turn there at 3. He'll stay patient around 4 and does so. Get over to 5 and over to 6. Not the easiest pass, Kiwi. He didn't look like he was super on time there, but 6 balls nonetheless.
Yeah, he never really panicked. You know, he was down course a little bit, but I think that's what we're saying with his skiing. He's just pretty chilled and kind of goes through his motions, doesn't get ruffled when he gets down course a little bit, which is, you know, a characteristic of a good slalom skier. You know, you got to stay calm all the way through. I would like to see him run a little bit more up course, but you know, he'll probably maybe change that a little bit on his setup here. I think that one he was a little narrow maybe on his gates, kind of was a little bit subdued, but he knows 38's not a hard pass for him, so he didn't want to push it. But yeah, maybe has to let things go a little bit and kind of push the edge a little bit more here at 39. He was so close to it yesterday, but a little like that pass, we got a little bit behind the rhythm, got a little bit later, and it caught up with him by 5.
Say that he wanted to do that, and he got into his head. Okay, I've got to ski a little bit more up course. How would he do that with the technique that he has?
I mean, it all comes back to the rhythm that you set at the start. You know, the width you get on the boat, the speed you're able to generate, pulling out and kind of getting free, and then being able to set like a wide or pendulum swing right from the beginning. I think he's just kind of a little bit on that easier sort of setup. He's kind of a hybrid one-handed gait. Doesn't take a ton of direction, but you know, with you know that sort of setup, it's a little harder to control. So you got to balance between width, speed, and control too. Right now he's edging on the control side. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. But as the passes get shorter, he's got to push things a little bit to take a chance and hopefully run it.
All right, then. So here we go. We got Chris Eller at the helm of that towboat, and we now have on the water Nick Adams.
So Nick now 39 off. He's got a good start. He's around 2. He's on time here. He's looking really good. He's around 3. Stalls out at 3. This is where it's going to get challenging for him, and he could see by his frustration that he knew that. Just one mistake there because he was good there at into 3 ball.
I think he did exactly. I mean, kind of what we're talking about. At 39, he said, okay, I'm going to get into this, pull out a little bit more. He got a little bit wider with this one-hand gate. Maybe he lost a little bit of speed down that end, but it set him up. 1 and 2 were a cracker. He was all over the backside coming into 3, and then just kind of laid up a little bit. We're right here, wasn't it? Just, yeah, kind of pulled things in a little bit and got a bit stalled, and suddenly he was a little down course and put too much pressure on 4, and that's how quick it happens at 39.
All right, and that is a score of 3.5 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters to go along with his score of 4 from round number 1. That essentially eliminates him from future contention in the men's slalom event. Next skier up is going to be the tower himself, Chris Parrish.
Yeah, another replay that shows his 1 and 2 is just bang on. Maybe he got let up or reached a little early going into 3 and was a little narrower than he thought, than he wanted to be, and it was all over very quick. He's still probably sitting in the water going, geez, I had that going.
And it can happen that quickly, folks. I mean, just a minor distraction or just a split-second loss of the focus, and that's the difference between running the pass and you being in the water halfway down the run.
On the water right now, though, former world record holder. This guy has been around a long time, had a few injuries, some shoulder injuries back, a few years ago, but he's got back on the water more for enjoyment and just kind of staying in touch with the sport. And he can still rip it. He can still run 39 as good as anybody. We haven't seen him pass 2 at 41. He's going to need that today, Tony. He's going to need a piece of 3 or more. We saw Freddie do it as the first skier off the dock, and we're hoping guys like Chris Parrish and Cole McCormick and all these guys after him can get some big scores like that too.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, so guys, here with Mr. Joel Poland. And Joel, you've got to do this in all 3 events, right? Get all your tech stuff lined up, right?
Yeah, luckily in trick there's like no real regulations, so you know, I get a break on that event. But yeah, slalom and jump, got to make sure your stuff's in tolerance.
And the jumping went well yesterday, yeah. 224?
Yeah, 224 it was a long day. I mean, like we had some weather delays, and I think Jack swam the lake like 3 times trying to flip the ramp. But yeah, we managed to get some jumps in, and it felt pretty good out there. Definitely feel like I got a little more in the tank, and yeah, we'll see how it goes this afternoon, but slalom first.
No, we can't wait, man, because this guy rips it in everything he does. Check out his Instagram page, too. Back to you guys.
Cheers, man.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing Joel Poland hit the water very, very soon. On the dock side right now on deck is Robert Pagozzi, but on the water, as it stands right now, is Chris Parrish. And I enjoy watching Chris Parrish slalom. His technique and his efficient use of height from one side of the course to the other is pretty much unmatched by pretty much anyone in the field of slalom skiing at this level. Let's have a look at this. This is a pass of 12 meters to be attempted by Chris Parrish. Let's have a look and see.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, great start from CP there. He's looking the goods, as you'd imagine, 6'5". He's got all the experience in the world. He was the first guy to get the 2-ball at 43 off, and skiing on his HO Works 2 syndicate ski, and he loves it. He's been around for a long time and still has just as much passion now as what he started with.
Yeah, which is awesome to see. I remember growing up, and he's a little bit younger than me, but watching this kid come through the junior ranks and running 39. I think he was maybe 17, or he might have even been 16. And every time you talk to him, he was just a smile from ear to ear, and just loving what he was doing. And he went through into the pros really, really quickly and claimed some big titles, at a young age. At this stage, we'll kind of talk a little bit maybe about his size. And back when he was starting skiing, it was more of a perfect pass era. Aaron, things have changed a little bit with the zero off, with the GPS-based system, favoring a little bit. Would you say to slightly lighter guys? What do you think about that? I mean, is that I know Parrish was definitely kind of one of those guys that could get it done on perfect pass. Things changed a little bit with zero off. Yeah,
no question. In my mind, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no question that the initiation of zero off has been towards the heavier. The lighter guys. Perfect pass was good because it was a RPM based, and you could pull the boat back, and there was wider times, etc. Now that the times are much sooner, the boat reacts to when you pull on it. So lighter guys, in my mind, certainly have a distinct advantage.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of I'd say it was a bit of a learning curve for everybody too. You had to, come from one system to the other, and we're kind of waiting a little bit right now. There's maybe a slight delay, but I want to tell you that he opted up there in that second pass. He went 13 on his first pass, and then say, hey, you know what? I want to change things up a little bit here. I want 39 from the dock end. So he switched up, came back at 11. We missed it, but that was a pretty sweet 11 on the way back.
Okay, so looks like a buoy has come away from its position, and we're going to have to put that out there. And whilst we do that, maybe we can go into a little bit of a discussion so far as slalom settings are concerned. I mean, for someone who's relatively new to the sport of tournament water skiing, how about the zero off settings? The A setting, the setting between A, B, and C regulates how long the power stays on you. during the acceleration phase as you come off the turn. Now the 1, 2, 3 governs to what intensity that happens. But it seems that a lot of our competitors, over 80% of them, in fact, choose Alpha 2. Do you subscribe to that a little bit there, Aaron?
I don't. Maybe I'm a little old school, and it's actually, to be honest with you,
Don't tell me. You put the plus on there, right?
I don't. Well, I need to, given the fact that I'm bigger boned. But I actually run B2 personally. And always did, but the progression of the sport, the way that these engines are working with zero-off, I know there's been a lot of testing, etc. It's interesting to me that a lot of the skiers now run A2. I was always when I was skiing back in the day, if you're a right foot forward, generally you were going to be on A. And if you were left foot forward, generally you were going to be on B. And those there was a select few that might go to C, for example. That seems to have changed. Kiwi, you're far more in it than I am now. But your son, for example, is a left foot forward skier, skis on A2.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw on the stat, though, there's so many A2s. I think that just, especially on this boat that does have some solid power and has a good swing on it. I think it changes a little bit. Years ago when I was skiing, and you'd get up behind some boats that felt a little soft, and they might run on you a little bit, so you needed to run on a higher ladder and a little bit more pickup out of the turn, so you didn't feel like it got behind you. But nowadays, these boats, everyone's got it in sync with them a little bit more. They've got the power to kind of get you across the course quickly.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Australian Nick Adams, and Nick, let's talk about it. I thought, same as the guys in the booth, I thought you had a ripping start at 10.7, and sort of where did it go wrong, or what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, similar to yesterday, just the start was all good all day. Just had a little bit of like a fundamental issue with what I did up into that 3 after the 2. I felt like I fixed the 2 a little bit after yesterday, but yeah, it was just silly. That was all day, that pass.
So you do a whole bunch of coaching. I actually run into quite a few people each summer that they go, hey, I skied with Nick, so let's throw your coaching hat on. How would you dissect yourself there?
How do you like golf, man? No, no, it was up until then, like I said, all day I really liked the passes. I felt better today than yesterday. I thought I could have done a bit better job with what I did on my pull out and what the running speed was from that end. It was still good enough, though.
Well, okay, you can see your disappointment. We're going to see you around more this fall?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just revving up. I know what I need to do now, and I'll be going back to the tape. And I've been working hard. I just want to keep pushing. It's only going to push me more.
I love it. Love this guy. Good guy. If you ever get coaching from him, you'll enjoy it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wade, and good to hear from Nick then. Yeah, he'll be back. He's going to be skiing the next couple of pro events. And the World Champs doing it for Australia here in a month or so. Here's Chris Parrish. This is 39 off. He needs to run this. He got 5 yesterday. Can he pick up 2? This is the important buoy for him, and he does. His 135 solid, a little bit deep in number 3 there, but he's on time. Can he hook up at 5 and complete this pass? He does.
Oh, look at
that.
this.
That is 6 buoys, and he's going to be pumped. This fist goes up. I love it.
And what an opt-up. Yes, he started in on 13 meters, opted straight up to 11.25 for pass number 2, and that was pass number 3 at 10.75 meters. And his technique and the way that he approaches each pass doesn't seem to change very much, despite the fact that he is now on a line length that is significantly shorter than the width of the buoys from the boat line.
No, for sure. He looks the same through all the passes. I remember when he was younger and skiing, the top of his career, and you couldn't tell. He'd come around, run 39s that looked like 32s. It just looks so easy. And he's still got the fundamentals there, the background, and he can still run 39 like that. Pretty easy. So I'm just hoping for Parrish. We know he's going to turn 1. He's going to turn 1 at 41. Let's just hope he can figure out how to kind of approach 2 and kind of tighten up the radius a little bit there at number 2 and give him some time to get 3, because if he can get to 3, that's going to have him a good shot for this final.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. You saw how happy he was as he ran that 39 off pass, because there was a delay. We had to put a buoy back on, and in fairness, if there's one thing that's got in the way of Chris Parrish's scores sometimes, It's his mental game. It does sort of trip up a little bit sometimes with.
He's kind of an emotional charged guy when he wears it well. But you saw the fist go up after running 39. What do you think is going to happen if he gets round 3?
Well, he's going to be happier than a worm coming home from a fishing trip, I'd say, mate. And, here he is now at 41 off. He's around 1. He's got a great start. Can he stay patient at 2? He's around 2.
Go on, Parrish.
Can he get all the way over 3? Just inside.
He was so close, so close. He was close. He didn't back off at 2. He got a bit of a turn there. He actually has a course, well, I think he's tied with the course record out here. I think he's got a 1.5 at 43 back in the day. I have a feeling he's the only one that's made it to 2 ball at this site. But 2 at 41, it's going to put him in that tie there. But
it's going to be touch and go,
yeah,
certainly.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, he had a great start. Looking at the replay, just been a little bit long into 2 ball. Maybe just got a little stuck underneath the line, and then just one mistake, even for a man of Chris Parrish's caliber, and it's all over. So 2 boys, great skiing. He'll be happy with that. It's good skiing from the one of the veterans of the field, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Right, you are with Chris Parrish. He is. If this were just a case of taking the best scores from this round, he would be in 2nd spot right now off the dock. We've got Freddie Winter, who's got 3 at 10.25 meters. He is in the current lead off the dock in this round. But whenever you factor in some of the other scores from the previous round, you'll find that Freddie Winter currently is in 4th spot right now when you factor in the backups. He's in that multiple way tie-in for 2nd, but when you factor in the backups, Freddie Winter's currently in 4th.
Well, yeah, they haven't gone out and done their backup score, so technically he's ahead of them, but we can pretty sure they will get more than that 1.5 that Freddie got. So, and he knows it, so he knew it when he came in. He's like, it's going to be a touch and go. But here's Robert Pagozzi, and he. A little similar yesterday. Didn't he get 5? Was it 5 at 39? I want to say.
Yeah,
5 at 39 yesterday. Similar to Parrish and to Nick Adams. They were looking good. Just kind of lost a little time and got a little bit later and couldn't quite get around that important 6 ball.
Let's check in with Wade's World.
So, guys, here with Chris Parrish, and he's got his 2 at 41. Got a backup score from yesterday, so. Basically in the same situation, Freddie Winter, you have to sit and wait, but it's a good sit.
Oh, it's a great sit, and that's so great that you called that. That was about a 6-minute wait on that 39, and I just told myself, you're not missing this. I mean, you're here, you got the perfect headwind, you just crushed that 38 opt up, and yeah, I mean, it wasn't down the line at 41, but overcoming some adversity and having a great set and hitting my keys, warming up good, feeling good, it's all good.
You know, let's talk about that. All of a sudden, you're in your rhythm, and then boom, there's this delay. Yeah. But you turned the tide, turned the delay into your favor. Glass calm, get the little headwind we were looking for.
Oh, absolutely. I had the headwind, and yesterday I was getting kind of peeled up off the wakes, so I made some adjustments today. And right away after 32, I felt like I was kind of on. And then I felt confident doing the opt-up 38 from the other end. And then I had that 6-minute delay. But I think my mind was confident, and it was just time to go beast mode.
No, we love CP beast mode. So, yeah, we hope to see him some more. So we're going to sit and wait with him. Back to you guys.
Well, I don't see a watch on Chris Parrish, but to be that exact in saying that there was a 6-minute delay, he must have a pretty good internal chronometer there, Aaron.
Chronometer, mate. I don't even know what that means. There's too many syllables involved in that. But, yeah, he's obviously dialed into his wait times as CP. But good to see him put a good round in, and obviously he's pretty pumped about that. So, Robert Pagozzi, he's just run what I believe is 12-metre line, 35 off, and looking the goods.
All right, not looking bad there. Robert Pagozzi on the opening 2 passes, 13 and 12. Looking in very good shape, and he's certainly calmed down a lot of his technique in the last 2 to 3 seasons. I mean, when I first saw him compete at this level, it almost looked like a bull out of a china shop, you know. with his technique. Very, very aggressive. Yeah, we all remember that photo that was taken at the Masters several years ago with him seriously overcranking that lean behind the boat and just being very, very forceful and even severely counter-rotating his approach going into the gate. But he seems to have taken most of that out. And what you're seeing right now is basically some good baseline technique from Robert Pagozzi.
Yeah, maybe toned it down a touch, but photos like that. I mean, I've seen similar such shots of Will Asher doing the same thing at the Masters. Got in deep, and the ability to be able to dig deep and hold on to stuff, I think serves skiers a lot. We do see a lot of skiers that are just smooth, consistent. They have a little error and they're done. I like it when these guys look good, but if they get in trouble, they know how to kind of correct things, get back in, or fight their way through the pass, and to have that grit and to that sort of reaction to, hey, let's just get the job done gets you into a lot more finals.
Yeah, it goes back actually a little bit to what Corey Vaughan was saying after he skied, and what he teaches his juniors is ski with passion. And when I was coaching, it was one of my things as well. Just you never give up. You never know if you can make it to the next ball. Just keep turning and try and do the best you can, because you only get one shot at it. When it's over, it's over. So, as far as you can delay that, the better. But Robert Pagozzi now 38 off into a slight head breeze, and he looked good on that pass. Looked really nice and early, pretty consistent on both sides, symmetrical, and that's going to give him some good confidence to see if we can get him through 39 off. We watched the one-handed gate here on the replay. Just turns his shoulders a little bit through the gate turn, and as a result, he'll drop in pretty heavy there at 1. But pretty nice. He's got that pretty down pat, pretty controlled. Does it day in and day out. Good turn at 2 ball. Stays level with the shoulders, nice and still. Waits for the ski to come underneath the line. Another good power turn there at 3. And a little on the back of the ski there at 4. Just didn't trust it staying up over the tip. And again, good onside turn there at 5 and over to 6. So good skiing there from Robert, and looking forward to seeing what he can do in the next pass.
All right, we'll take a look and see what we have from Robert Pagozzi. Is a run, a pass. The first 3 passes right now, 13, 12, and 11.25 meters. And as we see our first look at Robert Hazelwood getting ready for round number 2. And actually have just been doing a little bit of work on the side here so far as Chris Parrish is concerned. It wasn't 6 minutes, it was 5.
Okay, Robert Pagozzi comes in from the west end. He's got a ever so slight tailwind. It won't be too concerning for him, but he was close to running this pass yesterday, so he's have to change a few things to add that extra buoy and have a shot. He's looking on time here as he pulls long into number 4.
Oh, my word.
Kiss of death, yeah. I think he went a little long there, Aaron. Had a lot of speed, and we saw maybe, was it Chelsea Mills, similar sort of fall in that open women's. Have some speed into the buoy a little bit and try to turn their offside, and ski just didn't stick.
I wonder if he didn't miss the handle at 3. Maybe I'm seeing some things.
No, it was a little bit of a weird grab, wasn't it?
But yeah, that's a lot of. We'll watch the replay, because he had a very, very good start here. Really committed to 1 and 2 through the gates. Not good start. Ski releases out from underneath him and crushes the good turn at 1. Maybe a little heavy, but as a result, little tailwind at 2. He commits to that and gets a tight line out of it. And it's just here he gets tripped forward a little bit into the wakes and maybe just puts his hand through the handle slightly and delays himself. Tries to stay again committed, but unfortunately just a little bit too far over the tip and bindings release. And he's singing for a supper, unfortunately, Robert.
Yeah, a little bit over the tip, a little bit too much rotation. I think he felt like he was down course, coming in fast, and then said, "Hey, it's time. I've got to force this one." I think he almost misgrabbed at 1 too, or it's just a weird pickup right now, isn't it? But 2 was great. And I thought he was on time here. Let's watch this pickup at 3. Yeah, his handle went right through the handle and then came back and sort of grabbed it as on the way back through. Was that what you saw there too?
Yeah, it looked like he missed the handle, but yeah, look, he put his hand through the handle, and then of course as it went tight, he managed to relocate it with his hands, his fingers, and that's off-putting. There's no two ways about it. When there's a delay like that and you're wondering if maybe he missed the handle, he only got 3 fingers on it and it didn't have as much power going over to 4. It's stuff like that can be a little challenging. So he looked good. He really did. I know he'll be disappointed. He wanted a bit more than that, but the start of that looked good, and hopefully he can take that into the next few tournaments over the next few weekends.
So he's tied with Nick Adams off the dock, but when you consider the backup score, Robert Pagozzi has 5, Nick Adams has 4, 10.75 meters. So Robert Pagozzi just nosing ahead, keeping his nose ahead of Nick Adams at this stage. But the chance of them being a part of the men's slalom final, which will take place this afternoon, have taken a rather considerable dent.
Yeah, I mean, not probably a big deal for the results of this tournament, but all these tournaments add points towards the year-end championships.
Right, sure.
And these guys are maybe not aiming. Nick and Pagozzi are down the list a little bit, maybe not aiming to be the top 5 or whatever, but they do want to place as high as possible. Sometimes they use those lists to qualify for events or seeding for the next year, and it all makes a big difference. So they want to get every placement they can get.
Okay. All right then, folks, coming to us originally out of Lincoln in England. He is from Great Britain, and this is Robert Hazelwood.
And by my count, we have 9 skiers.
Yep, he is
9 skiers remaining.
Yeah, he is a skier that's currently placed 9th on the list right now. He's on the outside looking in. Let's see if he can ski himself back into contention here with this opening pass of 13 meters.
He's probably down a little further than that now that Freddie and even Chris Parrish have kind of surpassed him. He's probably sitting with his 1 at 41 from yesterday. He's probably sitting around 11th, I would think. But yeah, 8 skiers remain after him. Just kind of the format for the afternoon, Tony. We're going to go on from here at the completion of the round 2 of the men's prelims. We're going to be ramping things up for the going straight into the open women's slalom final, the open men's slalom final, then that's the open women's jump, and finishing off the day with the open men's jump later on this afternoon. So yeah, stay tuned. Some exciting action to come. I think the finals will kick off a little bit after lunch. Is that correct?
I believe it's 2 o'clock. I think.
Yeah, I believe so. So our 8 skier finals in 6 skier final in the women's, 8 skiers in the men's, and yeah, that's going to be a titanic battle in each one, I would say.
Yeah, maybe closer to 1 o'clock, I guess. We've got 8 skiers remaining. We might have a quick break where we go and kind of get things organised. But yeah, right after lunch, we're straight into the finals for the open women's.
Yes, indeed, and in that in that little bit of an intermission, I know that my good friends here will be hitting that taco truck pretty hard, and also the barbecue, and then the barbecue trailer as well. We're certainly looking forward to that here. And for those of you that are in the Central Florida area and you've got a little bit of time, come on over to Ski Fluid and watch this action live and in person. Entry is free, but make your way out here and watch some of the very best slalom skiing and jump skiing that the sport has to offer. And you see Robert Hazelwood get through pass number 2 and looking in very good shape.
Yeah.
All right, then, with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
So, hey, guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick, who's coming up next. But we were talking football, and that's what we do in Florida, right?
Yeah, we got watching some football tomorrow. That's first football Sunday this year, so everyone's pretty excited for that.
So he's smoking ribs, and we're going to see him smoking the water here really soon. So feeling good today?
Yeah, feeling good, nice and loose. Hopefully we get a few more buoys than yesterday, and you'll see me in the finals later. That's the plan.
That is the plan, and I agree with that. So we'll see him on the water real soon. Back to you guys.
Good to hear. Cole's got some confidence with his skiing. He's back after an injury, so we're excited to see him out there shortly.
And it's good to hear that he has other interests aside from skiing. You know, he may be ready for some football, but Aaron here, not so much.
Yeah, I like to follow sports, you know, sort of rugby where they don't use any pads or helmets, and it's a bit more continuous. You don't get a 6-minute break in between a play. That's kind of my thing.
And a lot of rugby on TV right now with the World Cup starting off. Unfortunately, New Zealand not so good yesterday. This is Rob Hazelwood. He's having a stellar year. He didn't get a great score yesterday. Won at 41. He was disappointed, especially because he said when he came in, he said, "Hey, I felt great." He ran his 39 as good as he could. He ran 38 then, as good as he could too. So he's in touch on the ski. Just kind of wasted his opportunity yesterday at 41. Didn't get down the lake where he wanted to.
No, you see, he was really frustrated yesterday, didn't he? Because he skied so well through 39, running a perfect pass there, and then all that energy and effort to run just one buoy and put himself outside of the final at that point. So he's going to take some confidence in that, though. There is a lot to be said for that. And hopefully, we'll see in the next pass if he can get through 39 and then maybe down 41.
You guys' opinions on that outside arm going into 135?
Well, he seems to do it fantastically. It's not something that I would teach, and I don't think Kiwi would. I think Kiwi would share the same.
If somebody come out at 46k, 18-meter line, I'd say, hey, put your arm down. But if somebody came out and run 4 at 41 doing it, I'd say, hey, that's working great.
Well, again, you look at Whitney McClintock, because she does exactly the same thing, and it makes it. And obviously, look at her storied career. She's had a phenomenal career in doing that. So, is it technically the one thing that's correct? But everyone's got different styles, and
absolutely,
they make it work.
Used to be another one. Terry Winter used to do a little bit of the same. He's a smaller guy, but he gets the job done on a slalom ski, and he'd move his arm around. It didn't affect his upper body, which is the main thing. They kept their upper body still. And this is Rob Hazelwood now. This is 39. He was through this pass and with ease in the first round. Hopefully he can do the same. He has been skiing. He's tight on all these buoys, Aaron. He's picked up number 4, a little bit of spray in the face. So a little bit down course at 5 to 6. But
he's there.
Hey, another complete pass. That's 2 scores through 39. But he's got some work to do.
Yeah, good pass there from Rob. Not quite as good as it was yesterday. He got stuck on the tip there out of 4. We'll watch as the replay comes up. But the start of the pass was really, really quite immaculate. We'll see here, Rob, two-handed gate, skiing on HO Syndicate through the gates. And for a young fella, he's got a really wise water skiing head on his shoulders. Gets a great start, nice and open as he rounds 2. Really looking the goods here, nice and early. He's got plenty of time as he comes into 3. Hand over the top, as we've talked about, but keeps his shoulder still. It's just here he starts to run into a few problems. He gets a little bit stuck on the tip. You see his hips drop back there, loses a little bit of speed, and then from here, he'd be thinking, right, I just need to take it a little bit further down course as the line's got a little bit dead. He does that, and then works his butt off to get over to 6. 6 is in the books, and that's all that matters.
Well, that water skiing head, Aaron, he's pretty much inherited that from his family, right? Like he's comes from a long line history of great skiers. And I'm sure they're all back in England cheering him on right now.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure they're all gathered by a big screen TV over there at Hazelwood Ski World in Lincoln. I know that George and Flo and the rest of those folks
sitting around the fire. It's going to be 13 degrees, maybe a nice Guinness.
It's not that cold.
Our areas, guys. This is the money pass. He's got to get around 3, I think, and maybe even more to guarantee his spot. And he's unfortunately, and you hear him screaming in the background. He's just devastated with that one ball. He did that over at the California Pro-Am. He said it was in his back of his mind yesterday when he did one, and he sort of stood up yesterday. Today he kind of charged it a bit harder because he had to, but that ski didn't stay in for him, and half a buoy. Unfortunately, Rob, we won't see him in the final.
So what went wrong here? He looks like he had a pretty decent gate. Maybe he just gets dragged to the inside a little bit.
Just pops the fin.
And too much tip pressure. It's pretty easy to do here at 41, because there's so much speed. There's just so much load. And maybe he just tried to jump on it a little bit too early. Another angle here, as we see through the gates, looks pretty solid there. Handle comes a little bit away from the shoulders, and then as a result, his shoulders almost fell into that one a little bit and takes the pressure off the tail of the ski. And
well, there was no. I was interested to see how he was going to play this because there was no laying up really. He knew he needed a piece of 3. If he'd got it, he would have gone ahead of Freddie's 3 because of his backup score. But, you can't get to 3 without a killer 1 ball. So he had to come in and commit. And if the ski had stuck in the water, he would have been on his way down. With the way he's been turning his onside, I had no doubt he would have got to 3. But a score of half, unfortunately. We're going to move on. Thibaut Darlan from France will be next. He picked up a 2 yesterday. He's one of those guys in that log jam. He's going to need another 2, maybe 3 to guarantee himself a spot. He's look at all those scores at 2 at 41.
Yeah, and obviously that score from Robert Hazelwood has definitely thrown a wrench into the work so far as who of those skiers that are currently tied on 2 could potentially make it through to the next round of the competition. So, from the stats that I'm hearing right now, Freddie Winter has essentially got to wait for about a couple of more skiers to find out whether his 3 buoy count at 41 off or 10.25 meters is enough to send him through to the next round of the competition. So, and being that as it may, he should know after Colin McCormick skis whether that will become a reality or not. But in the interval, we have Thibaut Dayon, who comes to us from France.
Yeah, Thibaut's he's having a resurgent year, as we talked about yesterday. You know, he's a real estate agent and put his skiing career on the back burner whilst he was developing his book of business. He's now a broker and has his own real estate agency, and is very successful at it too as well. And he's now put a little bit more focus on the skiing. He's now tricking well back up over 11,000 points, and he's been getting to 3-ball at 41. Which is no mean feat. So great to see Thibaut. Yeah, good to see him back on the water and really skiing well. So he's got his focus on the World Championships happening in October of this year out at Jack's, and that's definitely a focus for him.
Okay, so Thibaut sitting down the end, the line getting shortened up to 12 meters, 35 off. And this is where stuff gets interesting, guys, is basically it's especially from Freddie Winter's perspective, he's sitting there watching what Thibaut's going to do, because if Thibaut can get to a 3, if he doesn't get to 3, Freddie's in. This is kind of how this is going to work, I think. This is how this is going to play out. That's all unofficial. But by our maths, if Thibaut can get to 3, he'll solidify his place in. And Freddie will have to wait and see what these other guys can do. But and Thibaut has got to 3 a few times this year, Aaron. He's got maybe down in Palm Bay. I think he picked up a couple 3s. So he's definitely capable of it.
Yeah, he's been really skiing well. As we watch him now at 12 meters, 35 off. Again, this will just be we call it a warm-up pass, but he'll just be feeling conditions out. Things will be slightly different to yesterday with the breeze being a little bit more tailwind on that pass. But making it look effortless.
It's looking real good on pass number 2, Thibaut Dayon, and very aggressive style, exceptionally aggressive off the turns, and just keeping his flow out there on the course as we take a look at the site right now, with our beautiful drone shots being flown there by my good friend, Mr. John Waldron there, who is also responsible for the documentary that was recently published on the TWBC YouTube channel, The Unknown Sport of Waterskiing. If you haven't checked out that documentary, which has garnered over 100,000 viewers, then check it out on the TWBC YouTube channel. Did you have a look at that documentary, Aaron?
Yeah, I did. It was great. Yeah, man, it was exactly what certainly the sport needs. It's good to get it out there and get it on the public platform. It's he did a phenomenal job of it. Hats off.
All right, then, here we go. We have got on the water at this time Thibaut Dayon, standing up very tall on that slalom ski there, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure, but that's kind of his the way he rises up over the front of the ski on that offside and on his gate turn in. And he gets a lot of tip pressure and gets that ski to turn well for him. And he's running this pass really, really easy. So, but he's decided to stay with the game plan and not opt up or change anything, just going through passes as normal. He's going to have a slight tail when pushing him down at 39. But I know he's worked out. These guys are, avidly following everybody's scores. They kind of remember what happened yesterday. They've worked it out for themselves. They've got their strategy together. So he knows he's got to get all the way through 39 and just go for it at 41 to guarantee himself a spot. He's got a 2 from yesterday. He knows that Freddie's out there with a 3, just snuck ahead of him. So it's do or die time here for him.
Yeah, and he also knows that with that little bit of a tail breeze, if he can get through 39 with the tail breeze, he's going to have a nice peachy little headwind to combat 41 and see if he can't get a piece of 3 and book himself a place in the final. So, I think the way that the chips have fallen for him and the way the wind's blowing has actually worked out to be his favour. We just hopefully he can get through the 39 off pass.
Yeah, it's a little breeze, but just enough to make you edgy, isn't it? It's just kind of pushing you down a little bit. So he's going to have to get right on the top of the backside of number 1. You need a solid start at 39 with the tailwind because it's going to push you down, especially in your offside for him, that 2 ball. So let's all depend on this gate setup and how he negotiates 1 and 2. Come on, Tebow. Hopefully he can get the job done.
All right, let's have a look and see. This is Thibaut Dayon. This is 39.
He's looking very, very good. He's on time as he heads over to round 4. He's really looking good. He's around 5, and man, that's an immaculate pass for Thibaut Dayon. Really skied that one great.
He's going to be happy with that. Yep. He got through 39 yesterday, but it wasn't as smooth. He's definitely corrected things, and there was no mistaking on that pass at all.
No, tight line, and we'll watch the replay here. Really had a good start. Nice gate. For those at home, he's got a good gate where he stays very still. Lets the handle out, now gets the ski to come underneath the line, moves his feet there into 1, and stays still. Works over to 2, commits to the tip.
What I've always liked about Thibaut's skiing is coming off those onside here, coming into 2-4, he really stays with the handle, takes it out. So he has a really upright, balanced position on his offside. So he's working that well, and that's one of the best 39s I think I've seen him run.
I agree. That was faultless. Certainly with the tailwind behind him as well, and at a pro event. The pressure's on.
Big opportunity for him. Big opportunity here as he comes in at 41. Slight head breeze. The scores are out there. He knows what he's got to do. I have a feeling he's going to get out of 1 because that's his onside. Whether he can create the space to make that 2-ball turn, yet to be seen. Here he goes.
So Tebow now at 41 off. He's around 1. He gets a slow start, and 2 balls is all he can conjure up after that start. But he's going to be disappointed because of the way that he ran 39. But back-to-back scores of 2 balls at 41 is a very, very respectable score. It's put the pressure on the guys to come.
Yeah, and there's one skier very, very relieved right now sitting on the shoreline. He's got a little smile on his face. He's like, whew, I squeaked in. Well, he didn't really squeak in. That score at 3 at 41 is pretty big out there. So he is in. Freddie Winter will be in the final. He's our champion from last year. So we're expecting to see him back out this afternoon.
All right, so great skiing there. Up to a certain point there for Thibaut Dayon, but not quite enough to immediately put him through to the next round of the competition. He could still be in contention here, depending upon what other scores come up. But
he's definitely not out yet, is he? No,
definitely not out by any stretch of the imagination. But at this time, let's check in with Wade.
Well, thanks, Tony. Right around this time, it's when it gets very quiet down at the starting dock. It's sort of an empty, sort of space. The guys are back sort of away from the dock, trying to stay away from me, trying to get their game on because the cut line has been established now. We know Freddie is in, and Tebow has sort of set the benchmark of where that backup score has got to be. So it gets really interesting from here. Sort of like we talked about late in the ladies' rounds, you start from every skier to the next. We're counting buoys in our head down here, and it's frustrating and exhilarating at exactly the same time. So super fun to be down here. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you there, Wade, and joined here in the announcing points by Aaron Larkin. Certainly a winner at a good few Pro Tour stops in the past, including the Moomba Masters on 1 or 2 occasions. And Kyle Eade, who's had a similarly storied Waterski Pro career over the years, and glad to have the benefit of your guys' knowledge and analysis during the course of this event.
Oh, we're loving sitting up here with you, Tony, where you get to be up close and personal, watch this great TWBC footage, and sit back and admire how good these guys are.
Yeah, it's actually something to be said, you know, for an old guy like me now who's been out of it for some time and trying to make a bit of a comeback to just a ski and trying to run 39. There was a time there that running 39 was I won't say easy, but, you know, certainly I could do it back up and down the lake. Now you get more responsibilities, gain a few pounds, get a few kids. You know, run 39's hard, man. It really gives you an appreciation of how good these guys are.
But at the same time, the boat technology has improved. You've had zero off. You know, the skiers improved and all that kind of stuff as well. So you marry all of that up to the kind of skill that you cultivated over the last few seasons, right up until that time you took a break, and then it at least makes it slightly less challenging to get through 39.5 off for 10.75 minutes, at least from your perspective.
Well, it's just hard, you know. All of a sudden, your body starts aching more, and your motivation, you know, because water skiing is not what you live and breathe and eat and sleep, and you know, you've got other things and priorities in your life, and kids that need to be fed. It makes it more difficult, that's for sure. But it really does give you a different perspective on how really good these guys are. You know, the fact that we're looking at the leaderboard here with so many scores at 41 off, back to back, it's crazy.
And I mean, how do you feel about the emergence of the latest technologies that are through with the slalom skis and zero off and all of that kind of stuff, and of course the increased power and efficiency from the MasterCraft tow boats?
Yeah, definitely the consistency of the pull there. You know, the boats are unbelievable these days, especially this Pro Star. But the zero off giving you just such a consistent pull all day long. I mean, when I grew up and when Aaron grew up skiing, you know, you had a hand driver, and some days you skied well behind them, some days you didn't. Sometimes it was you, sometimes it was them. You didn't really know. And so it's kind of hard to work on what, you know, your things, because you didn't know what was changing sometimes. It was same slalom and jump. Now you get the same pull every day, you know, and obviously the skis have changed a fair bit too, so everyone's a little bit more astute with, you know, what it takes to get through 39, and that's why you're seeing some of these young guys get through it, you know, at an early age and get it through so consistently.
All right, so in amongst all of that, we've just seen Cole McCormick run his opening two passes, 13 and 12. So far, the only person that we know at this time that has made enough of an impact among our early skiers in terms of making it through to the next round is Freddie Winter.
Essentially, like there's a bunch of guys tied at 2 from the first round. I have a feeling there's going to be a few 2s here, and the way I see it is they're going to have to separate that with a runoff. I mean, that's the only way to kind of separate the guys. It's and I have a feeling some of these guys will, once there's a few more 2s, two pairs of 2s, the guys will start kind of laying up because they know that's going to get them at least into a runoff position.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you're not dead right there, Kiwi. I think we're going to have maybe a runoff.
At least 2 or 3 of them, eh?
Yep, for probably 1 or 2 spots. 2 boys at 41 off. So I mean, the guys like Thibaut Diane, for example, I'd be making sure that you got your ski gear ready.
Yeah, hang around. Don't start on the adult beverages just yet.
All right, then here we go. This is Cole McCormick.
So Cole, he's a skier that's born and raised here in Lake County in Florida. He's got comes from great pedigree. As I said yesterday, his dad Ricky and his mum Susie Graham, both phenomenal skiers in their own rights back in the day. And it's good to see him making steps towards winning a few Pro Tour stops. He's actually the next one that I think we were talking about yesterday with the guys that are knocking on the door to potentially run 41 off. Cole would be very much at the top of that list.
Yeah, yes, definitely. He's been there. He's been on that position for a little while. He had a slow start to the season with a bit of an ankle injury, but he's made up ground now. He's in form. He's picked up a 4. I witnessed him run it out here in practice pretty easily, pretty good on I think it was on Tuesday, and then I think he backed it up with a 5 the next. So he knows what it takes and he can do it. just whether he can put it into play right now here in this round 2. He's got a 39 tailwind. I have a feeling he'll run it just as clean as he did yesterday. He had one of the best 39s yesterday. And again, just like Thibaut, just like Rob, he's going to set himself up for a good opportunity at 41.
And let's bear in mind that no Canadian slalom skier has ever run 41 off. The current national slalom record is held by Jason McClintock.
Yeah, and there's been some handy Canadian slalom skiers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But could it be today?
Just puts paid to how difficult it is, right? There's only 12 or 13 guys that have ever done it in history. So here he comes now, Cole McCormick, 39 off. Usually would run this a piece of cake. There's a slight tail wind, if you like, has picked up. He's got a good start. He's going to get over to 2. He's around 2 nicely. He's looking the goods here. He's around 3. Good turn there over at 3. He's around 4. He's really on time here. Works hard to get over to 5. Makes the turn at 5 and sits in pretty. Going over to 6. That's good skiing there from Cole. Really managed that pass nicely.
All right, game on, folks.
Yeah, well, the way he's skiing, guys, I'm really hoping he doesn't. I hope he gets a great one and decides, hey, I'm just going to go for it. You know, throw caution to the wind, turn that 2 ball. He can do it. He can get down, and if he gets outside of 3, he doesn't have to worry about that sort of runoff position or being tied up. After a pass like that, he's definitely skiing well enough to get a long way down 41. Who knows, run it.
So the situation as it stands right now, 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters for Cole McCormick. 10.25 meters comes up in just a moment, or 41 off. So now he's essentially looking for anything more than 2 to really help his cause in respect to making it through to the men's slalom final, which will take place this afternoon.
Yeah, and conditions are absolutely perfect here. As you can see, the aerial shot there, there's a little slight breeze, if you like, that's coming from what basically it's a headwind first pass, and it's going to be a headwind here for Cole's 41 off pass. It really is absolutely ideal here. Any stronger, and it would start inhibiting one's speed. So let's see what he's got now. Cole McCormick, 41 off. He knows he needs a piece of 3 ball if he's guaranteed himself. Let's see what a good sort of start he's got. He's got a great start, actually. He's going to get over to 2. He's around 2, slow turn at 2. And no, unfortunately, I actually thought the start there was pretty measured and pretty nice.
Yeah, I think he did have a pretty good number 1 ball, but still maybe just that slight doubt in the back of his head. He didn't really pause. He didn't really back away too much, but it's split-second timing, right? Like you don't have any time. So let's watch this replay and see what he does. He's got a strong gate. He's got a killer onside. Just sits on the backside of the buoy. Maybe lost a little bit of separation there right out as the pull came on, and just a little much speed, and yeah, couldn't hold on to that. He committed 90%, I would say, Aaron.
Yeah, no, just looking back at the replay there, it just looked like he had a little bit of dead. I wouldn't say dead line. That's not really that fair, but he's just sat back a little bit there at 1, trying to wait for that ski to come out of the line. Right about here, he's basically, you can see, as you say, that the tip rears up, and then as a result, when it sits back down, the hips drop back, and of course he's lost a bit of speed, and it's just that one mistake that can that puts paid to him getting the 3 ball.
And the upshot of all of this is the fact that Thibaut Dayon and Cole McCormick are now in a perfect tie.
And they're tied for, are we going to say they're tied for the last spot in right now, depending on what these other guys do?
As it looks like right now, I would say that there may be one skier, there's maybe 1 or 2 skiers to go that can possibly determine whether that tie is either for 6th or 7th, or for maybe position a little bit higher. But that one of those next skiers is going to determine essentially whether there's going to be a runoff, or they're just going to hold on to that perfect tie and let a coin toss determine the order.
Yeah, essentially, right now Will Ash is still on top. Dane Meckler, Corey Vaughan, they've got 3s from the first round. Freddie Winter sits right in there at 4th, say, depending on what these guys do the second round. Nate Smith, he's got a 2. Stephen Neview's got a 2. And Joel Pollan, the skier about to leave the dock, he's got a 2. That's 7. And we've got, if these guys all get 2 or more, they'll go either into the tie, or it'll just be settled between Cole and Thibaut. That's the way I work it out. And either way, it seems like we're going to have a runoff, unless some of these guys fall short.
All right then, so skier on the water right now, and the current world men's overall record holder. This is Joel Poland.
Yeah, he makes water skiing cool, doesn't he? He really does, and all the social media work that he does, let alone his talent on the water in all three events. But he's a very humble young kid, very nice guy to be around, very approachable, and he's at the top of the game. So making 13 metres look really, really good there. And I'd anticipate that we're going to see another score of 2 boys at 41 off. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that from Joel. He's been skiing great of late.
No, he's definitely been skiing great, and 39 I don't think will be a challenge for him. He has got to 3 a couple times this year. I think his season's best would be a 3. I think he's got a 4 in years past somewhere at some events. But, he's going to be in that same boat as everybody. You know, do I try and turn 2? Do I throw it out there? Or do I solidify the second 2 and go into that runoff that we're calling for?
Yeah, it all comes down to the fact that, you know, as a lefty, he's going to have to make that decision. If he gets a good start and it's a split-second decision on whether he's going to go for it at 2 ball or not and stand up and risk getting the 1.5.
Just watching him, you know, knowing what he's like, I think he's going to go for it. I think he's going to not want to settle up for 2. Yeah, as long as he gets out of 1 decent, he's going to try and crank it and back himself to get 3.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy, and he trusts in himself and trusts in his abilities to tenfold, and that's why he is so good.
Yeah, right. Definitely riding a wave of confidence in all 3 events. There's no holes in his abilities on a slalom ski, a trick ski, or a set of jump skis.
Here he is, Joel Poland, riding that Radar Vapor Pro build. Just getting really settled in. A little on the back there in number 5, but that was basically a safety check. And with Joel Poland running that second pass at 12 meters and pulling out to shorten. Let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, guys. Here with Cole McCormick, who's on the hot seat. We're doing the sit and wait thing, but worst case scenario, you're going to run off at least, correct?
Yeah, I guess that kind of sucked, but just like rookie hour on my gate there at the end, I guess. Hopefully won't do that again.
Well, let's talk about that. I said, man, your 39 tail was as good as it could get. And then what was your rookie air for those amateur viewers at home on your gate at 41?
I just got really excited and pulled out way too early. I mean, it's like the best conditions I've seen at a tournament all year. We got a nice little 5 to 6 mile an hour headwind off the dock, which we rarely ever get at record events. So it's, you know, we don't have to change anything, and we got 41 in the headwind. And so I was just chomping at the bit, and I just pulled out 10 feet too soon, and so I was holding myself out there.
Well, that is a bummer, but we're either going to get to see him ski again right away or in the final later today. So he's going to stay wet and stay ready to go out. Back to you guys.
Well, you can always count on Cole McCormick to give us a positive spin on his performance out there on the water. But here we go. We've got Joel Poland coming back in on 11.25.
Yeah, Joel, he's got a good start into this little headwind. Nice turn over 4, and really no problems around 5 and over 6. He almost skis a little bit sort of nonchalantly, you know, like he moves a lot. There's a little bit of movement involved in his skiing, which generally, you know, potentially he wouldn't teach. But he's got such balance.
Yeah, no, the slalom style is a little bit different, but it works for him, and he jumps around a little bit. A little similar to, I remember back, Carl Roberge, one of the best overall skiers ever. He used to dance all over the front of his ski and jump. Super talented guy in all 3 events, and could get away with things that others can't. And that seems to work for Joel. He might jump up on the top front of the ski or throw himself back, but he's in full control the whole time.
On top of the fact that he skis 1 foot forward for slalom and the other foot forward for tricks, and with different boots.
Yeah, well, you don't often hear that, do you? Well, actually, you never hear that, really, of a skier that's going to go and trick 12,000 points right foot forward and then go and run 2 at 41, 4 at 41, which is his best, left foot forward, and then put 2 feet in bindings and jump 70 metres. It's really quite astounding how good this kid is.
What I am missing, though, is there used to be a lot of inside hand drags around 6 ball, and I haven't seen them of late.
Yeah, that was probably last year. I mean, you got to
just move on to something different. The jump ski side slide's kind of his thing this year, I think, is what he's shooting for. Anyway, here comes Joel Poland at 39 off. And nice, smooth, controlled gate. Sits on number 1 ball. He's got a strong 2. This is looking like he's on time. A little bit of movement as he changes here. Jump over the front of his ski. Breaks at number 4. And he cannot. Oh, whoa, he's still going.
How on earth?
I don't believe that.
Please tell me how on earth he got through that run.
What? I just don't know what I just witnessed. For sure, he turned 4. I said, and that's all. No, he's still going. He broke in half at round 4.
Yeah, he did, but his shoulders came forward, and I can attest to this because I did that a few times myself. His shoulders came forward and left the ski behind him, but he's strong enough to be able to, basically, it slingshots you over to 5. So if you can hold on to it, basically, because your body's momentum is moving towards 5, it just slingshots you over there. It's all about basically strength and being able to hold on to it. But you see the start, he gets a little caught on the tip there, and as a result has to lean a little long over to 3. And Stan sits back a little bit there at 3, and this is where he starts getting the trouble. He gets over the tip too much, and then from there you can see his shoulders come forward. He gets slingshot all the way over to 5. That's just pure strength and holding on to it, and then having the mental fortitude to be able to compose himself and make the turn at 5 and get all the way over to 6. I mean, that's great skiing. That's a lot about obviously having great balance, and I'm sure his trick skiing came into play there.
And that's sheer strength and bloody mind.
Oh, yeah, just hold on. Grit your teeth. He got folded, kind of pulled it back. Then the edge change got folded again and flat skied basically to 5 and still somehow turned it. I don't believe what I saw. Anyway, here's his 41. Can he do the same here? Hold on to a big 2 ball and hopefully get to 3. He needs it to solidify his place. It's not the best 1 ball. I think he's going to try. No, he's just
he's going to go for the 3-way perfect tie between himself, Thibaut Dayan, and Cole McCormick.
Yeah, it wasn't the 1 ball to crank 2, was it? And especially after that 4 ball at 39, I think he went, you know what, I need to rest my back a little bit and save it for this runoff.
Yeah, smart skiing, Joel Poland, smart skiing. He obviously didn't get the great start, and then just one from there. As a lefty, you know, once you don't get the good start and it's 41, all you're really trying to do in this situation is get outside of 2, which he did with ease. And we watched the replay here.
In this situation, I think I'd prefer to be a righty. If you get out of 1, you could still sit on 2 and hopefully get a piece of 3.
Yep, there's no 2 ways about it. If you're a righty in this situation, if you can get outside of 1, that's the hard part, getting over to 2, but then you can crush your onside turn, you know, and
just
then
go for it. Yeah, and even if you don't hold on to it, hey, you've still got your 2, but you're not taking that chance of that blowout that we've seen from a few other skiers on their offside. But congrats to Joel Poland as he comes back to the dock. He's going to be there and thereabouts. He's in the jump final this afternoon, and will he be in the slalom final? We're yet to find out here. There's a couple more skiers to go that'll kind of dictate whether we do have this runoff. Right now, I'm guessing it's the positions 7th, 8th, and 9th.
All right, then. So there is the leaderboard as it stands. You know, we're still working out the permutations of what could potentially happen if certain scores become a reality for both Stephen Neville and Nate Smith. As we work our way through towards the end to determine who the 8 skiers would be going through to the next round of the competition, which is the final, which will take place this afternoon here at the MasterCraft Pro. Brought to you by Action Water Sports. You can check out their website at actionwater.com. Also check out masterlineusa.com for the official lines of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. Also check out visitcentralflorida.com as well as skifluid.com as well. And above all else, check out mastercraft.com to find out more about the beautiful MasterCraft Pro Star right here at Lake Gru that is pulling the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. Here we go, Stephen Neville.
All right, we talked about Nick Adams kind of being a little bit slower, smoother out there. This guy does the same sort of thing. Never looks like he kind of works that hard. He's got the height, the reach advantage, so he doesn't have to kind of push things. But yeah, making that one look pretty easy. And we're going to head down and see who Wade's got dockside.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. So here with Joel Poland, and Joel, Aaron Larkin, a lefty, was dissecting your ball 4 over to 5 at 10-7. So take us through your accounts.
I just shut my eyes and hoped for a second, you know. It was one of those I might be going out the front here moments, but stayed in it. Luckily, it was at 4 instead of like 3. Because, yeah, I can crank that 135 side. So got away with it. Live to fight another day. Looks like I'm going to be in a runoff, but get to fight again.
No, that's it exactly. Sort of the same situation as Cole when you come in and you go, hey, worst case scenario, I'm going out again right now. It's always a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, those... We'll see what Nev does, but I got a feeling it's going to be me, Cole, and Tebow. And those guys are both pretty good at running 39, so I think it's going to be a battle.
So will it be a 10-7 start if we go there?
Yep, 10-7 start, straight out, cold 39. So I got to ski last at least, so I'm a little more warmed up. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, that's it. Always a skier, we're trying to look at the bright side. So bright side, he's going to be up again. Back to you guys.
Okay, Stephen Nephew coming back in. This is 35 off. One-handed gate, just kind of cruising through. Makes a big old slow turn on his gates, but always just keeps the same pace, same rhythm. And Aaron was talking about that yesterday, that slalom is just so much rhythm. You know, there's a lot of technique to it, but I think rhythm's probably at least 50% of it, if not more. You know, if you've got your timing, all these guys do slightly different things with the way they stand on their ski, the way they move, their technique, if you like. But if you've got the rhythm down, you know, it's just like a pendulum swinging back and forth. And he's definitely, you know, he just knows where he is all the way through the course.
Yeah, he does. He's 7 foot tall, though. That's one of the big things for Stephen. You know, he probably is in reality probably 6'4", 5, 6, something like that. So he's got a real height advantage. And as a result, it doesn't have to, let's say, lean so hard. He can stay still, uses reach and additional height to be able to get around the balls. But again, it's harder for him to. It's because he's taller. It's harder for him to hold his body position and stay upright. You know, because he's got a higher center of gravity. That's one of the challenges is with being taller.
All right, taking a look at the tail of the tape here for Stephen Nephew, currently in 9th spot on the Waterski Pro Tour standings on 44 points, courtesy of 3 7th place finishes at California, the King of Darkness, and Swiss Pro Slalom, a 4th place over at the Calgary Cup, and wanting to try and get a decent performance here in the MasterCraft Pro to give him a 5th result that would constitute his top 5 events to give him a better score on the Waterski Pro Tour standings.
Yeah, another pass that looked just like the first, didn't it? It just looked like he was just ticking away there, and easy 38 off. And he's a consistent skier, Aaron. He is very, very consistent. He knows what it takes to run 39 every single time. He's a righty that can get out of 1 at 41 and knows how to turn 2, and he gets himself to 3 more often than not, correct?
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly the same thing about how consistent Stephen is in his performances, and as you can see, as Tony just rattled off there with all the you know, high placings he's had in these tournaments. You know, you have to be consistent to make the cut. If you're not in it, you can't win it. You know, so making the finals the first thing. That's going to be on his on the number 1 on his agenda at this point, is making sure that he gets through 39. As you state, he's very consistent in doing that.
Consistent at getting 3s at 41. His best, he's a Canadian skier. We've talked about the Canadian record being 5 at 41. His best is, you'd say, 4? Has he got to 4 a number of times?
I believe so, yeah.
I'm sure he's chasing down that record. Maybe he's one of those guys that has a chance of running 41 next. The amount of times he's got deep at 41 is substantial. So between him, there's Charlie Ross, there's a ton of Canadian slalom skiers all chasing that record that currently Jason McClintock still holds.
Yep, indeed. But here he comes now, 39 off. This is forefront to his attention at this point. Gets a great start, comes over to 2. A little stuck at 2 ball, but he won't have any problems as he rounds 3. He's over to 4, looking the goods. He's just going to have to be patient at 5. He is, and really a good pass there from Stephen.
Oh yeah, taxed that one.
Had a few couple of hiccups down the pass, but realistically, I'd take that 39 all day long.
Yeah, for sure. He was wasn't technically perfect, but never looked in too much trouble, was he? Dropped ahead a little bit at number 3, but again, stayed patient, knows he can make a couple little errors at 39 and still run it. And that stands you in good stead, because more often than not, you have a few little hiccups along the way, and if you can stay calm, you see a number of skiers with less experience that would have come out of one of those turns and gone, oh, geez, I'm in trouble here. I need to do something special at the next turn. Not Stephen. He just sort of stays calm, says, you know, I got this. Just keep my rhythm going, and another 6 buoys. And he gets a shot at 41.
And that's basically the testament to a great slalom skier, isn't it? You know, to keep one's head when all about you are losing theirs. A quote there from Rudyard Kipling.
You're an intelligent specimen.
I try to be.
Yeah, I'll never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
All right, so here we go. The 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters in his back pocket. Now needing more than 2 to put himself straight through to the next round of the competition. There's 1.
It's a good one too.
There's 2. Oh, and he's in a log jam.
I thought that was a good one ball, Aaron. I thought he came out of that with space to spare and the option to turn 2 should he have chosen to.
It was all about not wanting to get 1.5 on it. You know,
Yeah.
That's it. He had the start. When he turned 1 ball, I expected him to have a go at getting to 3, thinking that he'd get out of that runoff. But I guess him just wanted to make it through into that runoff, giving himself another chance. We'll see the gates here. Through the gates, ski rolls out nicely. Gets a really good start. Yeah, nice, lots of speed, lots of angle. Over to 2, and this point here, he decided to elect to stand up. S-turn.
Yep. Given the option to either play spoiler or play Santa Claus, he decided to go with being the spoiler.
So right now, 4 guys are sitting in this potential runoff. But I guess the good part about this runoff, Aaron, is it's 4 guys. We're just counting on Nate running more, aren't we? We're just gonna go with that, right? So technically 4 guys looking for 3 spots. It's not like it's 4 guys looking for 1 spot. So being in this runoff, there's a good chance, there's a 75% chance of going through. That's a decent runoff to be in.
Yeah, it is. It's a hell of a lot better than sitting on the bank and watching it. That's for sure. You know, I mean, if you're not in it, you can't win it. So these guys are booking their spot to make a runoff, and all the power to them. 2 boys at 41 off back-to-back rounds is some excellent skiing. And the fact that you're running off with that score for 8th spot is a testament to the field.
All right then. So we're not really used to this type of situation, are we? We're normally accustomed to seeing this skier skiing last off the dock on the basis of a superior first round score, but it is what it is. And Nate Smith is our next skier to take to the water. 4 from last off the dock. Let's see what he can do with the passes to come ahead of him right here at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. Originally out of McCordsville, Indiana, this is Nate Smith.
Yeah, well, what can you say about Nate that already hasn't been said? You know, he's run 241 offs in his storied career so far, and I think you said it yesterday. He won 69 pro tournaments, which is something to behold, really. And he's got as I said, he's got the perfect physique for slalom. He's tall. I'd suggest he's probably 6'2", 6'3". He's got long arms and he's light. So he's run 13, and we're going to take it down to Wade, see who's got.
Hey guys, here with Stephen Naveau and another 2 at 41. You've joined the runoff. I heard Aaron Larkin say as you're cruising around 2 at 41, because it was more about not getting 1.5 than it was about getting 3. Because if you are in a questionable situation coming out of 1, it sort of puts that on you, right?
Yeah, for sure. I had a really good start actually. Came out of 1 pretty good, and I guess just everything going through my mind, and some of the guys are saying the water was a little movie maybe, but just didn't quite have the feel I wanted to feel comfortable turning 2 there. So better to be safe and jump in another runoff. So
No, exactly. And you get to go back out, and you're warmed up. You get a 10-7. And so, yeah, I've seen you do well in runoff, so I don't see a problem.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Every day's a new day, but I've definitely got some good practice at these lately, so should be fun.
No, good stuff. We'll let him get his game on because we're going to see him on the water really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, so continuing right along, Nate Smith, tail of the tape here is he's got actually four victories so far in the Waterski Pro Tour standings that contribute to his score of 262 points. Currently our lead skier on the Waterski Pro Tour, looking to knock off that second place that he produced at the Monaco Slalom Cup and really try and extend upon his lead with two events to come after this one.
Yeah, great pass from Nate, as you would anticipate. 35 off is pretty simple there for the great champion. And he's just running through the motions. Even I would suggest you'd go as far to say that 38's a bit of a warm-up pass for him. But now that he's changed, I want to say focus. Now he's a flight instructor, so he's got something else in his life, as opposed to a few years ago where water skiing was pretty much predominantly it. Kiwi, it's certainly going to take some attention away from his skiing. I mean, but he still seems pretty good at running 41.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't need to really train that hard. He can still get his way through 41. He's obviously switched focus a little bit, but still, I think his goal is to stay on top of the sport as long as he can. He's been doing it a number of years now, and I think he still probably has a little bit of yet to prove. At 43, he's got to 2.5 as his record. Somewhere along the lines, he wants to maybe get to that 3 ball again sometime soon. Maybe get a full complete 3. Who knows? But this guy, we talked about other skiers making it look easy. They do it, make it look easy, and they make it. But this guy's so far ahead of the course. Makes it look easy, but he's got so much space in front of each board.
Yeah. He's round 3 and heading over to 4 at 38. Just look how much time he's got to complete most of the turn before he actually even gets to the ball. Like the finish of the turn, as they say in slalom, should be as you round the buoy. So edge changing, moving away from reaching your apex and actually starting the turn, it all needs to happen before you get to the ball. And there's no other example that's better to watch than Nate Smith.
Establishes speed so easy, doesn't he? He just seems to get a swing in through that he can move so early off the second wake, get that ski out, and then come back on the backside with a tight line and just so much control.
Indeed, making it look so smooth and so easy. I compare a lot of what Nate Smith does on the water to a legendary snow skier from way back in the day called Alberto Tomba with his giant slalom in skills, with those sweeping turns and just getting up on each gate very early while still retaining the vast majority of the speed that he took into the turn and the residual that came out.
I'll make a comparison with tennis here, and he looks, when Roger Federer back in his day, hardly broke a sweat, and that's what Nate Smith looks like. He looks like he's just out there. It's so much easier for him than anybody else. So here he comes back. It's 39 as Corey Vaughan watches on and setting up. I think this is a no-brainer here for for Nate.
Yeah, Nate, he's crushed 2 ball. And he's on time over 3, as you would anticipate. He's around 4, just making it look effortless, really. I mean, that's 39 off, making it look like 32 off, really, for Nate Smith. He's looking pretty sharp today. Ominous signs.
Absolutely crushing it.
Yesterday was uncharacteristic, I think. Even at 39 yesterday, didn't look quite as clean as he usually does it. And he had a bit of a shocking start at 41. Unexpected, but it looks like he's kind of reviewed what he's doing and changed things up a little bit, got his rhythm, and back making things look as easy as anything.
Looking fantastic out there. Nate Smith, a member of the United States Waterski teams for both the World Championships coming up within the next few weeks, and then about a week or so after that, the Pan American Games, which will take place in Santiago de Chile in about the last week of October. So he's got a busy schedule.
So we've decided, we've figured out that Nate needs 2 1/4 to guarantee himself a spot into the final. He needs 2 to get into that tie. But secretly, I'm willing him on here to be our first skier through 41 off. He's done it 200 times, is what we've heard. 200 times in his career, which is crazy. Can he make it 201 right here?
Is that a
best score of the tournament right now? 441 from Will Asher yesterday. Let's call him through his start here.
Here he comes, buoy number 1, gets a good start. He's round buoy number 2. He's gonna try and run this pass. Look at him go, round number 3. Look at it go, round number 4. Never mind crushing it, how about annihilating it? There you go, 6 buoys there at 41 off, 10.25 meters. Yeah, I think he's through to the next round.
Yeah, you could see he really had the bit between his teeth, didn't you? You know, there was a bit of work put into that, just certainly for Nate's level. We'll watch him here through the gates. The intensity really does go up from Nate here. Good gate, early for 1. And really just quick to get over to 2 ball. That's the big thing between Nate and the rest of them, is just how light he is on the line and how fast he is from one buoy to the next. Creates so much more time. But here, now having to start to work for it, really turns hard there at 4. Tips comes high, all the way over to 5, and turns 5. And from there, it's just a case of holding the line and getting over to 6.
And just using that master line, a tow line to great effect from one side of the course to the next. The official tow line of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro, and is also the official tow line of the IWWF World Open Waterski Championships, which will take place in a few weeks.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's not much of that left of that master line tow right back. Now that he's coming back at 43 off, it's been basically cut in half from what we usually have on a rope. But here he comes. Can he get around number 1? Can he get 2? Who knows? This is Nate Smith, 43 off. The first time we've seen a skier at 43 so far this tournament. He's got a hard gate. He's putting the brakes on right in front of it. I think he kind of messed up his timing a little bit there on his setup. Maybe that tailwind pushing him on a touch, Aaron.
Yeah, it looked a bit like it, didn't it? It was unaccustomary to him having to get the jettison some speed, you know, when he pulls out for his gate. So maybe the
jettison some speed. I thought you weren't using big words today.
Well, it's still only got 3 syllables or so. It's not like it's, you know.
You know, he did say conundrum earlier.
Conundrum, that's a good one.
Hasn't said wheelbarrow yet.
A wheelbarrow, a rubbish bin.
What do you say?
Well, I've got a few words in my vocabulary somewhere. I'll unleash them at some given time.
You're supposed to speak the mother's English, mate. You know, like it's. If there's anybody sitting on this podium.
It's not the mother's English anymore. It's not the Queen's English anymore. It's the King's English.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, Nate Smith, obviously he's booked his place into the final, and now we are assured of having a runoff at the boys at 2:41. Even though we have a couple of skiers remaining, with Corey Vaughan just about to jump on the water. Hopefully he got some work done to his back.
Yeah, he was hurting yesterday when he got a great score, 3 at 41. Didn't look as comfortable on the water as he usually does, but said, yeah, his back's been seized up. We've got a little delay, but I did hear as he jumped in the water, maybe he's starting at 35 off today. He's solidified his place in the final already, so he's not worried about that. But maybe starting off, maybe save some energy. Who knows? He might do the same thing as what Regina did earlier, just go out and run a couple passes, warm up, get his body moving a little bit, and then just sort of save some energy for the final.
Now this is very, very similar to the opt-up that Chris Parrish invoked halfway through his run. Chris Parrish actually went in on 13 meters, opted up through to 11.25 for pass number 2. What Corey Vaughan is essentially doing is almost exactly the same, but he is deciding to go on a shorter line right off the dock, 12 meters, to have 11.25 come back on pass number 2 and continue on from there.
All right, a couple of the other athletes just kind of kicking back in the athlete's tent, watching the footage from the webcast. And a couple of guys gearing up to compete yet, and other guys have finished their turns. Yeah, slight delay, which is clearing a little bit of weed. There's been a little bit of weed around as Corey sits in the water patiently. He's not stressing though. He knows he's skiing later on this afternoon.
He's enjoying the water, you know. I mean, he comes to us out of Bumpus in Virginia, and
It's cold up there now, isn't it?
it's pretty. It's maybe a few weeks away from the start of their ice fishing season.
And while we've got a bit of time, we could maybe have a little bit of a viewer competition between see who votes for Nick Adams or Corey Vaughan Man Bun.
The fact that we even have to vote for it, mate. I mean,
I'm sure you guys there on the live chat with the webcast will no doubt weigh in with who you believe wears it the best. Why not participate in the live chat? As a matter of fact, why don't you subscribe? Why don't you help out TWBC by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel? You'll have the ability to participate in the live chat and also be informed as to when the next event becomes live right here on the TWBC YouTube channel. Here we go. Corey Vaughan coming in, 12 meters opening run.
so here comes, Corey Vaughan. Obviously, he's maybe had a look at what's ahead with the final. It's going to be a 12-metre start, so he's getting warmed up for that. But I would suggest he's probably trying to run as least amount of passes as possible with his back being the way it is. I don't know. He was talking about going to a certain person and getting manhandled to see if he could get it sorted out. I don't know if that happened or not, but made 12 metres look pretty good.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's going to do very similar to Regina. Just run a couple passes, warm up, get used to the 12-metre start, and then kind of save some energy, especially if he's as sore as he was saying yesterday. There's no real need to prove anything this set. It's not going to gain him anything. It might maybe seeding, I guess. But that's about it. He's still going to be down a little bit after Will and Nate, I guess.
So in the past, when you were competing in your prime, I mean, you had back problems and stuff like that.
Occasionally, I skied so straight-legged that I didn't.
That's because you're big boned.
I was big boned. Yeah, I skied so straight-legged. Literally, the more that you bend your knees, the more pressure it puts on your lower back with skiing because that's where all the load is. So I skied pretty straight-legged, and so I, in turn, sure, yeah, there's a lot of load. I had back problems, but nothing that ever really had a real problem with, to be honest with you. I was pretty lucky.
Well, that's good. Well, I mean, I had 1 or 2 back problems when I was skiing in my prime as well, but I mean, the extent of my performances were into 10.75 meters, but never into 10.25.
All right, Corey Vaughan. He's coming back. This is second pass. This is 11.25. He actually looks a little bit better than yesterday. I think his back's freed up a little bit. Still not as comfortable as we've seen him in the past, but definitely better than yesterday. He's sort of played grimace maybe out. He's moving his back around. He's going to keep going though. He's not done yet. Maybe he's thinking, if I just get a score of more than 1.5, I'll be seated out ahead of Freddie. With the backup scores, they've both got 3s at 41. Maybe if he gets a couple here, or if he runs this or carries on, he'll just get himself seated a little bit higher going into the final.
Yeah, it looked like he did grimace there, didn't he, as he came out the gates. We watched the replay here from Corey skiing on that KD Platinum. He's all about that ski. He loves it. He has not been long on it, but stands himself up a little bit there at 2, and he's always been a fairly upright skier, anyways. But it looks a bit like he's nursing the back a little bit as he rounds 4, and nice and patient there at 5 and over 6. So he'll have 39 off into what has actually died off into its glass calm right now. There's 0 wind involved. At this point.
That's great to see, Aaron. After our challenges yesterday, I'm really hoping the wind just kind of makes up its mind today, decides what it's going to do, and just sort of sits in one direction or the other. And it looks it looks like it's pretty settled at this stage.
All right.
Leaderboard 1 at 43 there, Nate Smith, and Will Asher right in behind him with 4 at 41. A couple 3s, and they're that big tie up at 2 at 41.
All right, then. Looking at the current weather conditions, looking very, very nice indeed. Not totally blue skies, mind you. Some low-level clouds up there in the sky, providing us with a little bit of shade and making it a little bit cooler. But it's great skiing weather here in Central Florida, midway between Tampa and Orlando, here at Lake Gru, here at Ski Fluid. Here we go. This is Corey
Ooh.
Vaughan. This is at 10.75.
Yeah, no, he was doing that a little bit on 38, wasn't he? He was sort of dropping that shoulder, coming over the top a little bit on his onside. And he did a little bit at 2, got himself a little bit deep, and kind of the writing was on the wall, I guess, coming into that 4 ball.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe the back has something to do with that. No question. He had a pretty good start, but then as you alluded to there, Kiwi, he's just falling into 2-4 a little bit. You see the handle come up towards his chest, and it just puts a little bit of added stress on the body. Gets out of 3 all right, and then just needed a big turn here at 4 and just fell over too much.
I would hazard a guess that possibly if he was feeling strong, fit, and ready and prepared to take it on, he could maybe hold on to that, that 4 ball. But there was no point in this round. No point taking a bit of a hit out of 4 for right now, and just now he's already got himself in a pretty good seated position. He's in our final this afternoon, and hopefully he can swallow a few Advil, put the pain aside, and let it rip out there for us.
Okay, so who have we earmarked as being a finalist? We've got Freddie Winter, right? First of all, our first skier out on the water. Then we got Nate Smith and Corey Vaughan. I've put a tick mark next to. So how many skiers does that leave right now? We've got Dane Meckler to take to the water, Will Asher as well, and then we got that multiple way runoff.
Yeah, right now there's 5 guaranteed. 5 guaranteed.
We lost our microphone. Yeah, now so far there's 5 guaranteed. As we look at the leaderboard there, Nate, Will Asher, Corey Vaughan, Freddie Winter, Dane Meckler all have 3. Then we have the runoff at the moment with Thibaut, Cole McCormick, Joel Poland, and Stephen Neveu. So there's going to be 2-4 skiers for, let's say, 3 spots or 2 spots. But yeah, definitely going to have a runoff here, which is going to be pretty exciting stuff. All those guys are going to have to start at 39 off. They're going to be down at the start dock getting themselves all warmed up. But before we get to that, was a few more skiers ready to go, and that next skier is going to be Dane Meckler, and I understand he's going to start at 12 metres.
Yeah, hey, sorry about that, guys. The microphone just kind of fell off my stand there. These guys spending a lot of money on the cameras, but maybe they just work on some mic stands. They're getting them from Amazon, I guess.
All right, then. So we're just waiting for the green flag from our officials to allow our next skier to proceed out there on the water. Our penultimate skier in this second round of elimination is going to be Dane Meckler, who comes to us out of Charlotte in North Carolina. All right, they're sitting next to me here. We've got Aaron Larkin to my right and on the left of your screen, and I've got Kyle Lee there next to me as well. Both of them from New Zealand, and when we're not broadcasting out on the mic, they talk incessantly about rugby union, not so much about cricket. I do have to say.
I do. Kiwi doesn't, but I used to play for the state at cricket.
Oh, you did?
When I was a kid, yeah, I did. I loved it. It was easy. Actually, it was a decision I had to make between water skiing and cricket.
Your
They were
state?
both- Wow.
Which state is in New Zealand, mate?
Waikato.
Your region?
I was putting it in American terms.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Fair enough. Okay, here we go. This is Dane Meckler.
Yeah, and
Alright.
he would be another guy on the list of who's next to run 41.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
we'll determine whether he's done it or not, won't we? He did it in that runoff at the Worlds a couple of years ago. It doesn't really count for his ranking list performance, but we know he's capable of it, and he's one of those guys that 3s and 4s all day long, this guy, and hopefully he nails all 6 here shortly.
Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, so guys, sitting here with Freddie Winter, who is now a finalist after a rather long sit and wait.
Yeah, I was sitting there eating my lunch, just kind of ticking them off as they went down. Like, sorry to say, but you kind of it's rough, but you do you want to be in the final. So I'm in and I'm happy.
No, and I've been there. It's a horrible situation that these are your mates, like your travel companions, or you travel the world together, but then you've already skied and you're like, wow, geez, but like you said, I really want to make the final. That's our goal.
It's a solo sport, right? And I mean, we're friendly, we get on, but I mean, I don't train to have my friends beat me. So, I'm happy I'm in the final. I think I'm going to be 5th to last or something, and I'm going to go hard. I kind of was a bit annoyed with how I skied this morning. I think it was a bit tentative, which I hate doing. I've been attacking this year a lot better. So I'm in, and we're gonna have a good final. I mean, Nate's going to run a big score. We'll run a big score yesterday. We're gonna see some good stuff.
No, and I like it. I kind of like where your spot is too. Is you get to go out that, see a couple go, and then sort of throw it out there and see what happens.
Yeah, bloody right. I mean, we've got a little bit of wind. It's a head tail. I'm not quite sure if we're going to have to start at 12 or 13. I'm hoping 13. It means we can take 10-2-5-41 into the wind. So, yeah, the wind's going to come into it, as it often does at Waterski events. But, yeah, I mean, I'm pumped up. I was so mad. I'm not going to swear. So mad yesterday. I just went and I hit a squash ball around at a racquetball court for like an hour yesterday evening, just kind of getting the frustration out. So now I'm happy. I can, like you say, I'm in a good spot halfway through the order. Can go push it, and yeah, it's you want to be in the finals. I haven't missed a final in a couple of years, I think. So that would have been embarrassing, and I haven't embarrassed myself. Let's go do it.
Well done, mate. We're happy for you, and get to see him in the final soon. So back to you guys.
Well, that's a little bit of an interesting spin there on what happened yesterday, and I didn't even know that Freddie Winter was into racquetball. Well, I knew he was into squash, but maybe not so much racquetball.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, actually, but hard to find a squash court around here. It's too hot, but wish you could. But anyways, Dane Meckler, he's through 38 off and is just about to fire up behind the MasterCraft Pro Star at 39. Interesting choice, actually, because of this head tail. He's elected to take 39 into the head and 41 into the tail. I would have thought he was good enough that would see him.
To me, it's all preparation for the final, Aaron. I think he's going, we've got to start at 12 in the final. I'm going to have to run 39 this way and then try my best to see what I can do at 41 coming back. Obviously, the opt-up is an option, but dropping back to 13 is not. So this is what he's got to do here coming up in a couple of hours.
Yeah, you did right. You did right. He took great advantage of that, having that nice little headwind at 39. As we see with the replay here, he's a left foot forward skier. He's fairly tall. He's not the tallest guy on the field, but uses his lower body a lot. You see his compression with his knees as he comes through the second wake, allowing the ski to edge change from one side of the shoulders to the other, and really keeps his upper body still, takes his handle away and through the edge change with him, which really keeps his direction moving away from the boat, keeping the line tight. So he's a real technician and a very, very good skier, as he's proven to be over the last few seasons.
All right, so Dane Meckler, who's had a good few results that have rewarded him with top 5 finishes. His highest place finish so far this season was second at the Calgary Cup. A 4th place at the Malibu Open in Lacanau, and the remaining 3 places out of the top 5 that he's collected have all been 5th spots at California, Monaco, and the Swiss Pro Slalom. And looking to try and put in a result that would knock out that 5th place that he achieved at the Swiss Pro Slalom all the way back in May. Let's see what he's got. It's his 10.25 minutes, gets a good start on number 1. Nicely, and just rears up on number 2 and gets 2 buoys for his effort out there.
Yeah, good skiing there from Dane. He actually had a really good start, and I'd say he'd be a little bit disappointed with 2 there, because after that 1 ball he had, he was looking to turn 2 ball. Unfortunately, maybe just that little tail breeze was pushing him down a bit too fast, and he didn't get the line that he needed out of 2. We'll look at the replay here. Makes a good gate turn, nice and stacked up over the ski, prepares to make the good turn at 1, sits back a little bit, maybe that's his problem, and a little bit too far back, and then as a result just gets brought to the inside as he wants to initiate the turn there at 2, and the skier just didn't want to come underneath the line.
I bet he learned a lot out there, though, that set. He kind of figured out his gate setup, trying to get ready for this afternoon. And I think he had a pretty good approach to number 1, just kind of really pushed on it on the backside of the buoy. Wow. All right. So just news coming into us here at the announcing stand, and not going to make any difference to the well, a little bit maybe to the seating list. But Corey Vaughan's handle has measured too long, so his performance in round 2 is going to be taken back, disqualified, basically back to 0. So the significance of that, he's still in the final from his 3 at 41. He knew that, but Freddie has a better backup score, so Freddie just kind of pops ahead of him and will be going out after Corey. And there's our running order right there. And that's what I was going to say. It doesn't matter unless Will can go out here in a second and run a piece of 2 at 43. That running order is going to stay the same.
Well, Aaron, for someone that during the course of his skiing career tried to get every single last bit of rope on there, the centimetre and what have you. I mean, what's your reaction to that?
It's pretty silly stuff, if I'm honest with you. Like always a case of there's tolerances, and it's probably it's probably an inch, I would say. Let's say from centre tolerance to what's out. I always worked on being like a half an inch in, like it was always had to be. There's no point in pushing that threshold. There was no real advantage, in that sense. So having a rope that's too long is pretty silly in my opinion. Like I don't mean to sound condescending. I just don't think you need to stretch it that far.
You're not this old, but I mean this measuring the handle after they skied has come about in the last, I want to say 15, 20 years, Aaron. Like they used to just do it before you went out, and that was it. But obviously, things change when you're out there, and so now it's you measure it before and you measure it afterwards, and it's the measurement afterwards that counts, because obviously the ropes do stretch, or I hate to say it, but people did kind of mess with their handles a little bit while they were skiing, and ended up being a little bit long afterwards.
Well, yeah, there has been reports of people in the past making their handles a little longer in the midst of the course, and that's kind of a little bit of where this come from, along with the fact of, hey, look, people are pushing the envelope to the point where, if it does stretch, then it will be that long, and I've always been of the opinion that you don't need to press it that far. You've got tolerances. You as a professional skier know where those tolerances are. Anyways, that won't make any difference. We're going to take it down to weight.
Hey, thanks, Aaron. So I'm sitting here with Dane, and we're talking about the runoff coming up, which he gets a little bit extra time. And we're talking about, hey, you had a fun set out there, a Pro Tour semifinal, but with no pressure.
Yeah, it's awesome. I've been lucky lately. I've had a few of these, been really working on hammering down round 1 to try to avoid the situation, and been learning more about what to do with that set, right? And I really wanted to gate from the far end, and felt really good out there. I think the wind died down. We'll see what it does, but right now there's going to be some big scores in the final.
No, I thought it was a really smart move to go ahead and go to the 12, have a look from the other end, see what's going to happen in the final. It'll be that same format, correct?
Yep, just wanted to get in the gate. I thought I hit the gate pretty good, just rushed one a bit, just to kind of feel what the ski could do on the limit there, and I'm ready for the final. So
he's ready and we're ready. We're going to see it soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we got one more skier to get through. Will Asher now, he was our top seed after round 1, and didn't he kill the start of 41 last round? He's going to be doing it from a different direction this time. Got a little bit kind of loose there at 3, I want to say. But again, another skier just kind of feeling things out, getting ready for the finals later on this afternoon. But I was watching his 41 in round number 1. He was a little bit out of shape in his 39, but his 41 was great. We'll talk more about that after we hear from Wade.
So here with Cole McCormick, our second skier in the runoff. So how many 39 starts have you done over your career in these runoff situations?
Not a ton. Probably less than 10, honestly, but it's all right. Got a nice little headwind, so just go out there and be aggressive, and we'll get her done. Redemption round here.
And a little different sort of setup than the average. You've skied yesterday. You've already skied today. So the 39 start, it's not that big of a deal. Not like if you hadn't skied for 3 days and you went out at 6 a.m. and started, right?
Yeah, no, it's all about just getting the intensity up right away because you're starting at 39, so it's important to, bring the intensity. The only time you really ever get caught off guard at 39 start is if you're not bringing the intensity right from the start.
All right, well, we're going to see him get his intense on really soon. Back to you guys.
That's one thing Cole does extremely well is he turns it on right on his. Even if he's starting at 32, he comes out there, comes out swinging. Here is Will Asher coming back round 2 ball as he exits in round 3. He's looking on time here. This is 39.5. And another 6 boys. A little bit of a chest drop around number 5, but nothing to worry about.
Looking in very good shape there, Will Asher, whose technique over the past decade or so, well, actually closer to the past 2 decades, has really redefined what it is to be a slalom skier out there on the water with.
Yeah, we heard a little chatter that at the end of the pass there was maybe a couple little rollers there at number 1. I don't know if they were anywhere further down the pass, but you could definitely see the ski bounce a little bit. And he made a comment as he exited the gates. Possibly, I mean, the wind has dropped off completely, so there might be just a little bit of a roll coming back from when the boat's taken off or something like that. But conditions on the whole absolutely perfect out here. Yeah, there's this little. Yep, he knows it, but he's used to. He's run 39 in a lot rollier conditions than we'll ever see here.
Yeah, certainly when it's glass calm, it makes it challenging because every ripple is seen and felt. That's why these skiers and everybody enjoys a bit of texture on the water. Maybe a little slight head tailwind as we've had pretty much all morning. It's just laid down right now, so. It looks like Will is now about to come back in at 41 off. He's going to try gate at that end, just getting in preparation for the final. We saw him run 4 here on this pass yesterday. So let's see what he's got today.
Only one person so far in this men's slalom competition has run through 41 off, and that was Nate Smith, and that is going to be the only person that's run 41 off so far in this competition on the strength of Will Asher's 1. At 41 this time around.
Yep, we're moving into the runoff now here in just a second. Let's watch this this gate. I don't think he was kind of too worried about this one. He's just trying to get his gate timing from that end. But this begs the question that they're forced to go out at 12, but is there going to be some opt-up somewhere along the ways? I think we saw Nate run 41 from this opposite direction. With the wind dropping down or a slight tailwind from that far end, maybe there's going to be a couple of guys that go, hey, listen, I'm going to change it, go out at 38, opt up to 39, who knows? So 41 is back with maybe a little bit of a headwind and maybe a little bit more settled water conditions from the gate setup.
And here is the full leaderboard prior to us going into the runoff to determine the final placements to advance through to the final. We got Nate Smith in the leader with 1 at 9.75. In second spot, Will Asher with 4 at 10.25 meters, and then we've got Dane Meckler also with 3, Freddie Winter also with 3, Corey Vaughan also with 3 down to 5th spot right now, and then we've got a multiple way tie for 6th place, which will cover the top 8. We've got Thibaut Dayon, Cole McCormick, Joel Poland, and Stephen Neville all involved in that runoff to determine the final spots of our 8 skier men's final. All right, here is the start list for our runoff. We're going to have Joel Poland out on the water first, followed by Cole McCormick. Second out, then we got Thibaut Dayon, our penultimate skier, and then Stephen Neville out last. And so we're just trying to get settled on the rules for this one. It is going to be a standard format for runoff. We keep running off until we get the 2 remaining skiers through to the next round of the competition. So plenty of exciting stuff in the men's slalom competition, coming right down to this, the runoff for the remaining spots for 7th and 8th place.
Okie dokie.
All right, Joel Poland leaves the dock. No warm-up time, though. It's straight in at 39. The last completed pass. All these guys tied at 2 at 41, so they have to go out at 39. And that is a tough ask for these guys. They're all capable of it, but to go out straight away and get through this pass, no easy feat. Here it goes. He's got a little bit of a slight headwind that may help things. Keep the rope a little bit tighter. He's run it both rounds so far. It's a big 2-ball. Remember his 4-ball at 39 last round. He folds again and holds on to it.
Oh, my word.
He is strong, and he's got 6 buoys, Tony.
Well, let's put the gauntlet down, isn't it? Cold, he hasn't skied for an hour, and he's just gone out and run 39 off cold.
Well, I tell you what, he has made us some very stern stuff out there with 2 very suspect turns there on the left side of the course. He's left foot forward, so this is his offside turn. Just brings the ski round and just uses all of his core strength to keep himself upright off those turns, especially here off number 4. And then he has enough of an advance into 5 to where he could safety check it a little bit and get round number 6 at 10.75 meters. And he's and you rightly say there, Aaron, he has definitely thrown the gauntlet down.
He certainly has. I mean, but that's it's really made it easier for the guys on the dock, really, you know, because now they know that there's really only one speed. And, you know, like Cole was alluding to, Cole McCormick there, it's about the intensity. The hard part about running 39 off cold off the dock is really finding the right intensity so it doesn't actually shock you. But here comes Joel Poland now, 41 off. This is the pass that's going to see if we can get him through to the final or not. See if we can get a decent start here. He's through the gates and he's around 1. Tip rise at 1. Suggest you he's going to get 2.
Yeah.
And that's all she wrote there. So another 2.
He's he's saying, oh, hey, I could have got a bit more because that was a good 1-ball. But like in the back, I was kind of wondering what he was going to do down there. He's first off, he doesn't know what it's going to take. But there's 4 skiers looking for 3 spots. I think, you know, you're pretty. If it was me, I would be going, I'm pretty safe with 2. You know, at least to be in contention for another runoff, or someone might miss 39. You know, so that 2-ball I think is going to stand him pretty well going forward.
And using that master line or pro line to great effect out there. That is Joel Poland and master line, the official tow line of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro, and both flavors of slalom tow line are available for our skiers. The Pro line, which has been used consistently over the last few seasons, but within about the last 2 to 3 seasons, there's been the optimized tow rope, which has a little bit more give, which is especially advantageous for some of our senior skiers out there, or those skiers, as a matter of fact, in the junior categories that need a little bit more give in the line. You can find out more by going to masterlineusa.com, masterlineusa.com to find out more about the official tow line of the MasterCraft Pro.
That option is a little bit similar to the setting in Zero Off. You know, you get to choose a little bit of the feel you want. So it's a good option for our skiers here. But here comes Cole McCormick right into it. This is 39. He's gone hard at number 1, just like he said he would. He's reached early at 2, and it's all over. Joel Poland, he's got his spot, and pressure comes. You got to say, pressure comes off these remaining 2 guys.
Yeah, it certainly does. Now they know they just need to get, from my recollection, they need to basically stand up at 2-ball at 39, and they're through. So
it's kind of it's unfortunate there for Cole that he's had to go out early. I mean, he had to just go for it, and he did. Opened up a bit early there at 2 and fell into it. But now these guys that come out afterwards have got a pretty easy task. You know, they can, if they choose, turn 1, stand up round 2, and they're sailing through.
Yeah, again, it comes back to intensity, and maybe he was just a bit wound up, because you see right about here, he really tries to start to turn hard. The ski tips, the tip of the ski rises and just doesn't get the angle and the load out of it, and then from there there's just deadline at 2. So,
all right,
it's unfortunate.
All right, so let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Joel Poland, our first skier in the runoff, and Man, our second. What a good feeling. You're our first finalist through. I mean, I just saw your total jubilation, sort of exhilaration, and it's just a runoff, but what a feeling.
Yeah, it's been a battle this year. I've been really grinding the slalom, and yeah, like going out on cold 39 was nice. A couple weekends ago at California, went out at 39 cold, messed up one, messed up two, and I was the first guy out. And I swear, like, the amount of finals I've been the first guy out. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy as hell right now. Happy as hell, happy to be in the final. Hopefully I can push it and put some pressure on the big dogs. I think I'm going to be pretty early out, but yeah, pretty happy right now.
All good, man. We could tell by the energy. So anyone at home you want to give a shout out to?
Mom, Dad, as always, love you guys. Hope you're doing good. And my little sister, Darcy. How you doing, Darcy?
There we go. Big fan club at home. Back to you guys.
So I'm guessing the good folks in the London district of Clapham are celebrating right now Joel Poland's advancement through to the slalom final.
Yep, they'll probably be tucked up underneath a nice rug in front of a fire.
All right, what's going through Thibaut's head as he comes in? This is 39, and he's only got to get 2. That being said, he probably wants to have a good crack at running it, just safely turn 2, but then have a good crack running it, maybe to get down the seatings a little bit. He's got a shifty 1. He's just taking it easy. There's his 2. Yeah, no, he knew he just had to get 2, and he didn't want to push anything hard there. Aaron, you said it's a matter of intensity. I'm going to say a little bit here is a little matter of luck on that draw for the runoff. You know, Cole going out early made it a little bit tougher and made it a bit easier for these two to follow him.
Oh, there's no two ways about it. Yeah, I mean, now that they don't have to run, all the way down 39, it's just a case of getting a good start. And as a lefty, this is the case where you want to be a lefty.
Yep.
You know, all he's got to do is get over to 2 and make the turn. He was just safety checking 2. They had real no intentions of trying to get any further than that. That's booked his place in the final. He'll be super happy with that, Thibaut, really, and it's good because he's had a good season and he's been building for this, and this is going to put a good feather in his cap for the events to come.
Yep, definitely not taking anything away from Thibaut skiing. He ran 2 at 41 both rounds, so he's deserved his spot. I do feel a little bit for Cole. He's been skiing exceptionally well, and an early exit from this runoff means that Thibaut and Joel are moving through so far. We've got 1 remaining. And Stephen Neveu to go out and get 2 at 39, seemingly easy task for him. Last guy in the runoff about to leave the dock, and then we're going to switch gears straight into the open women's slalom final. Our top 6 that we figured out earlier, that we see on our screen. That's Pedrini just getting ready. She's going to be the first one off. I think it's going to be much of a delay in between, maybe a little gas in the boat, change of officials, gear things up a little bit, and straight into our finals this afternoon.
All right, then continuing right along to our last skier in this runoff situation, and needing just to get that ski round 2 into the wakes. This is Stephen Neveu.
Yeah, well, Stephen, he's right foot forward, so he's going to have a slightly more challenging, start if you like. But I wouldn't put it past him to.
Oh no!
That's incredible.
And he goes down, and he plays Santa Claus to Cole McCormick, who has now made it through to the next round of the competition.
Somebody called Cole McCormick back. I think he's in his car driving home after that 1.5
Oh, he's still around. He's still around.
No, I saw him walking off pretty quick. So that's crazy. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that shows you. We talked about it earlier when you try to ski to a score, and you don't do what you normally do. Like it can change your technique and change your rhythm and your intensity level. And Stephen, unfortunately, won't be going through. Cole McCormick will be the first one off the dock in the final, followed by Thibaut Dylan and Joel Poland. Those are the 3 that made it through from this runoff.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with one of our finalists, Thibaut Diane, and man, what a good feeling, right?
Yeah, really happy to make it in. It was a tough runoff. All those guys are very good skiers, so it's not easy.
But it must have felt really good to go out this morning and consolidate your score from yesterday. You ran 10.7 again, you ran 10.2 again, and you earned your right into this final, not got lucky and, waited on someone to fall, correct?
Yeah, I'm built some confidence out there because it was 39 tailwind, and I was like, do I play it headwind, tailwind? And I say, okay, trust it, go for it. Like I say, all those, they are amazing athletes here, and you got to risk it. So took a shot out of it, and it paid off. I'm happy to be in. Yeah.
Well done. We can't wait to see you in the final. So I know there's a couple people at home you want to say hello to as well.
Oh, yeah, my parents, obviously, coaches, and the French team, everyone, really.
Good stuff. He's got a great family, too. So they're going to get to see him rip it in the final after the ladies coming up soon. Back to you guys.
Well, another French athlete making it through to the to that men's slalom final. Let's have a look. Here are your finalists. Nate Smith out in the lead with that one at 9.75. And then the list continues on with there. Will Asher in second, Dave Meckler in third, Freddie Winter in fourth, Corey Vaughan in fifth, and then via that multiple way runoff, Joel Poland takes the sixth spot. Thibaut Dayon takes seventh spot. Cole McCormick takes the eighth spot. And on the outside looking in, Stephen Neveu, Chris Parrish, Robert Hazelwood, and Robert Pagozzi. So, all right. So that brings to a conclusion the elimination round series of the men's slalom event. We will be back momentarily. Stick around. Continuing coverage of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro comes to you right after this.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealerships are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
Here at Action Watersports, we're the largest MasterCraft dealer in the world, and our staff has the knowledge and expertise to make sure that you and your family have a great time every time you go out on the water. For all your water sports needs, stop by your local Action Watersports location or visit us online at actionwater.com.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro right here on Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid and indeed also the home of Action Water Sports in Central Florida. All right then, so we just had a brief look at the schedule. Well, we'll take a look at the running orders, I believe, for the women's competition. In the slalom final, the leadoff skier is going to be Paige Reaney, followed by Elizabeth Montavon, and then we'll go with Canada's Jamie Ball, followed by America's Ali Nicholson. Winnie McClintock-Reaney will be our penultimate skier, and the last skier to take to the water in this six-person women's slalom final will be Regina Jaquist. So we've got our lineup of skiers, and already at the starting dock right now, getting ready to go, is Paige Reaney. So looking forward to seeing some rocking, socking slalom skiing about to take place with six of the best slalom skiers in the world right here at Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid. All right, we got Scott Greenwood at the steering wheel of that MasterCraft Pro Star, doing a fine job. And we'll see how things transpire. All right, so working our way along. My good friend here, Akai Lead.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Good to be back here and talk you guys through this finals. It's been a lot of competition, a lot of action over the last 2 days, going through the preliminary rounds, but we've sorted it out, and the top 6 women have emerged, the top 8 men have emerged, and we're about ready to kick this thing off, starting with Paige Reaney. She's in the water. Start lengths are 13 meters for the girls, 12 meters for the guys. And hey, we've been analyzing a lot of skiing over the last little while, but now it's the cream of the crop, and these guys are going to get the job done. And none of the rounds from before count. All those rounds were just to get into the final, and now it's straight off the stick. So the top score in this round only will decide the winner. Of course, if there's a tie in some of the places from second on down, we will go to backup scores.
Of course, also take into consideration that there are Waterski Pro Tour points on offer for those that finish high enough on the list, so to speak. We've got on the water, as it stands right now, we have got Paige Reaney coming to us out of Canada.
Okay, Paige Reaney had a little bit of an early exit from round number 1, but then she stepped up her game and ran a 38 with authority in round 2, and snuck her way into the final in 6th spot.
All right then, and with Paige Reaney running the opening pass of 13 meters, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Krista Shipner, the Vice President of Marketing for MasterCraft. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us here too. I'm so happy to be here with Action Water Sports hosting us. Product is incredible, of course, but the scores are high, vibes are higher, things are good.
So it must be really special for you to be a former water skier, national level skier, now representing on the other side.
It is. It's really full circle, and there's many times I'm sitting at my desk and I get to talk about the Pro Star or even Stars and Stripes and be involved in events like this, and I get goosebumps or I start crying. To be able to work in something you're so passionate about is a biggest blessing.
No, and we've got these ladies slalom skiers now. Any predictions?
Nope, not playing this game. I'm just here to watch the scores and cheer everyone on.
No, I love it. She's just a fan like me, and we're happy to have her. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Wade, and good to see Krista here. And the MasterCraft team putting on this fabulous event, combined, supported by Action Watersports, our MasterCraft dealer here in Central Florida. And Aaron, welcome back. You're going to help us talk us through this women's final. We've had Paige Rini out there at 13 meters, and she looked just as solid as she did in the second round.
Yeah, looking the goods now at 12. The wind's died down. It's glass calm. She's skiing on a Radar Vapor Pro build and looking very tidy. As you would anticipate, the next pass is where the work starts for Paige. So ticking things off, just getting a visual because things have changed since the previous round where she had to start. You start at 14 meters, and potentially this is a different direction that now she's running these passes. So.
And while we got a second, Aaron, we talk about your role at Action Watersports with the MasterCraft range, but also the Pro Shop over there at Action Watersports. Huge range of gear available.
Yeah, no, we do. We carry a lot of the major brands when it comes to skiing, wake surfing, wakeboarding. We got a full range of life jackets, ski gloves, tubes, etc. Yeah, we got the full range of Masterline ropes and handles.
Yep.
Do all that sort of stuff. It's actually promoted by Wakehouse, or go to wakehouse.com. We can service all your needs.
Awesome, and a great shot there of Greenie. He's been doing some hours in that boat these last couple of days, but these guys, that's what they live for. They love driving this boat. They love pulling these top skiers, and they do such a fabulous job. Scott Greenwood and Chris Eller, thanks very much for coming, and to all of our officials for helping us run this event. We appreciate all the volunteers that come and make this event such a success.
All right then, working our way through to pass number 3 for Paige Rini, taking a good hard snap off number 1 on 11.25 meters, staying ahead of the course here on buoy number 3. Look at her go round number 4 and number 5, and should have no problems getting around number 6 with that particular attempt at 11.25 meters. Seems to have found a good rhythm out there, guys.
Yeah, good scan there from Paige. Really attacked the course and stayed early, stayed wide. And we'll watch the replay here. As I said earlier, she's an advocate of the one-handed turn, gate turn, and has a pretty good gate there. Stays nice and counted as she turns around one ball, nice and stacked over to 2. Stays on the tip of the ski, stays committed. Maybe a little bit of a bobble there, but nothing to really trouble her too much. Comes into her onside, connected. That MasterCraft towboat doing a great job, pulling all these skiers up and down the lake. Nice turn on her offside there at 4 ball. And from here, it's just a maintenance. Basically, she needs to stay attacking it. You can't come off the throttle, even though you're coming into your offside. Round 6, and then out the gates.
Good skiing there from Paige, and now getting ready for 10.75 meters.
Hopefully, she keeps the same attitude as she's taken these last 2 rounds through that 38, just attacking it, going for it, not hesitating. And this is the round to do it in, right? She's not trying to make a cut. She's trying to put some pressure on, the big or the top girls right behind her. If she can get a score halfway down this pass, that'll stand her a good seed, maybe even see her on the podium. I don't believe she's been on the podium at a pro slalom event in the past, but who knows? Today could be the day.
Here she is now, 39 off. Oh, she hasn't got the great start. The ski reared up, and she's inside of 2, so that's going to be disappointing for Paige. She's made all that hard work of getting through 38. Just tried to bite off a little bit more than she could chew, but she'll put that one down to experience, I'd suggest.
All right there, so decent skiing there from Paige Rini, won at 10.75 meters, and no doubt she'll be looking forward to other events that will be taking place within about the next few weeks, culminating with the World Championships in the middle portion of October. But for the here and now, she gets one buoy at 10.75 meters and just didn't get the best of starts there in order to try and continue that run there, Kyle.
Yeah, I think she was going for it again. Sometimes on your onside, when you try to really push it, you're looking for the big big start. You know, you go to the tail, you're kind of push on your back foot, which is what we saw there a little bit. She sits behind it, ski comes up and kind of lose all your speed facing the boat. From there, it's hard work to get to the next buoy, especially at 39 off. So one buoy, but she had the right attitude. I commend her for that. Hey, 1 at 39 is still a great score. You know, the first one off the dock in the final.
All right, so next skier up, coming to us out of West Palm Beach in South Florida. And this is Elizabeth Montavon Island.
Okay.
Yeah, good stuff to see Elizabeth in the final. She's actually a Pro Tour event winner, winning the Miami Pro Slalom a couple of years ago, down obviously in Miami at the Greater Miami Ski Club. So good to see she puts a lot of effort into her skiing, trains a lot off the water and on the water, and has a full-time job in the midst of all trying to do this. So let's see what she's got for us at 13 metres in her opening pass. As you can see by the screenshots there, there's not a breath of wind at the moment. It's starting to get a little bit muggy, certainly hot, 90 odd degrees, and Elizabeth over 5 and around 6 and comfortably through their opening pass.
Okay, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Paige Rainey, and you did exactly what, if I was competing against you, what I would want you to do. You went out and you ran 11, put a shot up at 10.7.
Yeah, I mean, my 38 felt really good. I've just been struggling a little bit at 39 on my one balls and like exiting one ball with a good position. So I'm a little bit bummed because I felt so good at 38. But I'm really happy to be in the finals, and thank you guys for putting on this event. It was awesome. So.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling making the finals, like, you know, relief coming out. But when you put up a score in the final itself, yeah, it's a good feeling, right?
Yeah, definitely. It felt really good out there. So good luck to the rest of the girls, and I'm excited to watch. So.
Awesome. Love her spirit and her attitude. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Paige. And getting ready to bring Elizabeth Montavon back into the course for pass number 2.
I think this might be one of her favourite events. Elizabeth has skied well here. She's been on the podium before in the past, and I think she's got one of her best scores. She's got to 3 at 39 here. She was oh so close in that second round and made a play for it, and went to a judge's review just coming inside 3. She's at 12 right now, and she skis every pass with some aggression. She's a strong girl. Sits a little bit back on the ski compared to some of the other ones, but pushes the ski through and holds onto it. Got a good, powerful sort of position through the wakes. Throws that ski out, and a commanding 35 off.
All right, nicely done there. 35 off, and Elizabeth Montavon, who's travelled quite a bit this season, got a 6th place finish at the Caiaphas Battle Pro-Am, an 8th place finish at the Monaco Slalom Cup, and a 6th place finish at Lake 38 Pro-Am, and looking to add a good position to count towards the top 5 events that she's competed all the way this season. Current line in 10th in the Pro Tour standings on 37 points, and she could actually gain quite a few points and put herself up a couple of competitors that are currently above her. But at the moment, we get an indication from from our officials that there may be a gate review on that pass. So we're double checking that before we allow Elizabeth Montavon to proceed.
Yep. Obviously nervous times, for the skier in this department. Usually Kiwi, you'd imagine, I always knew whether I went in or out of a gate.
Yeah, I mean, mostly you do, but every once in a while you kind of push it right over the top. All these skiers want to get the best possible gate shot they can, and that means being millimeters from that right-hand gate ball. Give you as much time, coming into number 1. Sometimes, you make, especially on your early passes, you make a slight error and get closer than you expect. Hopefully for Elizabeth, it's going to be a successful pass. They have cameras on the other side of the lake, or on each side of the lake, that with a good straight angle, as the skier comes through it, the judges sit up there and they have the ability to review and slow things down, make sure each skier goes through the gates. And right now we're just waiting for their final call. But I'm sure a little bit nervous times there for Elizabeth, sitting down in the water just waiting for the result to come in. Gate has been approved, so good. And to be honest, she's obviously bang on where she wants to be, right on that, close on that right-hand gate ball. So, and she's skiing the rest of the pass well, so hopefully she can continue this through 38.
Yep, so here she comes now, 38 off. She's run it both rounds. Had a little bit of a delay there. Now that might take something into consideration, but she's got a great start. She's rounds 2. Nice start off a 2 ball there. She's early at 3. Just rocks back a little bit of the ski at 3 ball. Nice turn at 4, getting over to 5, and really looking good. Only one real bobble in that pass, and it didn't affect her at all. Really good stuff.
Not in the slightest. I think she ran it well in the round 2, but that was better. She was a little down course, I think 1 and 2 in round 2. And she backsided 2 ball, and after that, yeah, maybe a little bit of an error, one somewhere along the lines, but nothing that put her late, and she ran that very commandingly. Hopefully she can do the same sort of thing at 39. She's looking strong.
Now, one thing that I've noticed with Elizabeth Montavon, at least, and I've seen her, and I've been watching her ski for like the last 2, 3, maybe 4 seasons, you know, and she in the past has had the propensity to come off the turn and just really overload with her shoulders and get really, really deep in the wakes. So deep, in fact, that when she throws a ski onto its inside edge and makes the turn, that she has trouble re-establishing her balance to make the turn. She's calmed down quite a bit since then, and I think she's used a good portion of her training time during the summer to correct the deficiencies that were present before.
It's pretty observant, actually, of you there, Tony. It's pretty. It's actually very true. I noticed the same thing, in the sense that she has calmed things down. She's not as quick off the back of the ball to try and get some load and feel the pull of the boat. And what you're going to see as a result is watching exactly what she's just done here. Is her consistency's gone up. So let's see what she's got at 39 off. She's going to get a good start. Is she? It's not bad. She's going to be around 2. She's got a good turn at 2. Will she get over to 3? I think she does. This time she will. Will she get back to the wakes? I guess so, but she's very happy with that. That's excellent skiing, and again, very consistent stuff from Elizabeth.
No, she's throwing the fist. Well, she's enjoying that score. Last round she was also close and skied inside 3. That time she made no mistake, and a piece of 3, a full 3 buoys at 39. That's a great score for this final. Let's going to see where that falls. She's got herself a header page with 1.
Yes,
and it's only really Jamie ran 3 in the round 2 as well, so she's in good company.
And at the very least, she would score 24 pro points, which would actually boost her season total at this stage to 61 points. And at 61 points, that only puts her 7 points behind Paige Reaney in terms of the Waterski Pro Tour women's slalom standings. But she has leapfrogged over Neely Ross, who is currently at a standstill in 10th spot with 51 points.
Okay, so we looked at her 1. She had a little bit of a delay. She was late, as you like, coming around 2. And that ski bit, and she held on to it. She just I'm not letting go of this one. I'm not coming up short at 39 this time. And that extra buoy at 39 is going to make a big difference for her placements here today.
They could earn her extra points as well. I mean, depending upon the scores that are to come afterwards. But let's see who our next competitor to take to the water is going to be. It is Jamie Bull. Now, Jamie Bull hasn't had the best of luck in recent times. The ski that the case that contained her skis actually got broken in half by the airline that was transporting it, and thus the skis that were inside it were also got destroyed as well. So she's basically riding on a ski that she isn't totally dialed in with yet. But even so, running the opening pass of 13 meters, Jamie Bull still looking quite impressive out there, guys.
Yeah, she certainly is, and it's a testament to the professionality of her. You know, I mean, getting on a new ski, the flex patterns in these things can be quite a bit different. The rocker in these, the rocker meaning how much concave there is in the ski, and where the flat spot is, can be quite different. So it is quite disconcerting in being able to jump on a ski and run the same amount of buoys. But she looked great doing it, and hopefully we'll see a big score for her. We're going to take it down to weight at the dock.
Hey, Aaron, I'm going to be quick here. Our girl's out of breath, but congratulations. Great score.
Thank you, thank you. It's not a big high, but this season I've been looking for lather, rinse, repeat. So that was another 3 for me, and I feel pretty good about that.
No, I loved it. Love the sort of, you're understanding where you're at right now, and you're like, I needed that, and you got it.
Yeah, like I said, I can't complain. I've been looking for 3s. If I get more 3s, I'll learn how to get to 4, right?
And it never stinks to be the leader in the clubhouse, which she is right now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, great to see Elizabeth excited about her performance out here today. And skier on the water, Jamie Bull, first round, we're not even going to comment about. It was uncharacteristic. She stepped it up in round 2, 3 at 39, and that got her through to the final. And I think she's going to keep improving as she spends a little more time on the ski. As we talked, it's not her first choice, and she went through a couple of skis, and now she's trying to dial this one in. And the more time on it, the better she looks.
And that raises an issue a little bit, doesn't it? As you ride, as you continue to ride on that ski. I mean, there are a couple of ways to approach it. Either you get used to the ski, or you try and make modifications to the ski to get used to you.
Yeah, well, and it's in this scenario, she doesn't have that choice, does she? She's got to get on the ski and adapt to the way that it's riding it, and then, taking both of those scenarios into consideration, you need time to figure out what the ski's going to do underneath you. You need time to figure out, what it's going to do when you get to your hard passes and the ski's going to snap and turn very quickly. And have you got the confidence to stay over the top of it and ride it through, through the pass? It does create some real challenges. But Jamie, who's run a lot of these passes and is a consummate professional, is handling it in her stride and looking the goods. She ran that pass pretty nicely.
Each set she goes out to, she gathers a little bit more confidence, a little bit more trust in what the ski is going to do. And we're witnessing that firsthand. This is 38 off. Both of our skiers have gone before her, have completed this pass and completed it with ease, actually. So hopefully Jamie will do the same. Got a slight headwind, making things a little bit easier, keeping the rope tight. And keeping the nerves a little calmer as she approaches 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, no worries there for Jamie Bull.
Looking pretty good out there, I do have to say. But, her offside's not looking too bad. I mean, she stands right for forward, which means her offside is 135. The ski seems to come round and seems to maintain its water speed, and no hitch at the end of the turn. But as it makes its way through the wakes, it kind of like gives off a little bit of a bounce into 2, 4, and 6. And that's something that she's got to really get under control if she is to go down the line significantly with the remainder of this set.
Yeah, absolutely. But Jamie, she's really doing a good job of only having a few ski rides on this particular slalom ski. Maybe that wasn't as good as what we're used to seeing, but really, given the circumstances, the fact that she's through 38 with very, very little bobbles is very, very good. It is very finicky. Again, there's four spots on the measured spots on the ski that these guys measured the flexes, and they change. Within a thousandth of a pound, the ski will react and do something different. So
what's the kind of metric so far as measuring the flexes? Because it's a certain poundage weight again to flex that portion of the ski by an inch, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, exactly. They put it on a flex tester and measure certain points. But here she is now. She's got 3 boys at 39 off to beat, and she's through the gates. She's around 1. She's got a pretty good start. She heads over to maybe a little bit too slow. She's over past 2 balls. She's going to get around 3. She's around 3 now. Can she go on from here? She needs a big 4. She's got it. She's going to get over to 5. She's around 5. Can she get to 6? Oh, she does. Oh, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Jamie Bull on a new ski. That is outrageously good.
Yeah, if there's any doubts about that ski, they've been extinguished right there and then.
I think that ski is a keeper.
Yep. She's improved every single round, and that's a big score going into this final. Only one other girl has run that pass this tournament so far.
Great skiing there from Jamie Bull, running that pass all the way. And I mean, there's only been one other skier so far in this competition that has run through 10.75 meters, and that is going to be our final skier to hit the water, Regina Jaquist. But this puts a pretty sizable target out there, gentlemen.
Well, it certainly does. It's thrown the gauntlet down, really, hasn't it? You know, I mean, there's only one position the throttle needs to be in for the rest of the girls, and that's flat tack. Really strong stuff, Jamie Bull. It's great skiing.
Fantastic effort there, and Jamie Bull has been on an absolute tear this season. Has gone to events such as Kaiaphas, where she won that event. Has also replicated that with a win at the Malibu Open in Lacanau and 2 second-place finishes, Monaco and California, and looking to try and knock out the point score for the third place at the King of Darkness. She would need to finish higher than third to do that. Here she comes, Jamie. Oh! Ooh. That ski came off rather awkwardly.
Yeah, that's going to go to a video review here for sure. The judges are unsure kind of what happened there, whether the ski went outside the buoy, when she let go of the handle. It's going to be a close one, but it's going to be a big one too, because any piece of the next buoy at 41 is going to make a huge difference to the skiers to follow.
All right, the current leader in the Waterski Women's Pro Tour standings, currently riding on 227 points. A third-place finish at the very least would give her 234 points, and anything higher, and the points increase exponentially from there. And, of course, there is an additional couple of points that is awarded to the skier that comes away with the best score, irrespective of what round it was produced in.
Well, that angle that we just watched that pass on, that was unclear. I couldn't tell whether she was outside it. Similar to that one. The judges upstairs are going to be looking at every single angle that TWBC has to kind of try and discern if she got the ski outside, whether she had the handle. Is it going to be a quarter? Is it going to be one? Is it 1 1/4? What's the score going to be? Ellie Nicholson waits patiently.
I think that was a 1 at 10-2.
1 at 10-2, yep, confirmed. So a valiant effort, one would say, but not producing any extra points. So 1 at 41, though. She's got the lead into this final, and that's a huge score for these girls to chase.
And it looked to me like a two-stage thought process going into that buoy. I mean, she probably came across the wakes and thought, okay, I could probably get to, and as she got closer, it became less and less possible, and then she threw the ski for the additional fraction thereof, and unfortunately coming up on short on the inside of number 2.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios you've got to put your body on the line, isn't it? You know, this is a pro tournament, it's a pro final, this is the one chance you've got. So throwing yourself around the ball is advantageous.
I don't want to start shorter, that's for sure.
All right then, folks. Next skier up is going to be Ali Nicholson, who comes to us all the way from Gallatin in Tennessee, but resides here in Central Florida these days. A member of Team Syndicate, the Syndicate team for the brand leadership, consisting of her, Jamie Bull, and Will Asher. There you see them up on the screen. And currently, Syndicate are in the lead in the brand championship. They have a pretty unassailable lead at this time. And there it is, right up there on the screen on 592, ahead of D3 with a 485, and Good on 328 or so. Here we go. This is Ali Nicholson. Take it away, Aaron.
Yep, 13-metre line for Ali. And again, she'll just be just easing into this set, filling the conditions out, seeing if they've changed any from the previous ski ride this morning. And she's through that 13-metre pass, no real problems whatsoever. And we'll take it down to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Aaron. I'm here with Miss Regina Jaquis, and I had to comment on her colors. You know, she's takes that as serious as I do. Obviously, everything's matching, looking good. So we're keeping it light, but big scores to be had out there, huh?
Oh, yeah, and you would expect that. You know, here at Lake Gru and Ski Fluid, it's always going to be big scores. It's beautiful out there, so you expect more of them to get down 39 and get to see deep down 41, hopefully.
When, as a true competitor, that's really exactly what we want, isn't it? Yeah, the first girls are running 38, and then boom, we get a 39 right away.
yeah, I mean, you want all of them to run 38. You want them all to get down 39. Just makes the event better, and that's what you want. You want all of them to ski to their potential and fight it out to the end.
And then hopefully we beat them, right?
That's always the goal, but.
No, we always keep it light. I've known her forever. She's such a true champion. Enjoy being around her. Back to you guys.
And Regina Jaquist, for her part, looking to try and make up some lost ground so far as the Waterski Pro Tour events are concerned. She's currently in fourth spot in the on the leaderboard right now on 153 points, and a win here would boost that total to 223 points and put her within 4 points of the current lead right now held by Jamie Bull. But on the water at this time is Ali Nicholson.
Okay, Ali coming towards the tail end of 12 meters. Makes a big reach there at number 5. She kind of stays very tall on her ski, doesn't she? And she's a tall girl, light, gets across course very quickly on that HO ski, and it makes short work of that pass.
And Ali Nicholson, for her part, has had quite a successful outing on the Waterski Pro Tour. Has had 2 third-place finishes, 2 second-place finishes, and a win at the San Gervasio Pro-Am. If she manages to go through this event and take the victory, that would put her on 238 points, and 238 points would actually leapfrog over Jamie Bull and take the lead on the Waterski Pro Tour by 8 points. But that is, of course, not taken into consideration the point scores are achieved by other skiers around about that point. And Ali Nicholson, 13 meters and 12 meters successfully run, getting ready for the next run, and looking all smooth sailing so far, Aaron.
Yeah, she's skiing well, isn't she? She's got technique is down pat. Like Kiwi was saying, she stays very tall on the ski, and she's very light. It helps her get from one side of the lake to the other. As we watch her now, coming in on the 11:25 metre line, obviously a must-run pass, and I'd see no reason why she won't. She gets a very good 2-ball, and she's over to 3. Tip rise a little bit there at 3. She'll stay over the top of her ski at 4, and really looking good as she rounds 5 and nice and early over to 6. Good smart skiing.
Nicely done there. Fantastic skiing there from Ali Nicholson, who recorded her first professional win in 2021 at the Schlorstad Vanski Club Pro-Am, and got her first podium at the Moomba Masters. A season before has had a total of 19 podiums and 3 wins in amongst the pro events in the last 3 or so seasons. And is she your favorite out there for the vote? Could she come through with the win? Could she earn your vote for the skier of the day? Being brought to you by 2U Nutritional Snacks. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for who your favorite skier of the day will be as a result of this event. Who would your favorites be, guys?
I'm going to say Regina Jaquist and Will Asher.
Okay, all right. And what about you, Kyle?
Yeah, Regina's right up there, and she's pretty unbeatable right now. She's a long way ahead after the first round. It's hard to bet against Nate for sure.
Indeed, and I'll stay completely neutral.
Okay, here comes Ali Nicholson now, 39 off. She knows she needs to run it, or Elizabeth Montavon with 3 boys. She's got a good start, and she's over to 2, snaps the ski round at 2, and it really stands herself up. She's going to be struggling from here, and 3's all she wrote. She'll be disappointed with that, Kiwi, because that was a good start.
Yeah, no, she's been skiing exceptionally well. Maybe a little bit down course at 2 and try to push it hard at down course at 1, try to push it hard at 2. It didn't pan out, so she sort of, hey, I know I'm not going to run this pass, when she was exiting 2. It's at least score 3. With her backup scores, she'll get ahead of Elizabeth. So she's currently sitting in 2nd spot, I believe.
Yes, Jamie Ball, on the strength of her performance, is the current leader with 1 at 10.25 meters. Ali Nicholson now in second spot ahead of Elizabeth Montavon on the strength of her superior score in the second round. Ali Nicholson had a 4 at 10.75 meters, and Elizabeth Montavon at 2, and that is essentially the difference between those two competitors. So there we go. Ali Nicholson skis in towards the dock. And we'll have a look at the instant replay one more time. Anything that stands out for you here, Aaron?
Well, I think she's just got a little bit stuck on the tip there as she got over to Dubal here. You know, the ski really just bit and stopped, and it just stopped all her momentum and angle. So from there, it was basically just a case of just getting herself around 3 and taking the slack up to get the full buoy.
Little survival tactics there. Yeah, I think she, at 39 so short that she looked like she kind of went a little long through her gates to number 1, ensured that she got the space to get out and around it, and gave her a little down course speed, just kind of delayed her out of 1 and came all sorts of speed into number 2 and had to basically jump on the front to shut it down. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, she survived it, made 3. She's in second spot right now. We've got 2 skiers remaining, and these are the 2 that have been dominating a lot of the events so far this year. Whitney McClintock. Rini has run 39 a ton. She's got some big titles behind her, and I'm sure she would love to grab a MasterCraft Pro 2023.
Right there, so Whitney McClintock, Rini doing a fine job with pass number 1, and with that we will go over and see Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with our new leader in the clubhouse, Miss Jamie Bull, 1 at 41. Good skiing.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. Definitely happy to run 39 after kind of a rocky weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like a promoter's dream. We've got one of the 3 best skiers in the world with already a lead into 41, and the 2 other girls ready to take a crack. Good feeling, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm happy I'm through 39, but both of these girls run 39 all the time. So 1 at 41 is not really, like, I'm definitely not in a safe spot, but I'm just happy.
Got to do the sit and wait, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going to sit and wait with her. Back to you guys.
Okay. All right, so good to hear from Jamie Bull, and certainly keeping an eye on the Waterski Pro Tour Women's Slalom standings. She could potentially put the slalom women's slalom champion out of reach from the pursuing competitors based upon how high she finishes by way of this competition. She is currently in the lead in the Waterski Pro Tour, but obviously wants to seal the deal as quickly as possible and not have to be reliant upon the remaining 2 events of the season, namely the Malibu Open, which is next weekend, or indeed the Travis Grand Prix. On the water right now, this is Canada's Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Yes, she's through 12-meter line, and again, just running through the paces there. Whitney skiing on the Radar Vapor Pro build, and it's looking very good underneath her. She's got a lot of skiing to come. She's got to get through this next pass at 38 off. And then, of course, if she's going to have any chance of taking home the MasterCraft Pro title for 2023, it's going to be getting through 39. Really stays aggressive, does Whitney. Stays over the top of the ski, again, staying very still. But each turn is very smooth, very sharp. It keeps the ski running. There's no additional movement. She's very efficient.
Yeah, enjoying the slow-mo footage there as Whitney negotiates around 6 ball on your replay, and just sits at the dock end. Rope speed is shortened up to 38. And so far this tournament, 2 at 39 was the first round, 4 at 39 was the second round. She's been increasing, and all the girls seem to be finding their legs, finding their footing, and increasing their scores as these rounds go by, and saving their best for last. Let's hope Whitney can do the same. This is 38 as Scotty Greenwood, our pilot, our driver, comes into the course. 34 mile an hour. This is Whitney McClintock.
All right, here we go. Whitney McClintock-Creaney, 11.25 meters, gets a good start, decently ahead of the course on buoy number 2. Certainly a skier that can make up for any deficit of distance lost down course at any given time. And here she comes, 5, and absolutely on fire there with that particular effort. The two-time world women's slalom champion, that is Whitney McClintock-Creaney. So, Whitney McClintock-Creaney trying her best out there, and let's not forget the runoff that existed for the win, which actually involved Whitney McClintock-Creaney, but looking to try and avoid that eventuality by getting a substantive score at this stage of the game there, Kyle.
No, for sure. And just looking at this replay again, Aaron, we were talking about swinging arms, earlier on, and some of the skiers, and you said, she does a little bit on her onside, and it works for her. There's a little bit of upper body movement there as she sort of dives into the 135 side. I know she's been working on that this year, and it's got better and better, and this is why she's getting through her 39s. But your comments on that on her onside?
Yeah, well, it's obviously very aggressive, but the one thing that she does, along with the likes of, let's say, Rob Hazelwood, is even though they're moving their arm quite a lot in a windmill sort of situation, keeping their shoulders very, very still, and the inside shoulder stays very, very still. It's the rotation that it creates or promotes that's the problem, because then you turn in your shoulders, and then, as I said earlier, if you turn in your shoulders and your shoulders are moving, then you're just basically leaving your ski behind you. So if you can keep your shoulders still, which they tend to do, even though they're moving their arm quite a lot, your ski's still going to come underneath the line, and you're going to get the same effect.
You always like watching Whitney ski and then Regina right after, or back-to-back. Contrasting styles, very contrasting styles, but both get the job done very consistently, and Jamie the same.
All right then, so looking for a score in excess of 3 buoys on this line length to achieve a position on the podium. Here she is off number 1. She's round number 2. She can make up some distance down course like that off buoy number 3. She's good to go for 4, almost all the way through, and it is going to be a 3.5 buoy score, which at the moment is good enough to put her in second place at this time, and Jamie Ball still in the lead at this time.
So Whitney definitely on the podium. Is it going to be second? Is it going to be third? I tell you what, I don't think she had a great one that time. We were talking about her onside, and it has been working well for her, but this one ball in particular wasn't what she was looking for. I think she did exceptionally well. A lot of loose line there. Had to pick up the handle, put her down course, tried as hard as she could. I thought she was back in it with this 3 ball right here. She dumped herself into 3, and it panned out. Look at that. Boom, came around, but almost put her a little bit faster, a little bit loaded early going into 4, and couldn't hold on to that hard 4-ball turn.
No, you did right, Kiwi. She did a great job just to get the 4-ball there. After that start, really, it just because there's so much the dead line there, and she's so far back. We're going to watch a different angle of the replay. She's so far back at the backside of 1 ball, and then she just gets unravelled when the rope goes tight. And of course, it takes away all of her angle there, and then as a result, the hips drop back, and it's all the way to 2. She does a great job of staying over the top at 2. And here I actually thought once she got off a 3-ball that she was back in it. It was a pretty hard 3, but maybe she just needed to take it a little bit further down course off a 4-ball. But it's still good skiing there from Whitney. She did good to get the 4-ball, 3.5. That'll put her on the podium. I'm not sure it's not what she wants, but great skiing nonetheless.
Keeps her in contention for one of the top 3 spots on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Are currently in second place on 207 points. The Waterski Pro Tour women's standings brought to you by Clips Marine. Here we go with our final skier to take to the water, needing to make up for some lost time on the Waterski Pro Tour point standings. This is Regina Jaquist, multiple-time women's world slalom champion, multiple-time women's world slalom record holder, and a member of the U.S. Waterski teams, which will be representing said country in the World Championships, which will be coming up mid-portion of October, indeed alongside the Pan American Games.
Yeah, she's got a lot of big competitions ahead of her this fall, including this one and a few pro events coming up here shortly. The next couple of weekends, World Champs, Pan Am Games. Yeah, it's a stacked fall schedule, I guess. We're going to hear from Wade in just a second.
Hey guys, so I said it earlier when I was interviewing Jamie, this is an absolute dream for a promoter to have the best female of all time with on the water with the chance to win, last punch that can be thrown, as we say, and then the young upstart, already the leader in the clubhouse, Jamie Bull with a 1:41. I mean, yeah, if I was putting on the event, I would sort of draft it up just like this. So we had some other great scores in this final. So, yeah, here it is. We get to watch the best do what she does. Enjoy it.
All right, then.
Okay, Regina Jaquist coming back in. This is 12 meters 35 off. In round 2, she went out just to have a little bit of a warm-up. She started at 12 in that round, ran 11, looked pretty handy, pretty easy. You know, contrasting styles here between her and Whitney. She keeps everything a little bit more compact. She's a little shorter, but super strong, super fit, and stays connected to the handle better than everybody else, I think. And just doesn't get rocked. You know, when she gets a bit of a harder turn, she still doesn't get moved through the wakes, and that's why the consistency is just so strong there at 39.
All right, then, continue right along. We've got Regina Jaquist out there. She's already got 2 points on the Waterski Pro Tour standings list by actually having the best score out of the 3 rounds with a 2 at 10.25 meters in the opening round. All right, then. So continuing on, and for those of you that have very good memories of results and what happened in relation to them in this event last season, there was a runoff that existed between Jamie Bull and Whitney McClintock-Rini. Obviously, if there is going to be a runoff for the title, it's going to probably, in actuality, involve Regina Jaquist, depending upon the score that she produces right here and now. Jamie Bull currently in the lead with 1 at 10.25 meters. That is the score that she's looking to chase down. And I tell you what, her aggression is absolutely unrivaled out there. A 6 buoy count at that pass at.
Yep, that's right, Tony. Absolutely full confidence, full authority through that pass, absolute full trust in that good ski that she's riding. She's been a team member of Good for, I think, as long as she's been skiing, and she's got it dialed in. She helps out with the R&D, and she's on that constructors team along with De Gasperi. We're missing here this weekend, but also with Dane Meckler, who's another skier into our final, our men's final here at the completion of this women's event.
All right, then. Looking good, looking strong there. Regina Jaquist looking to kind of redeem herself a little bit in respect to this event. I mean, those of you that watched the coverage last season, which was also brought to you by TWBC, will remember Regina Jaquist taking a tremendously hard fall coming off number 5 on her way into number 6 to get in an attempt to get round all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters and be a part of a multiple-way runoff for the win. But as it turned out, the win was decided by the runoff between 2 competitors.
Okay, we see Cole McCormick. He's going to be the first off in the men's slalom final. But first, we got one more skier on the water. It's going to be Regina, or it's going to be Jamie Bull. This is 39 off. She has to run this. She's run it the first round with ease. Big one with a little bit of a stand up there, but that's characteristic of Regina. She has a big 2. She's carrying through. Nice number 3. She's on track here. A little bit of a slip back at number 4, guys. Same at number 5. Still takes down the pass.
Almost the same kind of turn that she had last season around buoy number 5. Last year it didn't work out for her so much. This time around, a lot better.
Well, we'll watch the replay, Aaron, won't we, and see how much he stood up at number 5. The ability to get to 6 after that 5 ball is incredible, and it's now she sat down the water with a chance of a win.
Yeah, she's just so strong too, right? You know, and you nailed it before, saying that she's just stays so compact. You know, there's just very little that moves with Regina, and she stays very balanced over the ski. That's why she can hold on to, you know, the ski really whipping underneath there and making some super tight turns. Here we go at 5, where the ski's going to turn, rears up, and then from there she's going to be all the way to 6, working as hard as she can to get around 6, and then.
Well, she lost angle, but she didn't really lose speed. She was still moving, wasn't she? So she was able to kind of turn that into some direction at the wakes and sneak around number 6. So experience coming into play there for Regina. And the line has been shortened up. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Jamie? Is it going to be Regina? Or is it going to be a runoff? On your feet, everybody. Let's get behind Regina. She comes in.
Here she comes, folks. This now is 41 off. 10.25 meters. 1 for the tie. A little bit more for the win, and here is your winner, Regina Jaquist with 2 at 10.25 meters. The winner of the women's slalom event here at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro.
Making no mistakes in 2023. Full commitment there at number 1. I actually thought she was might go a little bit further. That one ball, full trust and went for it. There's our podium. Regina Jaquist on top. Jamie Bull from Canada in 2nd. And Whitney McClintock-Rini also from Canada in 3rd. Congratulations to our ladies finalists and our ladies podium.
And just look at this aggression here through the entrance gates, well on top of number 1. Knew as long as she stood upright off her buoy number 1, she had the room to get round buoy number 2, and there she goes.
I've had the privilege of watching her ski a little bit recently, and that's one of the better one balls I've seen her have. She kept her speed out. She didn't have that stall that we saw at 39 where the tip came up. And she was in full attack mode across to number 2, but she probably knew when she got to the ski around 2 she'd won it, and maybe emotions overtook her. So congrats to her.
All right then. So ladies and gentlemen, Regina Jaquist takes the win here with a 2 buoy count at 10.25 meters. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard to end off at this event. Regina Jaquist, your winner with 2 at 10.25. Jamie Bull in 2nd with 1 at 10.25 meters. Whitney McClintock-Rini with 3.5 at 10.75 for 3rd. Ali Nicholson 4th. Elizabeth Montavon 5th, and 6th place is Paige Rini. So what does that do to the Pro Tour standings, you're all wondering? Well, Regina Jaquist has narrowed the gap, but Jamie Bull is still in the lead on 242 points. Regina Jaquist now up in 2nd place on 225, marginally ahead of Whitney McClintock-Rini on 220. Ali Nicholson on 228, dropping down a spot. As 2 is Ali Garcia on 107 points. And there you see the remainder of the positions. You can find out more by going to waterskiprotour.com, and those leaderboard standings brought to you by Clips. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, guys. This is the best job in water skiing is interviewing the champion. You're super happy, right?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's the MasterCraft Pro has been going on for several years. We're super thankful for Action Sports and Kiwi for giving his site up for Ski Fluid and all the officials and sponsors. I can't name them all because I don't remember. They're on the bib. But no, it's skiing great out there. It's awesome to have to get down 41 to take the win. Those wins are just kind of more meaningful when you gotta I gotta get to 2 ball at 41. Okay, let's do it.
Well, let's go to Tony, and then we'll come back after this pass.
All right then, thanks a lot, Wade. And we've got opening pass, Cole McCormick, recipient of probably the most timely Christmas present ever, courtesy of Stephen Neveu, by making his way through to the slalom final, the opening pass of 12. And let's go back again to Wade.
Well, thanks, Tony. So if anyone deserves a little bit more airtime, it's this girl right here. So who at home do you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, I want to thank, everybody that works at Emerald Coast Compounding Pharmacy. That's why I'm able to be here. Definitely my sister Renee, my parents, Kyle, everybody at home. I mean, they're all watching, so everybody, thank you. And thanks to all my sponsors, and thanks for making this happen for me. I couldn't do it without y'all.
It takes a whole neighborhood, doesn't it? And she's the result, right? Back to you guys.
All right, let's have a quick look at the starting list for the men's slalom final. We've just seen Cole McCormick run his opening pass. Then we'll see Thibaut Dayon come up in a few minutes, followed by Joel Poland, Corey Vaughan, Freddie Winter, Dane Meckler, Will Asher, and finally Nate Smith. All right then, folks. The scene is set. How do you reckon this is going to go, guys?
Well, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? If the women's slalom final is anything to go by, then this is going to be pretty exciting. Maybe I'll stick my neck out and say I reckon we're going to get 2 people to run 41.
That would be fantastic. You know, there's been a few events this year where there's been multiple skiers running through 41, and that's what we love. There's like each and every one of these competitors are capable of getting deep down it.
Getting in deep.
Doing it here
2.
on this big occasion is another matter. Cole's looking a little bit kind of panicky here as he comes down through this 11. He was a little bit ahead of himself out of maybe it was 4 there, 2 and 4 really, but hopefully he can settle down and come back. He skied exceptionally well in the other 2 rounds, a couple of 2s at 41. Didn't handle the runoff that well, but like Tony said, got a second life. Let's hope he can take advantage of it.
All right then, looking at this once again, this is Cole McCormick, who comes to us out of Canada. And, you know, he could be in the frame for selection to the Canadian national team that would compete in the World Championships coming up in the next few weeks. You know, and, you know, between the United States and Canada and France and even these days Great Britain, they're looking to try and put their best skiers in a position to gain as many points as possible during the course of World Championships. And if you had a whole team full of overall skiers, then that would be ideal. But the way that skiing has become in the last few seasons has been highly specialized between trick skiers and slalomers, even jumpers, Aaron.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the level is going through the roof with these skiers. But we watch now Cole McCormick, 39 off, coming back into what's a headwind, and hopefully he's gonna calm things down. He's had a bit of slack rope there at 2. Burns really hard at 3. He's gonna have to be patient here at 4. He is just that. He's actually made up time now, and he's around 5 and over to 6. So
nice.
Yeah, excellent skiing. He really didn't start all that well, but certainly made up for it from 3 ball onward.
Yeah, he got through a couple of turns, and then he sort of seemed to relax a little bit as he got towards the latter half of the pass. And I think 4, 5, and 6 was what he was really wanted to be doing right from the start. Obviously, we saw him in that runoff kind of pop off the handle here, 39 cold, and come inside. We saw him do it at 41 a little bit too. So hopefully he can correct that here on his next opportunity, his next chance at 41. He needs a big score at it. He's got a slight tailwind as he comes back from the west end. But he settled into a nice rhythm right here, 4, 5, and 6. And like I said, I've seen him run this pass, Aaron. I've seen him get through it, seen him get deep down it. Only one guy's got it through it so far this tournament.
Yeah, well, he made an interesting comment yesterday after he ran 2 at 41 that was the worst score of the week. So if that's obviously means that he's been skiing pretty well, and he's due for a big one. So a couple of scores of 2. So maybe today's the day, and maybe this is the round. So the MasterCraft Pro Star is getting ready to fire into life.
Indeed, being brought to us by Action Water Sports right here. You can find out more about that boat and indeed the entire range of equipment and boats by going to actionwater.com. Here we go, Cole McCormick. This is 10.25 meters. Looking and go. Round number 3. Come on, keep going.
This is
round
huge
number
so far.
Oh, round number 4 to the wakes. Yes, that's probably his personal best and only 1 buoy shy of the Canadian national slalom record, a tie thereof.
Extremely happy there for Cole. He's had his mixed results to get through to the finals, and then with that runoff, only squeaked in, but he's just let it all hang out here on 41 with a huge number 1. And I thought he was coming in fast. I thought he was coming in hot at 2, but he didn't hesitate. Jumped on the front of it. It shut down, and he catapulted him across there for number 3. Look at that. Holds onto it. Head flies back. And you know he's got a strong onside. He knew he was going to turn 3 here and scampers across to get full 4 buoys. Only Nate Smith has done better than that so far this tournament.
Well, what's the expression? When opportunity knocks, don't knock it.
Yeah, he was due one, wasn't he? After getting the hall pass, let's just say, into the final. It's great to see Cole, and you can see what it means to him after he'd run that pass. A lot of emotion coming out. But he had a great start, really did, and there's no mean feat. 4 boys at 41 off with a slight tail breeze is really excellent skiing, and first skier off the dock. It's put the score out there, that's for sure.
What a way to start this event, guys. We said the women's was exciting, and the men's is shaping up to be just as spectacular with a 4:41 from our very first skier. And Thibaut Dalan sitting on the dock going, holy, I got to get into this.
Sacre bleu, as they would say.
All right, then, let's check in with Wade.
So, guys, my adrenaline's pumping. I'm here with young Cole McCormick, who I've known since he was itty bitty. And, man, this is, we may have to start calling this Lake Cole. You got second here last year and already put up a huge score. Got to be happy with that, huh?
I mean, I hope that lands me in the top 3. The way people are skiing, though, we'll see. I mean, I'm thrilled to tie my PB, especially with how frustrating the first couple rounds were for me. So, especially in the tailwind, you know, that's pretty good.
Well, and to tie a PB at not only a pro tournament, but a pro final, that's something, man. That's a huge accomplishment.
That's the first time I've run 4 in any final ever. The most I've run in the final is 3, so that's a step in the right direction, I guess.
Well, and you certainly took a step in the right direction to get yourself on the podium. We're going to have to do the famous sit and wait, but he's put some pressure on the boys. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty good to hear, isn't it, from Cole, that he's obviously gaining experience and how to handle the pressure of these finals. He's had 4s in record tournaments when, you know, it's just a few people sitting around and watching the event, but to do it when the pressure's on, that's great to see. And a little bit of a hold-up while we wait for Thibaut to have his turn out here at Lake Rue. Just a few more moments and he'll be on course starting at 12 meters as well. Aaron, it poses a question. I was wondering if, you know, we say there's a slight tailwind for 41 on your second pass, or, you know, as you come back towards the dock, it's ever so slight of a breeze. Is there anyone thinking that maybe running starting at a different line length or opting up? You think that's coming into play at any of these athletes down there?
I'd say it's something that these guys don't usually do. I'd suggest to you that opting up from 32 or 13 metres to 11 is something that they'd probably do a little bit of a practice and maybe in a tournament. But going from 35 to 39, because a lot of these guys wouldn't practice 35 even off the dock, I don't think we're going to see that. Even though it could kind of be smart. The wind's laid down here at the moment, but it can pick up and it plays a factor.
Of course, the other option too is, you know, going out at 38. I know that's a big ask, but these skiers, especially Thibaut, Cole, and Joel, you know, making it through from that runoff. They've been on the water a fair bit today, so they know what things feel like out there. They had to start at 39 cold. They did that. And that was only maybe an hour or so ago. So who knows?
All right there, presenting our next competitor, coming to us from France. Though originally he's from Mauritius. This is Thibaut Dayan.
Yes, so Thibaut, he'd be happy to be in the slalom final. That's for sure. He's a semi-pro, if that makes any sense. He's got a full-time job as a real estate agent, and does all that. Spends all of his time in that, and he's through 35 off, and here comes Wade.
I'm here with Wade Cox. Wade, you've been asking people questions all day, basically the same questions, trying to make them sound different. How do you think you've been doing?
You know, that's a good analysis because I too try to bring some new things in. I can be master of the obvious, but that's also my job too, because I can only sort of comment on what you guys are doing, right? You know?
And after the preliminary rounds, did you make any adjustments for the finals?
No, I sort of stuck with the CP approach, 2 coffees max. You know, I didn't quite finish the second one yesterday, so it was a bit of a bummer. So I charged through the first one today, got through the second one, so it sort of kicked in at the right time, and it's still going. So.
Pickle or no pickle?
I'm sort of a no pickle guy, but.
All right, you heard it from Wade. Back to you guys.
Huh. Okay.
It's
what's
a tough
your
job.
reaction to that?
It's a tough job for Wade down there. Yeah, getting some comments from some of these pros. Some are in the zone. They don't want to talk too much. Afterwards, some are disappointed. Some are happy. So, and Wade always brings some humour to it and some good questions for our skiers.
Here we go. This is Thibaut Dayon.
Yeah, Thibaut at 38. He's looking pretty good. Again, that little tail breeze has picked up a little bit, but he's skiing great. He's skiing really well through 38 off. No real problems whatsoever. That MasterCraft Pro Star with the 6.2 litre Ilmore engine is charging down the lake, making it feel very easy for these guys.
From our drone, you can see the water just settling in. It's there's hardly a breeze around, and it's very muggy here too right now. Very warm. As we see this replay of Thibaut coming back in and sitting on the backside of every single buoy here. That's how we're not phasing him, or the little slight breeze not phasing him at all. And he drops his hip into the 135 a lot and really turns that ski. He does it for HO Syndicate as well. And we've talked about his overall abilities, but right now he is doing an exceptional job on the slalom ski.
Nicely done there from Thibaut Dayon. So continue on. Vote for your skier of the day, presented by 2U Healthy Snacks, a highly coveted trophy at any stop of the Waterski Pro Tour. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/vote to vote for your favorite skier of the day, and the award comes to us courtesy of 2U Healthy Snacks.
So Thibaut now at 39 off. Needs to get through this. He's a bit shaky here at off at 2 ball. He's got a good 3. Is he back into it? He looks like he is. He's wheeling at 4 ball, but he's going to get over to 5. He's around 5 and over to 6. He looked like he was a little bit fast on his gate, and that sort of rushed him a little bit at 1 and 2. But really smart skiing to get through that and calm himself down towards the ladder of the pass.
No, for sure. A little bit of ducking and diving as he got through that pass, but that's 3 rounds in a row that Thibaut has run his 39. And set himself up for a chance, an opportunity at 41. He's chasing down a huge score from Cole McCormick, 4 at 41. I don't believe Thibaut has ever seen a 4 at 41 before. He's seen some 3s, but obviously conditions are there for him today.
All right, then. Looks like we got the result of the Women's Audience Prize. And Bruce Smith, if you are watching, congratulations to you. You win yourself a Connolly slalom ski. Could he choose the Carbon V? Could it be the DV8? Could it be the C1? Could it be anything out of the Connolly line? Well, he'll have the pleasure of making that selection. We'll be reaching out to you within about the next day or so and making sure that we get the Connolly slalom ski of your choice shipped out to you as quickly as possible. All right there, so go vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and vote for who has earned your vote for skier of the day. Here we go, folks. This is Thibaut Dayon, 10.25 meters, round buoy number 1. Oh, look at this first couple of buoys. He is on fire here. Look at him go. He's round buoy number 3. Doesn't get outside 4 to 4. Yeah, Oh, that is going to come down to a judge's call, folks.
Geez, that is extremely close. I think he knows it, though. He threw the handle down. I don't think he got the ski around 4, and that's going to be a... That's a hell of a start, though, wasn't it? Killed 1 ball there, Aaron, and I thought, hey, maybe is he going to turn 2? Who knows? And
Starts
he jumped on top of it, too.
Yeah, he really did. He had such a good start here and then committed into 2 ball. That was the big thing. Really starts to get over the tip of the ski. From there, man, I really thought he was in it. And from there, he turns 3 ball pretty hard. And I thought this was 4 all day long, but he just gets pulled out, you see, and then couldn't quite get outside of 4. I think.
I don't know. That's from.
I think that was
from that angle. It looks like he got the ski outside. I didn't see the ski, but then getting back to inside the boat guides, that's going to be the next question.
Yeah, there needs to be 2 tick marks. There's got to be the ski outside the buoy and then the ski coming back to the wakes before the next set of boat guides to score the full buoy account.
It's a big decision for sure because it's going to
Our judges are looking at this.
What position he's in. Was he tied or is he just sliding in behind Cole McCormick? Kind of thought I saw the buoy go on the inside of the ski there.
I did as well.
And no, he's not inside. Well, from my view, he's not inside the buoy line. So, I mean, the guide. So, at best, 3.5 is what we're calling up here, is it, Aaron?
3.
3? You're saying he went inside it?
I am.
Okay. The skier sitting in the water now is
Fluffy's getting
Joel
argumentative.
Poland. Yeah. And they're going to sit there and just wait for this score to be finalised. Oh, look at that.
All
3.
right.
Aaron knows what he's talking about, doesn't he?
I guess.
I've gone inside a 4 well enough to know that.
All right, that being the way that it is, that puts him in second spot after 2 competitors, still in the lead, Cole McCormick on 4. All right, so skier on the water coming out to you right now from the London Borough of Wandsworth in the district of Clapham. This is Joel Poland.
And if there's any guy that was going to maybe change up things a little bit, it'd probably be this guy. You know, he'd maybe do something different, like opt up or start shorter. Right now, he's gone out at 12 meters. He's chasing some big scores: a 4 from Cole McCormick, a 3 from Thibaut Dillon. Both of them scoring PBs so far.
All right, let's check in with Wade.
Well, hey guys, this is quite a rare moment in our finals as our first 2 skiers achieve PBs. Thibaut just tied his 3 at 10.2, and it was a great start. We thought you were maybe going to go further.
Yeah, I had the start. I've been skiing pretty good in practice, so Cole put the rhythm out there, so I was like, all right, it's a final, so all out really. So I'm pretty happy with my skiing right now.
No, I certainly would be. Wow, congratulations. I mean, 2 just unbelievable scores. What a feeling, huh?
Yeah, really happy. It was a really fun event for me. Thank you for everybody for organizing it, and I hope to be back next year.
Good stuff. Maybe see him on the podium here in a few. Pay attention. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Well.
And Chris Ella bringing the boat back in. The MasterCraft Pro Star back up to 36 miles per hour. And I didn't see his 0 off setting. I believe probably A2 as Joel Poland comes back in, just following standard procedure. This looks like it's going to be 11.25 meters, 38 off.
Here we go.
And he's just watched 2 of his closest competitors go out and score PBs, and he's thinking everything is set for some big performances out here in this final round.
Looking good, looking in very, very good shape. All the way through on pass number 2, 11.25 meters. Now, we've seen him in round number 2. We've seen him in the runoff situation. And there was certainly cause for concern, at least on a couple of those turns around 2 and around 4, where the ski kind of got a little bit behind him. But he has enough strength and enough composure to recover from something like that. Isn't that right, Kyle?
No, for sure. He's had some interesting 2.4s at 39 in that second round, as his 4-ball was outstanding as far as recovery and to get back into the pass and still run it. Then he went off the dock actually in the runoff and ran 39 cold, which was an impressive feat. He still was kind of bobbling a little bit and braking at 2.4, but I'm sure he's going to figure that out and throw the gauntlet down here on his next pass and chase. He's going to be chasing hard. Cole's set a big target to beat.
All right, then continuing right along, we've got Joel Poland, world-class skiing, requires a world-class water skiing rope, and that's exactly what you can expect from the Masterline Pro series of tow lines. Check them out, indeed, by going to masterlineusa.com, to check out the full range of Masterline ropes and accessories. Here we go, Joel Poland, 10.75 meters, still having problems on number 4, but he's still there on 5, and he still makes the pass.
I think he kind of figured it out a little bit there. His 2 ball was a lot better, wasn't it, Aaron? And he came out of 2 pretty smooth. 4 was a little bit of a break, but nothing like we saw over the last couple of rounds. So he's gone in. He's probably analyzed a little bit of this footage and figured out what's happening, because that was a pretty nice start to 39. As the drone footage shows, yeah, no break there. The ski came round between him and the boat, and he was off, keeping him nice and early, and a very strong 3 ball. The only slight issue was this 4. But the ski kept moving, so he didn't get pulled out of position at all through the wakes there going to 5. So really an easy 39 for Joel Poland.
Yeah, looked good. It really did. Yeah, he just accepted the fact that at 2-4 his ski's going to come underneath the line. He kept the upper body very still and allowed that ski to come through. It was very good skiing there from Joel. He's done a lot of skiing today already, and not to mention the fact that he's in the jump final later on this afternoon. So, you know, it's a good thing that he's a 3-eventer, because he probably skis 4 or 5 times a day. On a daily basis, so this is just all in a day's work.
Oh, and he does wake surf as well, and foil as well.
Does most things. He is the man. He's the kid that makes water skiing cool. There's no two ways about it. He's the coolest dude in water skiing. So here he comes now, 41 off. He's got to get 4 ball if he's going to tie the lead. He's through the gates now. He's around 1. Not a great start. Can he get off a 2 ball? He's around 2, and I don't think he'll get inside of 3. So he's obviously throws his head back in disappointment, but 2 at 41 for the young fella is still a very respectable score. But man, the first 3 skiers, and that puts him in 3rd spot.
Yeah, for sure. A 4, a 3, and a 2 at 41 from our first 3 skiers. Yeah, he threw the head back there. He's been skiing exceptionally well this year, but slalom he's been getting pulled up short a little bit at 2 at 41.
I know
he runs 39 every time, but getting to 3 has been a challenge for him.
I know what it is, though. I think he's saving his energy for jump.
Oh, maybe so. No, he wants to win every single time he's on the water. It doesn't matter what event. You know, slalom is that one event that he's probably has eluded him from getting onto a podium. He's done it in overall. He's done it in jump. He's done it in tricks, or one event in all 3 of those events. But slalom, not yet.
Actually, he was part of that multiple-way runoff at the World Championships in the first round, wasn't he? I mean, it was up against the likes of Dane Meckler and I think Adam Saddlemeyer and a few others, and was basically left on the outside looking in. But I mean, to be that close to making all 3 event finals at the World Championship is quite an achievement.
Yeah, and he's definitely improved since then. You know, he's got a lot more experience. He was running scores back then of 2s, 3s, 4s. I think he got a 4 somewhere at 41. But now he's consistent. Now he knows what to do, how to do it every single time he gets out on the water, and keeps taking shots at getting to 3. So he's done it a few times. I think his season best 2.5 at 41. But we're going to move on. Corey Vaughan is our next skier, and he has been skiing exceptionally well this year. Changed up skis. He's doing it for KD Waterskis out there. I think it's the Platinum he rides. And he scored a 3 at 41 that got him straight through the final from round 1. Let's check in with Wade here for a second.
Yeah, let's check in with him.
Hey guys, I'm here with Joel Poland, and Joel, I can tell you're disappointed, but man, from my perspective, I'm thinking like your mom or dad. My boy made 2 finals this weekend, so you run your 10.7 and gave yourself a shot. So right in the action, right?
Yeah, I mean, I gave myself that shot, but, you know, getting 2 just drives me mental at the moment. Like, I've been stuck there for a while. Recently, I've been getting past it a lot. Even in tournaments, I've been getting past it a lot. So, frustrating to get 2, like, I think 4 rounds in a row now. But, hey, it's all right. We got next weekend. Back to the grind. We'll make it happen next time.
No, well, it's super cool. You gave yourself the chance, first and foremost. It's you earn your spot in the final, and now you get to sort of hang out a bit, and we'll see you do some ramping here in a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to ice my hands. They're killing me.
All right, we'll let him get back to biz. He's got work to do. Back to you guys.
Yeah, no, great to hear from Joel that he's still in the hunt, and he's going to be back up for us later. He's the 2nd top seed in the men's jump final, so he's got a little work ahead of him. Launched off at 2:24 yesterday, and we expect him to come out here, light the place on fire in this jump final later on this afternoon. We've got a few more slalom skiers, 5 more remaining, I think, to complete this Open Men's Final, MasterCraft Pro 2023. And then we're going to shift gears. The Open Women will be taken to the water in the jump, and followed by Open Men.
So they're just running a little bit of course maintenance at the moment. I think a buoy or two had just popped off, so that's the delay. As Corey's in the water, he's actually taking a ski off. So there is just a minor delay here.
Hey folks, so whilst we've got a little bit of a delay, we'll give you some time to catch your breath as we continue on with coverage of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. We will return right after this.
Honestly, it'll probably
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, so we proceed on. Our next competitor. Who is our next competitor? It's none other than Peace Love and water skiing himself out of Bumpus, Virginia. It is Corey Vaughn.
Yeah, Corey ran 3 boys at 41 off in the opening round and then fell at 39 in this morning's round, but he's got a bit of a bad back. He said he hurt it in the last set of training prior to this tournament, so we'll see how he's limbered up. And he seemed pretty jovial as he was interviewing there, Wade, there not so long ago. But this is the opening pass at 12 metres and into a slight head breeze. Just picked up. It's been up and down all day. But skiing on a KD's Platinum. He's been changing ski brands of late, but swears by this ski and loves it. So and looks to be skiing pretty well on it.
And that, to be honest, that was the best sort of opening pass I've seen him run. He looked pretty comfortable there. I'm sure this guy's in a bit of pain. You know, I'm sure he's dealing with a lot, with his back kind of seized up a touch. But hopefully, you know, the adrenaline's going to take over. He's got some Advil, and he's sort of going to put that behind him and get the job done out here in our final.
All right, then, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Will Asher and trying to keep cool in these hot conditions.
I'm trying. Skiing's pretty hot out there, so it's pretty hard to stay cool.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially when the first guy goes out and does like Cole. I mean, that's not the norm in the final.
No, I mean, not always, but, you know, Cole's definitely capable of it, so it's nice to see some guys go out there and just slay it and do some good stuff. So it always makes us feel better.
No, exactly. I had the same sort of chat with Regina. We want those first skiers, man, to rip it up and give it a good vibe, correct?
Yeah, definitely. It just shows that it's skiing well and everything's kind of dialed in. It's a good thing.
And I can tell he's dialed in, and that's a good thing. Back to you guys.
All right, it'll be intriguing to see what Will Asher can conjure up, but at this moment in time, we are on skier number 4. We are halfway down the list, and skier on the water is Corey Vaughn.
So Corey, 38 off, did a little bit of a wheelie there at 2. He's around 3, just drops in with the shoulders and gets himself back on time. Over to 4 and then around 5. Easy as you like around 6. Not as technically sound, that pass. You can see him sort of just trying to limber up. His back's obviously bothering him.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a concern for him going forwards. Maybe not so much for this round of skiing, but take into account some of the other events that will be taking place. A trip up to Alabama and over Travers Pro, and then the World Championships, which I'm sure he's more than qualified to compete in.
Yeah, definitely not a good time for him to be laid up with a bit of a back injury. But so hopefully it's just a kind of a short term. It just kind of cramped up a little bit for him, and it'll release a touch here in the next few days, and we'll see him at these next couple of pro events and at the Worlds, doing what he's been doing all season long, which is posting big scores halfway to the end of 41. But yeah, you're right, Aaron. This pass was, okay. It wasn't his best. I thought his 12, he came off and dictated what was happening a little bit more. But for 38, that was a little bit sloppy towards the end of it. Hopefully he can kind of regain composure, switch his focus to his keys, take it off his back, and get to work.
I think a lot of it's about how he starts, really. If he can stay technically sound at the start, he's going to take less pressure off his back. But let's see what he can do. He's around 1. Good start there at 39 off. He's around 2. Handles a little high at 2. He's got a good 3. Nice round turn. Keeps his speed. Good turn over there at 4. Running it nicely. Slow turn at 5. He'll work all the way to get over to 6 out the gates, and he does that. That was actually a super tidy pass.
Yeah, no, very clean all the way through there. Never made any sort of big, like a ton of angle at the end of any of those buoys, but kind of kept things just flowing through, carving his ski through his 135, so as to avoid some hits maybe, and never lost any ground and was just kind of on it all the way through. That's his best pass, I think, so far this tournament. When he got through 39 in the first round, he was struggling. He still got to 3 at 41, but he was battling there. He looked like he was in control. Maybe the intensity's not quite there. He's just kind of protecting, or maybe being a bit cautious because he knew, hey, I just need to get through this, and then I'll go for it at 41. But technically, he was sound there.
And that's maybe a thing, isn't it? Because, he's working to try and protect his back and just try and move his hips a little bit forward to do that. And the byproduct of that is that he might have actually come up with a way of slaloming that pass, and maybe some of the earlier passes a little bit smoother while he's still trying to protect that valuable asset.
So far this season, guys, Corey Vaughan has got to 3 1/4 at 41. What is he going to do for us here today? This is it. This is the money pass. We've got a 4, we've got a 3, and we've got a 2. He hasn't got a great one. He's dumped it in at number 2, and he can't hold on to much. He might have squeaked around number 3.
Wow.
He's all right, though. He's all right.
Talk about keeping it exciting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I thought he was gone about 3 times again through that pass. These guys continue to impress me. You think they're gone, they think they're going down, and they seem to pop up, hold on to something that's just incredible, and keep gaining that extra quarter, that extra half a buoy. Because one wasn't great. He was a little bit of a pause, got rattled off the second wake, and here dumps it in so hard. I don't know how he held on to that.
Well, if his back wasn't sore before it sure as hell is afterward. I can tell you that, because that was a hell of a load.
That was the same as his. That was the same as his first round score. He had to kind of throw himself just to get the 3s.
Yeah, he headbutted that boat
guide. It was a valiant effort to get back inside the boat guides, but I have a feeling that ski did not go out number 3. So he might be tied up here with Joe Poland. Let's have another look at it from the boat. Brilliant angle. This the boat camera is mounted high above the bimini top. Kind of looks down on the skier and down on the ski, so you can see what's happening.
Ooh.
Very clear, and does his best.
I got 2.
Yeah, I got 2 as well.
I'd have to agree.
Hey, for once we all agree. That's great. You think the officials will listen to us or not?
No.
On the water now, about to leave the dock when our score is being verified. Freddie Winter is the 2022 MasterCraft Pro champion. He had a bit of a funky way of getting into this final, but he got here and he seated himself pretty good too. He's 4th from the end, right in the middle of the pack. He can go out. He's seen some big scores already, but he can go and stick a ton of pressure on the 3 remaining after him.
Yeah, and I'd expect him to do just that. Freddie, as I said earlier in the day, he's a big game player. This is what he lives for. He really is all about water skiing and pro tournaments. This is his life. And the official score actually for Corey Vaughan was 2.5. So all of us were wrong.
Can we protest?
I'm not putting the money up.
All right, congratulations there to Corey. That's a big half buoy. It sets him ahead of Joel Poland. Slots in behind Tebow. He's currently in third right now. Cole still holding on to that lead desperately with a big 4 at 41. And this is Freddie Winter. And this guy is a bit of an animal on a slalom ski. He's a strong guy, kind of rips his turns on both sides, especially that onside, that 2-4. And he's got something to prove after a little bit of a devastating first round. Stepped up the pace in round number 2. And like the girls ahead of him in the finals, everyone's kind of adding buoys as they went through the rounds of this competition.
So Freddie Winter out there on the water, who's had all right, so we've got we've had some pretty who's skied pretty well this season. Has got top places in Monaco and San Gervasio, 2 second places in Caiaphas and California, and a 3rd place in the King of Darkness, which I'm sure he'll be wanting to try and displace based on the strength of his performance and placement in this event. Insofar as that is concerned, he's got 243 pro points and is currently in 2nd place on the leaderboard right now. And for Freddie Winter to actually make some inroads onto Nate Smith's total, he has essentially got to win the event and get 273 points as a result. And if he manages to get the top score, then it increases by 2 more points. So here we go. This is Freddie Winter coming in now.
He's 38 off, Freddie. That little tail breeze, and he really does look like he's got a bit between his teeth. Does Freddie. Runs 4. He's around 5 and over to 6. Looks very assertive. I don't know if that's going to play in his favour later on down the passes, but certainly made that 38 look very, very good. And he's accustomed to being a MasterCraft athlete. And so he's a MasterCraft Pro, MasterCraft athlete. He's actually the MasterCraft Pro reigning slalom champion. We just watched the replay as he's through the gates and around 1, as I was alluding to earlier. He really does. Even though he turns hard and he's very assertive in his turns, he carries a lot of speed through the turns and uses his lower body, his knees to really suck up things. And as a result, just can stay very, very powerful, carries a lot of angle, a lot of pressure, a lot of load. It does put a lot more load on the lower body once you start using your knees like that. And he has been known to have a few back issues, but with his fitness regime these days, those are long gone in the past. So great skiing from Freddie, and we're going to take it down to the dock and see what's Wade's.
All right, so we'll wait on Wade for just a moment or so, but on the water at this time, we got Freddie Winter, who's run through 12 and 11. 10.75 meters quickly comes into view. And all of our competitors thus far.
Okay, so I'm just getting word that actually Freddie started at 38. So this is actually 41. So he's around 3.
And he's making it look like 41 as well, because he gets around buoy number 5 to the wakes. And there you go. That is a 5 buoy count at 41. We'll get confirmation of that because if he started at 38 off, then that would put what was it? 38 off into the wind for the opening pass, then 39 with the tail, and then 41 with the head.
Well, it actually it's testament to the fact that it looked like he was actually started. His intensity was higher, and that's why because he was shortening the rope.
Yeah, so guys, we were talking about. Well, I was talking about it earlier. That who's going to be the guy? Who's going to be the guy that steps up and does something a little different? Maybe takes the 41 the opposite way, uses that headwind to the advantage, and it was Freddie Winter. He backed himself. He went out at 38. We didn't catch it up here, and his 38 back looked a bit iffy. We thought it was 38, but in fact it was 39, and he's come back at 41. 5 is his score, and he is pumped. After almost missing the final, he is now in a commanding lead.
Yeah, that is a comeback story if there ever was one, huh? Starting first off the dock in round number 2 before all the way back into contention, and has now produced something like this to keep him ahead of the curve so far as the men's slalom finalists are concerned.
Looking at that replay, he's just getting gritty on that pass, isn't he? I called maybe Nate Smith the Roger Federer of our sport, and I think Freddie Winters the Rafael Nadal. He just gets into it, grits his teeth, and tries to get the job done. Never says die and just keeps going. So 5 at 41, commanding lead. He sneaks ahead of Cole McCormick. 3 skiers remaining though, and 3 of the best. Dane Meckler, Will Asher, Nate Smith.
All right, taking the softer option, Dane Meckler elects to go in on the 12-meter line for his opener.
Yeah, soft option for those amateurs at home, 12 metres, of course. Tony?
Yeah.
Easy.
But, yeah, Dane, he's been through 41, albeit in a runoff, at the World Championships a couple of years ago, but he's a hell of a skier and can achieve the score that Freddie just went out and posted. But he's got a few passes to go until then as we watch him now at 12 metres. Left foot forward skier, and very, very technically sound as you would anticipate.
Not particularly a tall skier by any stretch of the imagination. Probably one of our shortest slalom skiers on the Waterski Pro Tour. And we'll discuss a little bit more about that in a moment, but let's check in with Wade.
Freddie, you were unaware of this. The guys in the booth, I don't know if they need to check the batteries in their radio, they were unaware that you started at 11, but I saw your little late move. You're in the water, and you said, no, let's go 11, and it paid off so far, right?
I mean, I had such a bad day yesterday. I was so mad. I just thought, right, let's go to water day. And I was standing on the dock. I'm asking you, do I do 11? Do I do 11? You're like, yeah, why not? Who better to have to talk to than Wade Cox? Thank you, TWBC, for providing a good guide for advice. But, I mean, yeah, I'm really happy because, I was in the water. I said 12. I was going to opt up. We had to wait a second, so I said, no, let's go 11. Of course, the wind died off completely, so that didn't give me an advantage. But happy to get a big score. I mean, I felt useless yesterday. I felt pretty bad this morning, so I mean, happy to. I mean, sometimes you just need to go and use your muscles and turn and turn and turn. I nearly lost it around 3 at 41 here, but I got it. So 5's, hey, it might not be the win, but I'm happy with how I skied. So screw it.
No, a leader in the clubhouse. You can tell his enthusiasm. We love it, and we love watching him ski. Back to you guys.
All right, Dane Meckler coming back in. This is 38 off, so even though we called it the soft start, it's one pass and you're straight into 11.25. And this guy has made a number of podiums. He's been hitting in there and thereabouts in the finals for a long, long time. I don't believe he's hit the top spot on a podium. I don't think he's won an event because he's had to battle the Will Ashers, the Freddie Winters, and the Nate Smiths, but he's due.
Yes, indeed. His highest finish this season was actually second at the Calgary Cup, which gave him 27 points of Waterski Pro Tour points. Currently 5th on the leaderboard right now with a total of 108. The score and the position that he's trying to eliminate is his 5th place position at the Swiss Pro Slalom on 13 points. And just to give you a little bit of an indication of where he could potentially end up if he gets certain placements, and you can find all of this, by the way, at stats.waterskiprotour.com. Dane Meckler currently in 5th place right now. Now, if Dane Meckler were to finish in 6th place, he would be on 113 points, no movement there. If he were to finish 5th, 119, still in the same position. But if he were to actually finish with the win, he would be on 155 points, and that would put him on level terms with Thomas de Gasperi.
All right, Dane Meckler coming back in here. This is straight into 39 off. He's run at the both the earlier rounds. Makes no mistakes through 1, 2, 3 tight turns, keeping his body compact, connected to the rope, and a pretty clean 39, guys. 5 competitors so far, 5 through 39.
Yeah, really good stuff. Good skiing there from Dane, and watch the replay from the drone. Is going to gives a different perspective anyways. As you can see, the water conditions are absolutely ideal. And this is a slight head breeze, if you like. As you can see, he comes into that as he comes off a 2-ball. But a really tidy pass. As you would anticipate, I mean, these guys are all pros, and but it doesn't always go well. But the fact that he can do it nicely, it's just is a testament to how many times he's run this in practice. So great skiing, Dane Meckler.
So he didn't need to go out and compete in the second round. He'd already made it through to the final. He decided to. He straight started at 12. He wanted that experience and set himself up a 41 gate from this west end. He got some, we heard him afterwards talk about it. He kind of wanted to feel things out. He did just that. Hopefully it's going to stand him well here coming back into this final round. This is 41 off. He's chasing some huge scores. Freddie Winter, 5 at 41. He almost made the whole pass. Cole McCormick, 4. So he's got a lot of work to do. He's got to get a long way through this. Basically a personal best to take the lead. Can he? Let's get behind him as he's on the water.
Here he comes. This is Dane Meckler on buoy number 1, 10.25 meters. Looking and go. He's around buoy number 3. Come on, around buoy number 4 and I believe he got round number 4, but to the wakes there, and certainly one of his better scores of the season if it stands. By the way, it's seen out there, at least from our perspective, it's going to be 4 at 10.25 meters.
That's a pretty incredible skiing. When you think about it, there's 5 skiers that have been through. Our worst score is 2 at 41. And we watched Dane here. What a start. As a lefty, this is his good side. Really turns and was very patient out of 1. And this is the reason he gets out of 2-ball so nicely. He's around 2, gets a little bit of slingshot over here. And then from here, it's a big turn at 3. And after that 3, all he's worried about is just getting outside of 4 and S-turning. It's great skiing, Dane Meckler, with the pressure on. But that's going to put Freddie Winter on the podium.
Freddie Winter on the podium, sitting in second so far as Dane as we start going back to backup scores. He's just put himself slightly ahead of Cole McCormick. But look at this one ball, Aaron. He's smooth too. Like, it was tight, but it was smooth. He didn't have any delay, no sort of hits. Out of 2, he had to wait on the rope a little bit, which put him a little bit faster into number 3. But he has the ability to just sit on that 3-ball and that onside turn and get going again. But like you say, I think there he's like, okay, I just got to guarantee myself a full 4 buoys. I'll be satisfied with second right now.
Hey guys, here with Dane Meckler. And so Dane, you looked unreal. Your start at 41 there coming back. I was like, wow. So tell us sort of what went through your mind, 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
Yeah, I thought I hit a pretty good gate, and 1 was great. 2 was a little slow, but for me it was okay. And went a little long and had narrow, a little bit narrow at 3. And ski came under, and honestly, I probably should have swung to 4 to go. But before I went out there, when Freddie ran 5 and with Cole running 4, the better backup, I was like, all right, I'm going to go S-turn 4, and that's going to be my score today. So was able to get that done.
No, I know it was a great weekend, though. Anybody you want to give a shout out to at home?
Yeah, definitely my parents at home and everyone in Cincinnati, my brother. So yeah, shout out to those guys. I'm sure they're watching.
All right, good stuff. Back to you guys.
All right, we have our penultimate skier on the water at this time. This is Will Asher.
So electing to go out at 12 meters. No one else has followed Freddie Winter yet. Everyone's staying true to the minimum start speed, the 12-meter line. It looks like that wind is kind of backed right off. If anything, I've sort of felt that sort of swing around a little bit. It was due to come around a little bit more to the south. Maybe it will swing there for the remainder of the day. The jumpers are definitely liking the fact that the tailwind has dropped off a little bit. And hopefully we'll be moving straight on to the jump event after these next 2 skiers. And the wind and the conditions will be in our favor.
All right, then, with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
He gets to talk about this briefly at the end of ladies slalom. We're in absolute identical situation where we've got a score in the house, and we've got the 2 best guys that have been the best guys for the last 10 years waiting to take a shot. So, for promoters, for TWBC, for MasterCraft coming here going, man, this is exactly the way we'd want our slalom finals to work out, and we're getting it. So we're getting to really enjoy some great skiing. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, who can forget the big tie we had here a couple of years ago in this men's slalom final? I think it was around 5 at 41. 3 skiers tied. It was huge, and they had to all go back out. This is shaping up to be pretty tight again. Got a 5 on the board, a couple 4s, and the 2 highest-ranked skiers yet to come. This is Will Asher. This is 38 off.
Yeah, Willie, he's one of the more stylish skiers around, isn't he? You know, he's been around for some time. He's 41 years old now. Had the season of his life. Actually beat the European slalom record with 2 at 43 boys at the end of last season. So there's not much else that he hasn't won. I suggest here in his time, Will Asher skis and is pretty much head of R&D for the HO syndicate team. Spends a lot of time working on those skis. Actually lives on the same lake as I do. We do a reasonable amount of skiing, and he was warming up for this tournament actually behind my boat. So glad to be of assistance for Willie. He's a super nice guy, very humble and very talented.
So continuing right along, we've got Will Asher, who comes to us originally out of Lincoln in England, and but resides here in Central Florida. Before you plint in, Aaron, the temperature across the United Kingdom today is about 33 degrees Celsius, which is about late 80 degree Fahrenheit. So it's not all fireplaces and heavy rugs and that kind of stuff.
No, I have actually heard that. I've got a lot of mates. So you spent a lot of time in England. I've got a lot of mates over there. They said that July's come late, and it's now happening in September. So
I've been there a few times, never seen it. Don't believe it.
It exists. All right, then. Here we go. We have got on the water. This is Will Asher.
So Willie Asher now at 39 off. Let's see what he's got. Nice turn there at 1. Good turn at 2. And he's on time. That ski seems to be snapping around quite nicely on his offside. He's around through.
Whoa! One on 10.75 meters. Oh my word, going down rather early on that one. And that is going to be a 5 buoy count. And that means that whoever's in second place right now, which is going to be Dane Meckler by way of his superior backup score, that would mean that Dane Meckler has quite possibly put himself on the podium right now. We'll double check that, but it is definitely left the way wide open for our last skier to take an opportunity for the win here.
Now, there were some big surprises yesterday in some of the preliminary rounds, and that's a big surprise for me here today. He looked, like he was handling things extremely well in all his early passes. To have that little bobble there at 4 and just kind of lose his balance and stop skiing. If there's one weakness in Will's skiing, it's probably that end of that offside. Sometimes it gets a little bit loose on him. But, it's very measured, and he keeps his speed up through that turn really nicely. So it's, bit of a shocking result here for Will Asher, and he's going to be down the end of this men's slalom field.
All right, then, as we work our way through towards the end, final skier Nate Smith about to take to the water, and those of you that want to vote for the skier of the day, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for who you think is the skier of the day here at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro, which is brought to you by Action Water Sports, Masterline Ropes, Central Florida. Visit Central Florida. Ski Fluid, MasterCraft Boats, and the LowPaymentKings.com. And also give a big shout out to Tuyu Coffee Snacks for providing us with the award for Skier of the Day at this event, the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. And we're down to skier number 8. Our final skier in this men's slalom final. It is none other than Nate Smith.
Yep, it's a 12-meter line for Nate Smith, skiing on his D3 ski, and really made 41 off look fairly easy this morning as he took the top seed into the final, and he's got to emulate the same thing again with Freddie Winter's top score now at 5 at 41. So Nate needs a piece of 6 if he's gonna take the title.
Yeah, recapping our leaderboard there. Winter on top, 5 at 41. Meckler and McCormick tied up at 4. Meckler's going to be at least on the podium in third spot, maybe second. But he's got himself ahead of McCormick based on the previous rounds. So a little bit of work to do here, a little bit of waiting for Freddie Winter. He was waiting in the second round to see if he was going to even make it through to this final. Now he's waiting to see what our final skier is going to do. Whether he's going to repeat his performance of the second round and run 41. And he's going to need to take the win here at the MasterCraft Pro 2023.
All right, so Nate Smith getting ready for 11.25 meters coming back. Starting off on the 12-meter line and getting ready for that second pass down the opposite end of the lake. The McCordsville, Indiana native is a flight instructor these days. Operates out of Orlando's Executive Airport, and
so every single one of our competitors, bar Will Asher, I think in this final, have picked up the pace, added some buoys to their previous round performances. Bodes well here for Nate Smith as he's already secured a 1 at 43. The course record here, I believe, is 1.5 at 43. He won't be thinking too much about that. He wants to take that win. He wants to complete the 41 off pass again. But since I get to watch skiing out here all day long, I'd love to see someone get a full 2 buoys.
so looking at this instant replay here, the stop number 12 of the Waterski Pro Tour. This is the MasterCraft Pro, and we're just looking once again and checking out this great technique here, courtesy of Nate Smith, and just seems to have just exquisite balance on that ski, and just has unrivaled control over that D3 Ion 3 slalom ski.
Yeah, he certainly does. Yeah, he really makes it look easy, doesn't he? You know, and I'm fortunate enough that I just got a message from my wife that my little fella Lou, he's watching the TV. So shout out to my little fella, and he's watching one of the best, if not the best, on how to do it. Certainly, on a daily basis when I teach him, I tell him not to ski like Dad, ski more like Mum.
All right, and I'm sure also watching as well are Will and Elaine Bush, who are the folks in charge these days of D3 skis, and they'll be finding out a couple of pieces of information. One, whether Nate has done enough to take the victory in this event, and secondly, who to send that men's audience prize to, that D3 slalom ski. And we'll get that information to you just momentarily once we get the full results.
Yeah, so 39 off in the bag for Nate Smith, and didn't he make it look easy?
Oh, yeah. No, making no mistakes there on pass number 3, already at 10.75, 39. I think he probably watched Will Asher, though, go out in front of him. We all expected him to make short work of that pass, too. So it can happen. You got to keep your focus, especially through the, you know, how many times we see that? The skiers run a beautiful first half of the course and then think, oh, yeah, I've got this pass. And, you know, they get run into trouble right at the end. So he is now shortened up. It's 41. It is the pass that's going to win him this title if he can successfully get through all 6. He's done it once so far in this event, but Freddie Winters standing on shore with a huge 5 at 41 and feeling pretty good about himself. But the one guy that's remaining has run 41 more than all other competitors ever. So 200, is it, Aaron? He ran his 201st this morning. Can he do it? 202? Or will Freddie Winter stand on top of the podium for 2 years running at the MasterCraft Pro?
Yeah, well, I think it's 200 anyway. That's what I heard saw on a post on Storkbook, you know. But let's see what he can do here. Here comes Nate Smith. He needs a piece of 6 ball if he's going to take the MasterCraft Pro 2023 title. He's through the gates down. He's around 1. He's had a bit of a slow start, but he's going to crush 2 ball. He's got a good 2. He's over to 3. He's now around 3. Stood up around 3. He's in trouble. Can he get over to 4? He's around 4. Can he get a piece of 5? He's around 5. And can he get over to 6?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, he can.
That is crazy, guys. He had a bit of an iffy start, didn't he, Aaron? And he still kind of kept his composure. It's the only skier around that can do that. I mean, I've seen, you know, make a few mistakes and still run 41. But we'll watch the replay. But congratulations, Nate Smith. He's your champion, 2023 MasterCraft Pro Men's Slalom Champion. And let's watch him as he runs his pass in style. A little bit slow of 1, but not too bad. 2, was it, Aaron, that got him a little bit in trouble?
I think he crushed 2 ball,
No,
which
2
was
was
pretty
good,
deep.
yep.
And then from there, from 3, he just stands himself up. And if guys
Anyone
like me
else.
do this, anybody else that does,
done.
he's inside of 4. But he gets around 4 and crushes that turn. And then from there, it's a case. The fact that he actually gets around 5 and makes a turn and then gets to 6 is unfathomable, really.
I'm sure Freddie's heart was in his mouth when he saw him turn that 3 ball and thought he had a chance on standing on top of the podium. But Nate takes it away. Yet again, he is the champion, and he's having a shot here at 43, guys. Course record 1.5. We got Chris Ella bringing him back in. He's actually set this up pretty good. There's maybe a slight little breeze across the lake, but let's cheer him on, see if he can get outside too. He hasn't been out there for a little while. A full 2 buoys would be fantastic to cap off this men's slalom final.
All right, let's see what he's got. This is Nate Smith approaching the course 9.75 meters. Gets a decent start. Round buoy number 1.
Oh, he's gone again.
Wow.
Is he okay?
He's
Let's
okay.
get to him.
That's one of the most vicious crashes I've seen Nate Smith ever take. And normally he stalls up off buoy number 1 and skis to the wakes in that situation, but he still went to 2.
I think he's exploded his life jacket, but that's about all. So lucky he's smiling. He's still okay. He's going to win crash of the day for that, and the slalom title,
and maybe the vote for the skier of the day as well.
Oh, I can't wait to see the replay. But as he gets on the back of the boat, as he makes sure everything is still attached, let's give him a round of applause. Nate Smith is our champion with 1 buoy at 43 off and a heck of an attempt to get across the 2.
Need to take a look at that ski and see if all the parts that are supposed to be there are still there.
I think the ski's okay. The vest, it might be. He might need a new one. Look at this 1 ball. Takes a little bit of a hit and then he goes for it. Trips up at the wakes, tumbles, bounces, and goes again.
The scary part of all that is that, of course, he's single-booted and his back foot came out.
He actually left the water just before the buoy and he landed after the buoy, going cleanly over the top of it. Look at this. Off buoy number 1, handle up high, drops in low.
Oh yeah, his ski stayed on there pretty well, didn't it? He doesn't have a releasable binding, so lucky it didn't twist the ankle on the way out, and he's okay.
Well, vests are easy to replace. Skis, not so much.
Definitely appreciate the effort, Nate Smith. He'd already won the event with that 6 at 41, and he came back and he gave it his all to get across the 2 ball to keep all the fans and the people at home watching the webcast entertained.
Yeah, he certainly kept everyone entertained, and he is your winner with a score of 1 at 9.75 meters. Your MasterCraft Pro champion for 2023 is Nate Smith. You see him there, 1 at 9.75. Freddie Winter in second with 5 at 10.25 meters. Dane Meckler in third with 4. He has a superior backup against Cole McCormick, who also has 4, with Thibaut Dayon on 3. Corey Vaughan on 2.5, Joel Poland on 2, and Will Asher on 5 at 10.75 meters. That is the leaderboard for the event. Here is the Pro Tour leaderboard. Nate Smith still out there on top with 284 points. Freddie Winter still in second with 258. Will Asher on 171. Thomas de Gasperi still on with 155. Moving on up a little bit more, a little bit closer. On 135 is Dane Meckler. Robert Hayeswood in 6th place on 96, and in 7th place, Brando Caruso on 66, and you'll see the remainder of the Pro Tour standings for the clipsed men's slalom Pro Tour standings at waterskiprotour.com. And let's check in one last time with Wade, but not until we see the brand leaderboard. Syndicate on 592, D3 on 521, Good on 388, Radar on 313, Conley on 130, and LaPointe on 104. So let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Nate Smith, our champion for the 2023 MasterCraft Pro, and literally ended in an explosion.
Yeah, that doesn't usually happen too much, but I don't know. I just thought I want to try to go to 2. So many people always say that we don't ever try, so I guess that can't be said this time. But yeah, kind of came back in a bunch of pieces between the bib and life jacket. So
it really does show the violence of what happens. Certainly 39, 41 and on, man. It does. Split second wrong decision, it can go that way, or it can just as easily, you have some of those hairball ones where you go, oh my gosh, I just got away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that coming. That's not something I ever do, even in practice. But I just had space at one and turned and kind of took the hit a little bit, and it just compressed me, and I got through the wake, and I think I really don't know what happened, but next thing I knew, I was upside down. So,
well, it was a really hard-fought victory, hey? I mean, whenever someone goes at least 5, man, you got to run it. You're getting to 6 ball to win. So, well done.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and then from the first round all the way to the finals, you go look at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. I think right now it is 3 and above. I think there's 2. Dane ran 4, and then obviously the pace was set out there by Cole at 4 the first skier, and then a 5. So you had to get midway or further down the course to even make the podium.
Well, it was super fun to watch. Go and enjoy your victory. We'll see you back on the water again soon. But guys, what a fantastic weekend of slalom. Back to you.
Well, some great slalom in action, and we've got one other piece of business to do with the men's audience prize, and this is going to come as a bit of a shock because the skiers themselves are pretty good experts in determining and predicting who wins. And in this instance, Hannah Streltsova has won the men's audience prize for the slalom event. So congratulations to her. We're going to get in contact with her, which is like about 50 feet away from this point, and arrange for what D3 slalom ski she wants and how she wants it delivered.
She's probably got focusing on her jump here coming shortly, though. But congrats to Hannah.
And that proves that you can actually enter this competition no matter where you happen to be in the world. You could be in Australia or New Zealand or Japan or somewhere in Europe or even somewhere as close as Polk City. Doesn't matter where. Just keep an eye on the audience prize whenever it comes up for future events broadcast by TWBC. All right, then, we're going to take a little bit of a timeout, and catch your breath a little bit, grab your favorite beverage and your favorite chair. We've got jumping to come. Women's jump first, then we'll round off this competition with the men's jump event right here at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro here at Lake Grew. We'll be back right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, returning to action for the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have the presence of your company once again. We're down to the final two events. It's the women's jump final, followed by the men's jump final right here at Lake Gru, the home of Action Watersports and also of Ski Fluid as well. So here's the women's running order. Agustina Vara from Chile will be our lead-off competitor, followed by Vale Gonzalez, also from Chile. Then we've got Regina Jaquez, followed by Janina Bonneman-Mekla, then Sasha Deniashkaya, and finally, Hanna Streltsova. So we've got 6 of the best jumpers in the world getting ready for to hit that ramp for your entertainment. And there we see our first competitor on dockside, and we're just waiting on the driver and everyone else concerned with this event to ready themselves. Agustina Vara dockside right there. And because of the timing issues that we had yesterday that concerned us moving the jump for one position to another and then to its original anchored position, it therefore meant that we were on a time crunch towards the end of the schedule, and unfortunately it led to us not being able to put on the elimination round of the jump event for women. So we made the decision that every competitor in the women's jump event, all 6 of them, would make it through to the final, which will take place right now. The men's jump, not quite so clear-cut. We did have a jump elimination round. We got 6 competitors ready to go there after completion of the women's jump. Dynamics of this event, the maximum speed for women's jump is 54 kilometers an hour. That's a little bit shy of 34 miles an hour. For the women's jump, the ramp height is 1.65 meters high, or 5.5 feet, 5'6". Each has 3 jumps to record the best distance, and whoever has the best distance when all is said and done wins. And we'll keep an eye on the Pro Tour points as things transpire. So far as the Pro Tour is concerned, I'll grab the points for the jump event in the women's competition very, very soon to illustrate to you who is in the running for the top 3 positions on the Waterski Pro Tour Women's Jump Championship. The Women's Jump Championship brought to us by John K. Phillips. Thanks a lot to you, sir. A very generous benefactor for the sport of tournament water skiing, and certainly hope that you enjoy the coverage and indeed the action that will take place very, very soon in the women's jump competition. Agustina Vara, our first competitor out. We wait for the boat to make its trek up and down. Looking at the standings right now, and the lead is Hanna Streltsova on 130 points, followed by Alexandra or Sasha Deniashkaya, followed by Janina Bonneman-Mekla, then Regina Jaquez, Val Gonzalez, Agustina Vara, and Dominique Allard. Those are the top competitors in the women's jump standings on the Waterski Pro Tour. All right, the boat making its way to the dock. And Agustina Vara, native of Chile, but has spent quite a considerable amount of time in the upper left corner of the contiguous United States, namely the state of Washington. And most recently, an alumnus of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. As my good friend Kyle Eade gets himself settled down.
Gatorade in hand. Something a little bit cool to for him to sip on. So Kyle, conditions looking pretty good out there. You're the proprietor here at Ski Fluid, skifluid.com, the website to go to find out all the information that they need, and conditions looking pretty pristine out there at the moment.
Yeah, for sure, Tony. We were pretty happy with how things are looking here for this women's jump final and the men's jump final coming right up after it. Yesterday, don't want to rehash it, but yeah, the weather gods threw everything at us, and we kind of tried our best to accommodate the jumpers, make things safe, make things set up for some big distances, and we got that, but it was a bit of a late finish. But things staying consistent, that wind not picking up at all right now, and we're going straight into the women's jump with, there's barely a breeze around, is there, Tony?
Yeah, it's going to stay hot for a little while longer. Not too much in the way of wind to provide lift for our jumpers. As they come off the top of the jump, and certainly not enough to really keep us cool by any stretch of the imagination. The temperature very, very close to 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the early 30s degrees Celsius. And for you folks watching from across the world, so gratifying to have each and every one of you watching, no matter where you happen to be, as we look at Agustina Vara. Now, an additional dimension comes into play here between Agustina Vara and Valle Gonzalez, because this competition right here has effectively become the Chilean national team trials for the one and final spot to be selected for Team Chile in the women's event that will take place in the World Championships and the Pan American Games. It's going to be whoever comes out on top between Valle Gonzalez and indeed our jumper on the water, who is Agustina Vara. Let's see what she can do on jump number one.
All right, the boat speed now set at 54 Ks, the ramp height 5.5 feet, 23 feet long, and that's Agustina sending one down the lake on jump number one. And like Tony was saying, there's some big competitions coming up. The MasterCraft Pro is huge for our pro skiers, but they've also got some amateur competitions, including the World Champs and the Pan Am Games, and all sorts of government funding and selection to the national teams. That the results from this tournament kind of hinges a lot for the selection to those teams. So they are not going to leave anything on the dock. Agustina has been jumping well, usually around the mid-60s, 160-something feet, as with Valle Gonzalez, who'll be out here shortly after her. And let's see what she's got. Let's see what this distance looks like on jump number one. Yeah, 166 there, way to open up this jump event. We're going to hear from Freddie and see who he's got down at dockside.
Regina, you just won the slalom, something you've done many, many times, but how do you finish that and go to a jump tournament immediately afterwards? What's your mindset?
No, it's actually hard, especially when you come off from a win, you're up high and you're trying to bring yourself back down to get ready to jump. It is a challenge, but part of it, and you love to do all three events, so it's kind of something that you don't want to give up, and you just got to get ready, and you got 3 jumps, so make it worth it.
And I heard Tony say on the commentary earlier that you're probably as aggressive on a slalom ski as anyone, and this is obviously an aggressive sport too, jumping. So do you have a change in mindset? Like, is it a different build-up? Do you have to kind of get in a different mental attitude?
Yeah, usually I try to turn my brain off when I go to jump, is the mental attitude. But no, it's an aggressive sport, and you got to be ready. And it's you say you got 3 jumps, but it's still, there's a lot of technique that goes into it. And yeah, you want to be aggressive, but there's quite a bit of a finesse that goes to it, and all the parts have to kind of line up. And it starts with the cutting out to the 600. So it all plays to a factor, and then that's how you can be aggressive on it.
And just final question quickly, do you like how you have 3 attempts? You say that it plays some sort of part compared to slalom where it's one and done.
Oh yeah, no, it's nice for jump, otherwise I really would need to leave my brain on the dock if I only had 1 jump. But no, it's a safety thing too, I think, with having 3 jumps. But yeah, in the slalom and the trick event, it's cutthroat. So you do have that to kind of shake the nerves off, especially when you come into the finals and at pro events. It's nice to get a little warm up, get your legs under you, and kind of build from the first jump.
Well, I'll let you go, turn your brain off. Good luck. You got it.
And
back to you guys.
Yes,
Thanks.
and the expression of opinions from each of our skiers does not reflect the general opinion of everyone else
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna advise any amateurs at home learning to jump that please don't turn your brains off. It may work for Regina. She's been doing this a number of years, and it works for her. But we want you to stay safe when you're learning to jump. So Agostina on the water right now. She's past jump number 2. She scored a 166. That's a good opening jump. That's right where she's been hitting around lately. I think she wants a few more feet. She wants to send one out over 170, get in the mix of this women's jump field, solidify her place in that Chilean team that we mentioned. Passing on jump 2, they have that option. Only the longest disc counts. She scored 166 on the first. Felt like her setup wasn't quite correct on jump number 2. Elected to pass. She has 1 jump remaining.
All right, 160. She's got to work with, and now she's got her third and last jump to come. Well, why she is in the water between the pass on jump number 2 and the start of jump number 3, I'm still a little bit miffed. Looking around to see if the other boat is in the way, but apparently it is not. So we proceed on with Agostina Vara on jump number 3. Now, boat speed 54 kilometers now on letter R, and I'll choosing to set the boat on a split path between the two primary jump buoys on the course. And a parallel path towards next to the ramp. Here she comes, dropping in, accelerating up to speed. Here she comes, jump number. Oh, and so very, very weighty on that left ski.
Yeah, no, for sure. Tony, her jump number 1 is going to be her longest. And that was a pretty handy jump. She was actually pretty early on her first one, so there was room for improvement. She tried to make those changes on jump 2. The timing didn't work out. Jump 3, maybe she got in the course okay, but all sorts of off balance off the second wake and into the ramp. And part of jumping is getting your legs, getting your extension off the jump, and she did not achieve that on jump 3. Won't be her longest. 166. 50.7 meters, and that's our first skier completed. 5 more remain in this jump field. Okay, we just want a public announcement. A white Mazda with a Florida Southern decal. A white Mazda with a Florida Southern decal is blocking the emergency lane exit. If you can go move your car maybe to the end of the lake, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, we know a few folks in Florida Southern, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yep. Good to see their collegiate crew come out. They've got a great collegiate ski team from Florida Southern, and quite a few of them come out and train out here with us. And it's good to see them coming out and supporting this pro event.
All right then.
But move their car.
All right then, so on the water right now, representing Chile, it's Vale Gonzalez, and seeing along the shore side, Scott the Rocket Man Ellis will be providing her some tips and some guidance along the way. We saw Tanguy Bene doing likewise for Agostina Vara a few minutes ago. And, you know, the advice and perspective that these guys offer along the shore side with coaching and what have you cannot be understated.
No, for sure. So it's always a bit of a comfort thing, you know, for these jumpers to have someone on shore kind of watching things. You know, they're the same people that watch them in training. They get a bit of a different perspective to their approach. You know, the skiers know what they need to do, but just to give them some confidence, hey, are they going to make a little change on the next one? Is that the right thing to do? It kind of backs up their decisions and helps them, you know, come to the course with some confidence. You know, sometimes conditions can change. They're sometimes not aware of things that are happening out on the water, but their spotter is. So valuable feedback from the coach on the shore. This is Vale Gonzalez. This is jump number 1. Another consistent jumper. She's always in and around that 160 to 165 feet. She's been looking for 170 for a long time. She's got a good extension off the jump. Very smooth jump.
Yeah, nice.
I don't know if she quite had the heat to take it down the lake in the 170s, but maybe she's got up over 160 for jump number 1.
Yeah, she definitely had plenty of height on that one, but as you say, it is that perfect combination, isn't it? You got to get the speed right, you got to get the height right to get the distance that you want.
And of course, the MasterCraft towboat coming in at 54 kilometers per hour, about 33 mile an hour. But the speed of that boat increases as the skier makes a turn to the jump. Right here, as you see on the replays, the handle comes in. Now she applies some pressure through that right ski, down through the left shoulder, and she's accelerating all the way in as that boat kind of increases about 2-3 miles an hour, whipping the skier through the ramp, and as she extends upwards of about 30 feet in the air, and like we predicted, 163, it's a handy opener, but she slotted herself just in behind Agostina on jump number 1.
So 163 jump number 1, which is 49.7. Let's check in with Freddie.
Agostina, you did a 166, a couple of feet shy of your best score of the year, it sounds like. Are you happy, sad, indifferent? Where are you after that set?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I obviously wanted a little bit more. Happy I had a good first jump, and I just couldn't really improve on the second two. But yeah, I've been jumping very well, and I think I got a big jump in me coming up soon. So just trying to be patient and keep jumping and see if I can put out some bigger scores later this year.
Well, you will. And do you want to take us through the conditions out there? There's not much wind. Does it kind of feel pretty good?
Yeah, conditions are pretty good. You know, I have been struggling a little bit with the wind, but I think I handled it really well, and I think if the girls just find their timing, I think we'll be able to go really far.
Prediction of the best score today. Would you want to hazard a guess?
Oh, I think we could see some scores into the 180s, hopefully. I always like to see big jumps. Obviously, I'd like to have one myself, but it's always fun when everyone else jumps well, too.
We're going to see it the next few tournaments, I assume. You'll get your big jump. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, and waiting on the distance for Valentina Gonzalez, and it's 48.0, 157, 48.0, or a 157.
Yeah, kind of watching her second jump, it looked like she actually turned a little bit harder there on her approach to the ramp, but maybe got her across the wakes a little quicker than she thought. Had a little bit of time in front of the jump, didn't quite take the same pull, and fell short, maybe 6 feet shorter than her jump number 1. 157, 163. It's only your longest that counts.
Yeah.
And she has one jump remaining. She's chasing down that 166. We've got 4 more competitors after her. The running order is going to be following Valle Gonzalez. We got Regina Jaquist, who we just interviewed on dockside there just a second ago, and she's fresh off her slalom win. Moving through into Janina Bonneman, then Sasha Denishevskaya, and Hannah Streltsova. Hannah's going to be pretty happy. She won a slalom ski already today.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, she's already coming out of here a big old winner. Here we go. This is Valentina Gonzalez coming in from Chile on jump number 3. What has she got? There you go. A little bit more speed on that one, but not quite as much height, I don't think.
Yeah, they're all right around the same hole, aren't they? That's sort of typical of Valle's sets. She's very consistent. She can go 160 all day long, 163, 4, 5, 6 every once in a while. But she's yet to find that magical recipe to send her down the lake, that extra few feet, and break the 170s. So I don't know how that stacks up for her to try and qualify for a Chilean team. This is one of the last opportunities she's got to achieve scores, and she's just fallen a little bit short of her team or country mate, Agostina Varas. We're waiting on distance for jump number 3, of course.
Certainly no lack of effort there. On jump number 3, we'll get the jump distance coming to us very, very soon. On 49.7 meters on the first jump, which is about around 160 feet, and we'll get the final jump distance. It's being calculated as it stands right now, and I don't know what's happening here. Regina Jaquist taking her skis off. Looks like they're taking their time over this one. All right, then. Whilst we figure things out, we're going to step aside, take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have Regina Jaquist.
Here at Action Water Sports, we're the largest MasterCraft dealer in the world, and our staff has the knowledge and expertise to make sure that you and your family have a great time every time you go out on the water. For all your water sports needs, stop by your local Action Water Sports location or visit us online at actionwater.com.
Award-winning marine engineering, platinum-selling studio recording, ass-kicking home listening. We took the holy trinity of audio excellence and built a sound system that's going to blow your buddies' boats out of the water. With the rock star status of Bon Jovi and the no BS attitude of Klipsch, we figured out how to cut the noise so you can crank up the tunes. Lose the wind, the waves, and the engines, and hear your music the way the gods of rock intended. Whether you're chilling dockside or making waves, you'll get the power of a live concert with recording studio quality. A VIP experience at any volume and any speed, guaranteed. Looking for more of a backstage pass? We'll bring the show to you. Rock God certified. Fan approved. The only question is, are you ready to rock on water?
So Sasha, you're going out there in a final having not skied a prelims because of it got cancelled yesterday. Is that a different mentality coming into it? I mean, you kind of got to go balls to the wall without having had like a sort of proper tournament practice.
I mean, I think it's actually good because it's kind of like Masters, you go in without practice. And also this side we skied at, it's safe, it's nice. So I'd rather have like one safe round than two, but dangerous conditions. So I think it's good. We just switch between rounds and focus on what you need to do.
And it looks, I'm no expert, it looks better out there today than yesterday, right?
Yeah, no, definitely conditions are awesome. I think we're going to see some good results. So I'm trying to do what I can and yeah, focus on my keys.
No headwind, but still everything set up, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's fine. And yeah, Taylor likes to say that I don't go high enough anyways to catch the headwind. So, I mean, it's good.
All right, tell us what's happening in your headphones. Are we listening to something good? What gets you going?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I don't know if it's appropriate, but yeah, it's good. I like it, so yeah.
Hardcore gangster rap, guys. Back to you.
All right, then. I've been waiting to ask this question, as a matter of fact. What about you, Kyle? I mean, back in the day when you were skiing, were you listening to anything in your headphones to kind of encourage you on to victory?
Not really, actually. I wasn't one of those ones that had to have a headphone. Nowadays, you see them all with the headphones on right till the time they put their bindings on. It didn't really phase me too much. I had a few songs I enjoyed, but no, it wasn't really part of my routine to get pumped up. I was already pumped up enough at most of the events I skied in.
You know, actually, it's not uncommon these days. Wasn't all that uncommon back in the 80s. You know, I remember way back in 1981 when Andy Mappel was getting prepared to win his first World Slalom title. Up until about maybe a skier or two before he actually went out, he actually had one of those battery-operated Walkmans, you know, with the cassette and everything, and he was listening to music right up until about one or two skiers before he hit the water.
I mean, one of those things that you used to hold over your shoulder and walk down.
No, not the ghetto blasters. just a nice little Sony Walkman. But obviously it worked because he became the World Slalom champion in 1981 and followed it up with probably more Pro Tour titles than any other skier. And you know, it's different strokes for different folks, I guess. You know, in terms of their preparation.
Yeah, so it looks like we'll go back to the dock side. Valet Gonzalez is leading the dock. Looks like she's got a rewrite. I'm not sure which jump this is on. How many jumps? 2 and 3, apparently. There was one of the course boys for the opposite direction was left in. It usually doesn't affect our skiers, but For some reason, Valley's kind of run over it on her setup, on her counter cut, maybe because the wind's down today, or she was cutting back a little bit earlier than sometimes when the headwind's up. So she's going to get another 2 tries. She's got a 163 on the board from jump number 1. And then after that, she didn't achieve quite so much. So good news for her. And she gets to go again and hopefully send one down, catch up with Agustina Varas, who currently has our lead at 166. You know, I do see a lot of the kids with the headphones on, and kind of a lot of our good skiers. You know, I think it's the part of it's getting pumped up. The other part of it is just kind of tuning everything else out. You know, a lot of them like to just kind of get in their own little world and not get interrupted, not get kind of be able to focus on just themselves and what they're about to do.
All right then, folks, here we go. We have got on the water right now Valle Gonzalez with a re-jump on attempts 2 and 3.
Okay, let's see what sort of changes she makes. Her setup comes right here as she rounds that 600 football. You can see her pushing it past it. That buoy is 600 feet from the jump. It gives our skiers a good guide on timing and when to make their counter cut across lake to the right. And that dictates when they can make their turn and come barreling into the ramp. And that's a nice second jump. Maybe that buoy was in her way. It was affecting her setup because she seemed like she improved a little bit there on jump number 2.
Yes, looks like it could turn out to be her best jump out of those that she's already taken thus far. Obviously, the whatever score that she had on jump number 3 originally is scrubbed in favor of the re-jump. Vote for Skier of the Day, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to vote for Skier of the Day. And it is 46.6 meters on jump number 2. 46.6 meters on jump number 2. It's a
153 it was.
153.
Obviously, our distance calibration's a little bit off. That a little bit break. That was a little shorter than her first one. But maybe a little deceiving because she makes every jump look pretty controlled, pretty much the same. With her ramp work, she always seems to get her lift. Just whether she's got the intensity enough, whether she's in the course enough to take some speed through and carry down the lake. So I know Scott Ellis was on the bank there giving some instructions. She trains with him all day long, and obviously he's been around the sport longer than anybody, and is still giving back and coaching the next generation of skiers coming on. And hopefully she listens to his guidance, makes a few adjustments right down here at the 600-foot buoy. Let's see, can she bring it down a little bit? So can she stay calm? Because that's the next part. Yes, she is later on the 6, but it's whether she can stay chilled out here as she glides, waiting for the pull to come on and get slingshot into the ramp. And it seems like she does, just a little bit later. It's
just really hard to tell, isn't it?
From our angle, definitely. I mean, those on shore here, there's a few buoys out there you can kind of line up. From our angle, it looks very, very similar, right in the high 150s, maybe low 160s. But I don't think she's caught our leader right now. Agustina Varas still will be in number 1 spot with 166.
And if that's the case, that could well be the determining factor as to whether either Valentina Gonzalez or Agustina Vara would be making an appearance on the Chilean water ski team for either the World Championships or the Pan American Games. All right, 163 on that last jump, and let's check in with Freddie.
Janina, you're coming off a 3rd at California. That was your first podium of the year in jump, if I'm correct, which I think I am, and then 2 fourths. So we've gone from 4th, 3rd. Where are we going now?
We'll see. I'm looking for a podium spot for sure. In the beginning of the year, I had a little bit hard time coming back from my injury, but my mindset has changed a little bit, and I hope I can put a good performance out there today. The conditions are great, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we have no doubt you're going to put something big out there. Take us through that. I mean, you had a terrible injury last year, but I mean, we saw you last weekend, did really well in the slalom. The World Waterskis event. What was your mentality change?
I don't know. I just started jumping more and getting back to the rhythm. It sometimes just takes your mind a little bit of time to get back to where you were before, and I'm very close to be there again. So I'm excited, and leading up to Worlds, that's the goal.
And you're 3rd on the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard right now. Are you looking to cement that? You must be pretty excited. Maybe move up a little bit.
Yes, hopefully. We'll see what happens today.
I'll leave you to it. Go get ready. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right then. So continuing right along, we just heard there from Janina Bonneman-Meckler. Our skier on the water right now is Regina Jaquist. Our current leader right now is Augustine Navarro on 50.7 meters, 50.7 or 166 feet. In second is Vale Gonzalez right now, 49.7 or 163 feet. So 3 feet separating our top two competitors right now, both from Chile. And this competitor from the United States, one of the most storied competitors ever in the sport of tournament water skiing. She will be representing the United States at the World Championships in October and also at the Pan American Games shortly afterwards. This is Regina Jaquist.
All right, Regina jumping number 1. You saw her back up a little bit earlier than Vale, and I think it's too much. She decided to pass and jump number 1. We've seen her in action today. She's our 2023 MasterCraft Pro Slalom champion, but she gets it done on all 3 events. She's a top jumper. She won the King of Darkness earlier this year. Could be a little bit of a surprise one for her. She was only doing 3/4 cuts, but got on the course and took a poke at it and went 176 to win that event. We're going to check in with Freddie here, see who he's got dockside.
Gary, you've been a huge part of putting this event together. Year 4, you're here again. You must be very excited.
Yeah, what a great event again. The weather has been fantastic. The scores have been amazing. Watching you guys compete is just a thrill and a half. And it's just a pleasure to have everybody out here at our dealership and our lake.
And I mean, you know, you being the head honcho of Action Watersports, it's really nice to know that you're out on a slalom ski most days of the week, right?
Yeah, I've been passionate about that since I've been a kid. And some people, after they get in the industry, they lose the passion. I always wondered if that would happen to me. And there's nothing that thrills me more than getting behind the boat and working on my next rope length. So I love it. And if the weather stays nice, I might have to get a set after the event's over today.
Just like last year. Quickly, tell us what you're working on your slalom skiing right now. What's your big tip?
Right now, Kyle's been working with me and trying to keep everything outbound and not let my shoulders into the buoy and just staying up and keeping that ski coming under the line out of the buoy. And if I do that, it's a lot of fun. And but knowing what to do and doing it sometimes isn't as easy as what you'd like.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it at the MasterCraft Pro next year. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, great to hear from Jerry Brower from Action Watersports. And this is Regina Jaquist. She hasn't changed her timing too much at the 6, maybe snuck it in a little bit. Obviously the first one she wasn't happy with. She's set up here for jump number 2. Makes a turn, accelerating now into the bottom of the ramp. Good timing. She kicks. It's going to be close. I don't know if it's going to take the lead from Agustina Varas. She's been hitting around the mid-60s. She's had a 170 last week, and we had the World Water Skiers overall final here, the Florida Cup, and she ended up 3rd, but with a great jump of 170 feet. So she's going to need something like that to sort of stand her in good stead in this women's jump final. Obviously, the girls didn't get to practice yesterday, or didn't get to have their prelims yesterday, but most of them have been skiing here and getting a little practice, so they know the site, they know the setup, so they can get right to work.
Absolutely right, and Regina Jaquist was trying to keep some water speed up as she makes her way into the turn. So she already has some residual speed into her acceleration in towards the ramp, and decent height, and this should result in some decent distance. We'll get the score coming up in a moment. And the distance up on your screen, 47.5, 47.5, or the equivalent of 156 feet.
You heard her talking to Freddie earlier. You know, she's already had a victory today on the slalom ski, and it's hard to kind of regroup, kind of collect the thoughts, and go back out in the jump event and fire. But so she's a little bit shy right now of the first 2 girls. She needs to find another 10 feet somewhere. Usually it's just all in trying to, especially for Regina, trying to get confidence to bring it into the course. She's had some knee issues over the last couple of years. She had a surgery a little while back, and she's definitely back into it, but it still kind of flares up a little bit, so she can be a little bit cautious sometimes. Hopefully she lets it go here on jump number 3. This looks later. This looks like a little bit more speed. Can she dig into the bottom? She's always got great extension. Can she add a little bit more distance to jump number 3? We're waiting and seeing here in just a second.
And the Regina Jaquist, who performed really, really well earlier on in the season, especially in an event like the King of Darkness, and looking to try and replicate some of that form right here at the latter portion of the season, with one jump event to come. That will take place next weekend in Tuscaloosa in Alabama, the event that she has a hand in actually organizing. Ooh. And here she comes on jump number 3.
170 feet, guys. We have a new leader. That was misleading. She did that one pretty easy. She got locked into her cut, definitely in the course a little bit more. And she's like we said when she's slamming, she's got some power behind her. She locks into her cut, kept edging all the way through. She typically kicks around, but she's got a great air form. Just whether she's got the speed, and that time she definitely had it. And that's going to throw a little pressure on Janina to follow her, and Sasha, who's coming out second to last. You know, Hannah's pretty calm. I think Hannah's pretty confident. She's been jumping in the 80s pretty frequently. So these next 2 girls, they're going to have to turn it up a little bit to catch her.
All right, as Janina gets ready, let's check over with Freddie.
Hannah, you won the last event at California. I think you also won the King of Darkness earlier this year. You're obviously pretty dominant. There's a 3rd event to win in a row today. You feeling good about it?
Yes, I'm excited. You can take jumps easy, so I'm still a little nervous. You gotta do what you know you gotta do, so just go for it and do what I know.
And having the preliminary round cancelled yesterday, does that have any effect on you whatsoever, or is it just like doesn't matter, gonna go the same mindset?
I'm not sure. Just I guess first round was kind of like practice round, so I didn't get like to practice round, but yeah, just go for it in finals.
Go do it. Well, good luck. 3rd win in a row. If you do it, you'll be right there. Back to you guys.
All right, and yeah, Hannah will be out in a couple skiers. Yeah, she has been jumping well in the 180s, but Regina in the hot seat right now with 170 feet under her belt, and I think she'd be pretty happy with that. Hopefully, we can catch up with her with a quick interview here shortly too. But on the water right now, Janina Bonneman, and she has been undefeated in the overall competition so far this year, in the overall tour that's been traveling around the world, in France, in Austria, in Calgary, and right here last weekend. She's won all 4 of them. She's been posting great scores, especially in tricks, upwards of 10,000, but she's showed us she can run 38 too, and definitely in the 170s in the jump event. Here she comes. She's not the biggest girl in the world, but she packs a punch as she goes over the jump ramp. And a nice opening leap for Janina.
Good initial strike there on the jump number 1. Plenty of speed. Probably needs to be a little bit snappier with the lift to take full advantage of that as she heads in towards the ramp. We'll take a look at this jump one more time via instant replay, turning just after the 600-foot cut buoy, or 180 meters away from the ramp.
Oh, slots right into second spot, 168 feet, 51.3, a couple feet behind Regina, but that's her opening jump. She'll go back down the lake. I'm not sure who's watching her on the bank here. I can't see behind me who's giving her some advice, but
it's Dane Meckler.
Yeah, Dane, has Dane been over the ramp a lot? I don't know. I'm not sure if he's a jumper back in the day.
Yeah, I think he was a jumper back in the juniors.
Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. Well, I'm sure he watches her train all the time, so he knows what makes her tick and how to get the best out of her. So she's got 2 jumps remaining, and 168. She, speaking about her overall ambitions and her overall prowess, she was probably one of the favorites for the 2021 World Champs. She got injured just prior to it and knocked herself out of the competition. And it was an open battle, and the skier that we're seeing on your screen right now, Sasha, came through with the victory there. And she'll be hoping to defend that title here in just about a month's time. But Janina has been unbeatable. And one of the reasons why is the intensity she brings to the jump ramp. 168 on jump 1. Let's see what she can handle. A little bit later, maybe she listened to Dane and brought it into the course. Definitely later. That's more speed.
Oh,
Tony.
Yeah, nice. That one's got to be further, and that one, I believe, could quite easily take the lead.
Currently, the lead is 51.8 meters, half a meter more than Janina Meckler's opening attempt.
Yeah, so I don't know if she can bring it much down the lake. She was pretty close to the corner there. Maybe she can keep her width and get her skis around a little bit, get a little more swing, and try and get away from the corner a touch by establishing a bit more angle right through the backside of this turn here. But 175, guys, a new leader, and it keeps the lead keeps increasing. Regina Jaquist slots down now into second. Janina 175, 53.4, and that's a handy leap.
Yep, increasing a little bit more, and yes, with the lead, 53.4 meters. So Janina Bonneman, back in the day, she was a collegiate water skier. Actually met her husband there at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette all those years ago. And so the story goes.
And she still has one jump remaining, Tony. She's got a 175. She's increased 7 feet from jump number 1. 175 on jump 2. Can she push up? But I don't know if she's been 180 feet before, but today could be the day. We heard her talking before that she thinks the lead might be in the 80s. Hannah's been doing that all season long, and Janina probably capable of it. Can she get a little bit more in the course? Can she get a little more left? And here she goes. I don't think so. Yeah, just a little squirrely off the top of the ramp. Not bad, not dangerously so, but just maybe not the full extension that we saw on jump 2.
Yeah, exactly. Just put herself in a position where she couldn't really move upwardly too quickly on jump number 3. So I think she's going to have to make do with 53.4 meters or 175 feet. But it is enough for the lead with 2 jumpers remaining.
Our current leaderboard reads like this. Janina 175. 175. She's backed it up again with another 175. It wasn't quite as far in meters. 53.4 is going to be her longest. That was jump 2. So a great jump set there for Janina. And guaranteed on the podium. In second spot right now is Regina Jaquist, 170. And rounding out our top 3 is going to be Agustina Varas, 166.
So again, a distance 20 centimeters short of her previous one, 53.2, equivalent to 175. And that is essentially the reason why we measure these distances with the metric system, a far more refined method of measuring jumps. And over the space of a feet, that could contain scores of anywhere up to 3 competitors with separate distances using the metric system.
Okay, and leaving the dock, it's Sasha Danishevskaya, and she was our silver medalist, our runner-up in 2021. I think she flew into the first time into the 80s down the west end of the lake. Who could forget that event? That was some huge jumps down there a couple of years ago. Last year we had a new champion, Taryn Grant, and we miss her. She didn't come back this year. She's still recovering from a fall earlier the year at the Moomba Masters. Had a terrible jump crash, and just taking her time to get back into the swing of things. We wish her well, and we hope to see her back. So we don't have a defending champion here this year, but Sasha knows 180 is in the cards today from our last competitor. She's chasing a 175 from Janina. She won't be happy until she goes over that 180, I'm sure, today.
All right, here we are, folks. Ramp height 1.65 meters high. T for Titan on the 0 off. This is our penultimate jumper, Sasha Danishevskaya, coming in. Driving in on jump number 1. Ooh, nicely attempted there on jump number 1. Great effort. And with that, let's turn our attention to Freddie.
Janina, you're on the podium. That's back-to-back podiums, and as I understand it, your second jump over 170 in back-to-back weekends. You're building for the end of the season.
Yes, so as I said earlier, I've been struggling in the beginning of the year, and now to jump over 170 again, and in this set, very consistent, that's just absolutely amazing, and that's all I was looking for this weekend.
So fourth, third, at least. Could be better, of course, depending on what happens now, and you've got 2 more jump tournaments after this for the year. Moving up.
yes, I'm super happy about it. And I don't know, I just gotta go back to practicing and like calming myself down mentally to just like stay focused for the rest of the year. Anything can happen, and I've learned from that.
And we had a little chat off air a second ago. You said these were perfect conditions for you. Do you want to tell us why?
So for me, either if it's like flat out or a slight headwind is absolutely amazing. I struggle with a strong headwind just because I'm pretty light and I'm struggling to get my speed then. And so this is just absolutely amazing out here, and I'm thankful to be here and thankful for the tournament to be put on, and yeah, super happy.
You seem happy. That's great. I'll let you be happy. Back to you guys.
Okay, we haven't, I didn't receive the score for Shasha's first jump, but it was going to be in the 160s, maybe 170s. Yeah, 167, yeah, pretty close on that guess, but she can do a lot more here with jump at number 2.
Whoa.
And some...
a little bit of frustration there coming off the top.
Yeah, she didn't quite keep her composure off the top of the ramp, lost the hook from the boat a little bit, slipped out. We'll kind of watch a replay on that one, but she knows she's not in a good spot now. There's a lot of pressure on jump number 3. You know, the beauty of the jump event is you get 3 chances, but when you kind of fall short on your first couple, then it throws a ton of pressure to turn up the heat a little bit. We saw Freddie deal with it yesterday just to make the men's jump final, and that he did. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure now. She hasn't got a good jump. She's down the list a little bit, maybe in 3rd so far. And she wants to be on the podium here for sure. And she needs a lot bigger jumps than 161 or 167.
I mean, technically it didn't look too bad, but I mean, it's just didn't quite get the explosive lift that she would need in order to extend the speed that she came into the ramp with.
Yeah, there's our leaderboard. She slotted herself into 3rd right now, but she knows Hannah's been almost unbeatable this year in the jump event, so that won't get her on the podium. She's going to have to reassess. Yeah, I think she was okay, but sometimes when your timing's just a little bit off for when you're getting ready to hit the ramp, and that looked like that one. She was kind of getting ready to kick it, and timing wasn't off. She kind of was just a bit dead on the ramp, like just kind of hit it, and it was a bit flat, and didn't get much from it. Kind of lost her balance and her pull from the boat. So jump number 3, here it comes. She's got one roll of the dice. She is going to bring it down, leave it as late as she possibly can as she glides along down next to the I-4 side of the lake. Slows down to about 15 mile an hour, 20 mile an hour. Now generates a ton of speed into the bottom, and that's another good jump. Turns back to the jump a little bit. It's extremely hard to pick from this angle. 3 good jumps, 167 on the first. I don't think she's going to catch Janina with that last attempt. She might slot herself ahead of Regina. We'll wait and see.
All right, so there we go. We have got Sasha Denyaskaya returning to the dock. Just not getting the kind of distances that she would need to put herself in the lead position. And it's 50 meters exactly, or 164 feet. So no upward movement there beyond the 51-meter jump, or 167 feet that she opened up with.
Significance of that, Tony, Regina Jaquist will be on another podium this afternoon.
Yes,
She's,
indeed.
At least a 3rd, depending on what Hannah's doing, and Janina's going to sit there patiently. We saw Taryn Grant do it last year. She was one of the earlier seeds out. Posted a big jump somewhere around the same vicinity, 177, I want to say 178, and a little much pressure on Hannah, and she wasn't able to pull through. But Hannah's had another year to gain experience, improve her technique, and she's been, like I said, unbeatable this year so far. Well, actually, sorry, Regina did get her in the King of Darkness. We've got a reminder of that one, don't we?
All right, so a skier on the water right now, and training over in Zachary, Louisiana. It is Hannah Straltsova, who has produced jumps into the 180-meter range, 180-foot range, well in excess of 55 meters. And yet one of your last chances to go vote for your skier of the day. And Hannah Straltsova herself is a big old winner because she accurately predicted the men's slalom podium along with the backup score. So she's won herself a D3 slalom ski a little bit earlier on in the competition. Let's see if she can make it 2 for 2 now.
All right, what you'll notice about Hannah here on the last jumper, the intensity level is going to be turned up quite a notch here. She's gone just in front of the 6, but she's got a powerful counter cut. She gets up nice and wide on the boat, and she'll leave her cut quite a lot later than some of these other girls, taking a lot more pull from the boat. And hopefully her goal is to win this show on jump number 1. It's going to be close. Janina put out a big one. 175 is a very respectable jump. It's her season best. So it's going to be close there for jump number 1 for Hannah. I think she might have found herself a little wanting here on jump number 1, though.
Yeah, but if anyone is capable of producing a jump way in excess of that, it's definitely Hannah Streltsova, who's been jumping very, very well in recent times. Her personal best is around the 188-foot mark. And it is a jump of 52.6 meters, a little over 170 feet.
So yeah, just coming off the top of the ramp there, it looked like she's a little bit stretched out, kind of lost the pull a little bit, or the pull kind of left her body a touch, and we call that getting a little stretched out. So it negates a little bit of the upward momentum, and a little bit of a line drive, we'd call it, off the top of the ramp. Still slots her into second spot. Regina Jaquist now is guaranteed a third. Well, let's see who's going to remain, occupy those top 2 spots. Is it going to be Janina? She's sitting pretty right now with 175. Hannah, 173. Yeah, Hannah has the creds. She has the experience and the titles behind her. I think she's jumping with confidence now too.
All right, so utilizing the power of that towboat, the 6.2 liter Ilmore powered MasterCraft Pro Star, available at Action Watersports right here at Lake Gru. Let's see if she can utilize all of that to great effect with jump number 2. Here she comes.
Very, very similar, isn't it, Tony? Very, very similar. Just know if she's just a little bit early setting up, kind of waiting a little bit long to make her turn. I don't think she's generating quite the angle and therefore the whip into the bottom. And losing a little distance off the jump too. It's not
getting a little twisted in the air.
Exactly, yeah, not characteristic of what we've seen from her the last few weekends when she's been flying in the 80s. I don't believe she's ever gone over 190. I know that's one of her goals, but she's definitely pushed upwards of in the high 80s. But right there, I think she's in the low 70s, kind of very, very similar to her first one. She might have eked out a couple more feet, and we hope so for her sake, because Janina has that 175 on the board. And Hannah, as it stands, one more jump to come.
And Hannah Streltsova getting a really good-looking jump there. How good is it? Well, she's your winner! 56.5, 56 and a half meters, 185 feet. And there you go. That is Hannah Streltsova, your winner here at the MasterCraft Pro for 2023, with 1 jump remaining.
That was too easy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, So Hannah Streltsova will sit atop of the women's jump podium, followed closely by Janina Bonneman, and in third spot, Regina Jaquist. But one more jump. She's looking for that 190, like I mentioned. She's never been over 190 feet. It's around 58 meters. And I think she recognizes it's a good opportunity to give it a try. With how easy she went 185, she's brought it down round the 6th there, and swinging out wide on the boat.
And take a look at the boat pass. She selected 2 foot wide, and we'll ask you about the significance of that in just a moment. Here she comes, Hannah Streltsova. Ooh, big speed into the bottom of the jump, and maybe not collecting all of that attempt, but Hannah Streltsova's work is already done, but via jump number 2 with 56.5 meters or 185 feet. Using 2 foot wide here, Kyle, and why would she do that instead of split?
Well, there's a number of reasons that people use 2 foot wide. Sometimes after you cross the wakes, you want to have a little more time to settle down your skis and just kind of be able to dig right through the bottom. Gets you in the course a little bit sometimes too. So yeah, there's different plans. Personally, I prefer kind of a split. I think the whip's a little bit better if you can manage your timing, but some people find they're a little bit early when they run that, so they'll push the boat out a touch. But a great set of jumping, 185 for jump number 2. And Hannah Streltsova sits on top of the podium today, and looks like she's on the top of the podium.
Yes, indeed.
For the Waterski Pro Tour as well.
Indeed, indeed. And Hannah Streltsova, 56.5 meters, 185 feet there. We've got Janina Bonneman-Meckler in second place with 53.4 meters, 175. Regina Jacquez, 51.8. Those are your top three, and there you see the remaining jumpers with their appropriate distances. Now here is the Pro Tour rankings. Provided to us courtesy of John K. Phillips. Hannah Streltsova in a commanding lead with 166 points ahead of Sasha Denyaskaya with 113. Janina Bonneman with 105. Regina Jacquez in fourth with 88. Val Gonzalez with 72 feet. Augustina Navarro on 47, and Dominique Grandin Ala with 15 points. So those are your standings, and we thank John K. Phillips for providing us with the women's jump standings on the Waterski Pro Tour. And let's check in one last time with Freddie Winter.
Hannah. Row, I believe, right? So, are we on? Third win in a row. Stomped it, big win, lots of feet in front. You must be feeling very, very happy right now.
Yes, I'm very happy, and I won on the second one, and for the third one I just wanted to test myself, go for it, and it didn't quite work out. But I'm still happy and excited.
And 186 feet, 185 feet, I think. You know, you're consistently right there. I mean, you know, you've got 2 more tournaments this year. You're going to start moving those up, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, and like that, like 190, that bracket. So try and maybe one day it will come.
Well, it's been such a different year for you this year in some ways. Like you know, last year you were winning in that sort of high 170s, low 180s, and now every single time you're mid 180s to high 180s. That improvement, where's that come from?
I just kept jumping, hard work, hitting the gym, you know, getting stronger.
So it's physical, it's not mental. You haven't made a sort of technical change particularly. You're changing your body as opposed to your technique?
Well, with a more consistent technique, you trust it more, right? So you're kind of more comfortable with your mindset. But it's all together, yeah.
The whole package. Well, that's great. Congratulations, big win. Presumably extended your lead at the top of the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard, and we'll see you next weekend. Thank you. Back to you guys.
And in addition to all that, she's won herself a slalom ski as well, so she's had a bumper weekend.
Oh, definitely. She's enjoying herself here at the MasterCraft Pro. She's going to go away the champion and the proud owner of a new slalom ski from D3.
All right, then. So a few more minutes to go, and then we're going to go into the men's jump final with continuing coverage of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro being brought to you by Action Water Sports, by MasterCraft Boats, by Masterline Tow Ropes, Visit Central Florida, Fluids Ski, and LowPaymentKings.com. This is the MasterCraft Pro for 2023. We'll be back with the men's jump final right after this.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right, welcome back, and we're getting ready. The ramp has been lifted up to 6 foot, the maximum height that these skiers can jump off for our open men's jump final. And there's our start list. Luca Rochenwald, we're kicking things off from Austria. He did a great job, 215 feet to qualify through to this final. Louis Duplon Freiburg from France, 216. Emil Ritter, 219. Then our two Brits, Jack Critchley and Joel Poland, both tying it up at 224 feet. And in true form, Freddie Kruger, he's our he's not our 2022 champion. He's won this event in the past. Our 2022 champion is not here. Ryan Dodd didn't make it back to defend his title, but Freddie Kruger will be here, and he'll be our top seed. Luca leaving the dock, slapping the skis down. The intensity is going to be turned up a notch here. We saw the woman flying far, 185 feet. The guys are going to, we expect, down the lake, 220s plus, 230s, hopefully. Who knows? The conditions are perfect. There's not the slight headwind that we, jumpers really prefer, but with a kind of a flat, so no wind, they can achieve a lot of speed and hopefully take one a long way down the lake.
All right, then. Could one of these jumpers win the popularity contest, the skier of the day contest? And we've got this trophy here, courtesy of Tuyu. Michael Mador produces these for each of our competitions. We thank him very much indeed. Sponsored by Tuyu, the skier of the day. We're still taking votes. We're still taking interaction on this by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Whether you are voting for New Zealand or Australia or the United Arab Emirates or Great Britain or even right here in Polk City, make sure you get your vote in. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, then, here we go from Austria, selecting the letter Z. This is Luca Rochenwald, jump one. Whee. All right, and with jump number one, let's send it over to Freddie.
Emil, you went pretty big yesterday. You made the final. You don't have to deal with any wind today. That's a good thing, I guess. It's better than a tailwind. How are you approaching this set?
Yeah, actually, headwind is nice, but whenever it's too strong, I struggle with it. So I actually prefer this condition. So looking forward for it.
That's good, mate. And then, what are your keys? If you want to give them away, what do you think about? Tell me, a complete idiot at jumping. What are you thinking when you go out there?
Well, I was actually looking at the webcast from yesterday, and my 219 looked pretty easy. It felt comfortable, so I'll try to bring it down a little bit today, have more speed, and maybe get a bigger one.
Best of luck, mate. Thank you for the interview. Back to you guys.
All right, great to hear from Emil. He's been jumping really consistently this year. Luca Rochenwald was our first skier off the dock. As you'll notice, the boat speed has been lifted as well. The ramp height's been lifted to 6 foot. The boat speed has been lifted to 57 kilometers per hour, 35 mile an hour. A couple more hours faster than the women and the ladies go. And the distances usually add on, mate, 30, 40 feet from what we saw from the ladies out earlier. That first jump from Luca, though, he kind of sat back on it, didn't he, Tony? He didn't really get his legs. And one thing that I noticed about Luca's jumping is he has been pretty consistent. He was kicking a lot of jumps yesterday. Had a re-ride, took it, went 215, even had a warm-up jump and went 215. So very consistent. Seems like he's got a great position into the bottom of the jump.
Here he comes, jump number two. He jumped 206 on the first attempt. Here he comes, jump number two. Oh, that's a beauty of a jump there.
Tell you what, he's thrown the fist, and he had 215 yesterday, so hopefully he's pushed upwards from that. Later in the course, beautiful ramp work. Just technically, he is spot on.
And looking at some of the jumps he's produced this season, well in excess of 60 meters. His best jump this season has been recorded at the Austrian Open with 65.4 meters. So we'll see if he's anywhere close to that. Oh, 66.4, 218. I believe that's a new PB.
Yeah, what a way to start the event with a personal best, we believe, for Luca. Even with, and he's probably got more. I'm sure he's searching for his first 220. You know, he's from Austria. He probably does a lot of the snow skiing in the off season. You know, a lot of top jumpers have come out of Austria, all the way going back to obviously Franz Oberleitner, who was around on the Pro Tour a number of years ago, and he's been training a lot of the up and comers. And Luca looking effortless 218 on a jump number 2.
Great effort there from Luca Rackenwald. I'm struggling to find any scores that have come close to 66.4 meters or 218 feet. So I'm not going to totally stick my neck out and say that is a personal best, but it's certainly one of his better jumps this season or any season prior to it.
No, it's got to be close. And, you know, in years past, these events out here behind the 6.2-litre MasterCraft always provide some of the longest jumps of the year. Last year it was Ryan Dodd with a 240. In years past, there's been some high 230s. And Luca, can he turn it up just a little bit further and get over 220 on jump number 3? I don't know. That was close again. It's a pretty handy jump set. Regardless of his third score, 218 was massive on jump 2, and he set the pace. He's thrown down the gauntlet for the next 5 competitors remaining.
So, great jump in there from Luca Rackenwald. We've yet to get the distance on jump number 3, and if I were to describe that in German, it would be wunderbar. Indeed, from Luca Rackenwald, waiting for the jump distance, 218 feet on the second jump. Oh, look at this, 210 on jump number 3, 210 on jump number 3, 64 meters. But I would go so far as to say that's probably his best set of jumps all season long.
Yeah, definitely. He kind of slipped back a little bit. The skis flared up a little bit off the ramp. But he still milked it down the lake for 210 feet. He got back in some beautiful air form and just kind of floated down the lake. And a very handy jump. A 218 is going to be his longest. Louis Diplom-Freiburg, next from the dock. This guy had a huge jump here last weekend, 225 feet. You know, he's been jumping around high teens, 220 for a little while, but to break out and go 225, I think he was pretty happy with that effort, and we know he's capable of it. He's a strong guy. He's been known as a tricker growing up. You know, he's a 12,000-point tricker, but he's also a very strong overall skier. Runs deep 39, and as he displayed last weekend, has some huge jumps in him, and hopefully he can turn it up the heat a little bit here for us in this men's jump final. We've got 5 skiers remaining. And way to set the pace with a 218 from our first skier.
Skier on the water right now, Louis Diplom-Freiburg, the current European men's jump champion. Won that title a few weeks ago at Jolly Ski, the home of that site there in San Gervasio, Bresciano.
And can't help you on that one, Tony. I know the events here in the States, so I definitely follow the European events on the webcast, but don't know the ins and outs of all the locations.
Well, that's in the northern part of Italy. Our good friend Matteo Luzzeri right there is continuing to coach and instruct the ski school students there. Unable to ski himself. He blew out his Achilles tendon in the final of the slalom competition. But we wish him the best of luck as he recuperates, and he actually posted in a message a little bit earlier on today on the live chat on the YouTube channel. You know, he was just like chomping at the bit to get back out there on the water and ski, but he needs to trust in the process and get well before he gets out on the water. Here he comes, skier on the water, Louis Diplom-Freiburg, a beautiful form. And with that, let's check in with Freddie.
So I'm here with Freddie Kruger for a rare pre-jump interview. So we'll keep it quick. Organizer of a tournament, partly skier. You've had a lot to do, but now you're going on the water. 232 yesterday. You feel good about today?
Yeah, and very fortunate. We've, we dodged some bullets with the forecast and all that. Obviously, 6.5 hours yesterday to get 12 jumpers done, chasing the wind. That was quite an entertaining afternoon. But, hey, we had amazing conditions yesterday. It's a little flat today, but obviously Luca went out, put out a PB 218, and showing us that it's good out there, so looking for big jumps.
You won at the King of Darkness earlier this year in your 28th season of winning. Obviously, we can't do anything about for 29th today, but you won behind this boat then. You're going to win behind it today?
I'd like to, but obviously there's 5 other gentlemen that would like to as well. So, we got a young field. Everybody's hungry. I just keep stiff-arming them as long as I can.
I'm not sure there's 28 years on most of the rest of the gentlemen in the rest of the field. All right, we'll let you get ready. Thank you, Freddie. Back to you guys.
Probably go so far as to say that Freddie Kruger was actually winning jump tournaments before some of these guys were born.
Oh, it definitely was. And we'll get back to that in a second. Here's Louis coming back in for jump at number 2. 210, you saw it flash up on your screen. 210, 63.9, so a handy first jump, but he needs a lot more. He's got it in his ability. He's put this cup down a bit. He's got more lift. Hopefully he's going to hang in the air a little longer. Another nice jump. Is it the 218? Can he take the lead? We will wait and see with the distance, but the good news is these guys are flying down there. The conditions are nice. Every single one of them is they're kicking every jump, taking every jump. So obviously they're finding and things are set up and ready for them to fly.
Well, he opened up with 210 feet or 63.9, and suspect that jump it's going to be a little bit more than that. Indeed it is. It's 219. He takes the lead with 66.7 meters or 219 feet, and that has got to be one of his better jumps of the season as well.
Yeah, his 225 last weekend was kind of a one-off, but he has been around that 220 quite a few times. I don't know what he won the European champs with, but it must have been a pretty high distance because that's a very competitive event.
Well, I'll tell you, it was 64.5 meters.
64.5 meters, yeah. So, consistently in the high 2 teens, over 220, maybe once or twice. But 219, he's put some pressure on the guys to follow. Emil Ritter, that's what we saw Emil do yesterday. Emil's been hitting around that a ton this year. So hopefully both these guys can find a few more feet and get in the 20s. We saw 3 skiers in the 20s and above yesterday. So he's got one more chance to see if he can bring it down a little bit later again.
All right. Coming in. One last jump. He's already taken the lead with 219, but he knows the quality of the skiers to come after him. So if he wants to keep himself on the podium, he's got to go big on this jump. Nice effort.
Was that a little fist throw there? It was
I
a
think
subtle
so.
one. It looked like a
very
little,
subtle.
Yeah, sometimes when you're not really sure, you think it's good. You don't want to go full out and throw it too high just in case you're wrong. But I think he was pretty happy just quietly with that last jump, and hopefully he's milked it down the lake for a little bit more. He's got this guy is remarkably strong. These guys train, or him and his 2 brothers, I believe, ski 4 or 5 times a day all the time. 222, guys, 222 for Louis Duplan Freiburg. He's inched out his lead a little bit more, and we have 4 skiers remaining. But right here in his turn, he looks a little bit mechanical, a little bit separated right there, but he's so strong right through this area that he just drives in and always gets his lift. So that's 3 jumps in a row, 210, 219, 222. But he just keeps popping off the top of the jump. And 22. We're going to hear from Freddie.
Luca, personal best, take us through it.
Yeah, it's a good jump set. I'm glad to be here. It's a perfect side. I know there's more possible, but it's not that easy if you come to a new side and then got to adjust, had a long flight here and everything.
So you've been mainly in Austria the last year or so, having studied over here, doing a lot of tournaments over there I've seen, but what's the difference? Is it the adrenaline of the pro tournament? Is it the cameras? Is it just easier to jump in America? Is it the boat? What is it?
I actually don't know. I just think the sides are just so perfect. Like the boat is perfect, the ramp's perfect, everything's just set up perfectly. And at home it's difficult when it gets cold. Like you got to store stuff, you got to put it back in the lake and everything. So over here you can just leave it in the lake and keep it set up 24/7 basically.
And I said to you I mean, obviously a cool custom, but I said you didn't seem that happy for a guy that just jumped a 3-foot PB, and you said to me, well, tell me what you said to me.
There's more possible. I know there's more, and that's what I told Janino when she asked me. I just had to adjust. Like, I wasn't feeling 100% confident to push it all the way, but there's next week, and I know I can do more.
So we'll see you next week, and we'll see you at the World Championships, presumably. Good luck at both of those. Well done. Back to you.
That's every skier, isn't it? They come in, they're
exactly.
going to PB, but they're like, I could do more.
That's called managing expectations, but on the extreme end of that. All right, then. Has Luca Ruckenwald done enough to earn your vote? Make sure you vote for Skier of the Day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. We have got 4 competitors remaining. The first of them is Emil Ritter. Here he comes, jump number 1.
Just like we expected, Emil gets his legs on the ramp. So far in this event, we've had 2 skiers. They've taken all 3 jumps. They've kicked the air all 3 jumps, and we expect the same from Emil. He tends to do that. He's not one that likes to push it super late. He likes to be a little bit more progressive. He's a little taller, but he really drives into the bottom of the ramp, and every single time gets his lift. And he's been hitting here, there, and thereabouts around that 219. He's going to need a little bit further to catch up with Louis. Louis posted a 222, but I know Emil has it in him. Just has to find that next gear. Waiting for a jump number 1. Distance coming through here shortly. A great view as he flies through the sky. Those silhouetted there in the background. And 212. Yeah, just a little bit early maybe. Just a little bit subtle on jump number 1.
All right, let's return to Freddie.
Joel, you're known, at least amongst the radar crew, as the alien. You did some weird alien stuff earlier on a slalom ski. We're going to see some weird alien stuff on the jump skis. You're going to go into orbit, I guess.
I mean, hopefully I get a bit of takeoff and get some nice jumps going, but yeah, I'm actually really surprised. I went for a warm-up. It's like, okay, let's see how my body feels. Feels good. Yeah, I got energy. I'm in one piece. I got no soreness. Everything seems to be flowing today, so yeah, we're going to go out there, see what we can do.
I'll leave you to get ready. Typical overall stuff, huh? Just like, is the body okay? Okay, we're good. All right, I'll leave you to it. Back to you guys.
212 opening jump for Emil as he sets up down there. He goes pretty early on the 6, kind of sets himself up. Has a bit of a different counter cut, picks up that right ski, but he's left this one a little bit later. He's got more speed into the bottom, and unfortunately, that's about the first time I've seen him slide out on the jump, but maybe because he kind of notched the cut up a little bit there on jump number 2.
I was more concerned about that left ski coming off the second wake into the jump. We'll have a look at that in more forensic detail here, but lifting that right ski almost as soon as he turns and works his way across the wake. Some skiers like to lift it up late, some like to lift it up almost immediately. You know, it's different strokes for different folks, but then take a look at that left ski. Coming off the turn, through the second wakes,
Yeah,
very loose.
Maybe a little bit. I think there was nothing to worry about there. You know, while he's out of earshot, obviously he had a crazy fall in front of the jump a while back, and he's definitely corrected his position. He's got a little bit lower. He's maintained his alignment a little bit better since then. We'll talk more about that after we hear from Freddie down at the dockside.
Louis, you were in the lead, 222. You've been jumping really, really good. It's been great. I've been in a couple of tournaments this year where you've been jumping really far. What's been the difference this year to last?
I don't know. Like last year, I kind of had like that rhythm, but never was able to put it in tournament, and just like keep going, keep working out, building, and that year like seems to come out. And I'm pretty happy. Good year so far in jump, and yeah, that was like a wonderful set. I built it. First a bit too early, but then like find my spot on the last one and felt good in this one.
That's really good, mate. And I mean, like you being being a European, you know, you and Joel, big jumps. I mean, there's a nice rivalry building up there.
Yeah. I try to catch him because he's in front, he's giving everything, and I try like to go chase him.
Oh, nice.
Well, you're doing that, and good for you, mate. You're still in the lead. We'll see where it's going to end up. Back to you guys.
Emil pops off the jump during the end of that interview, and I think he's going to be a little bit shy on jump number 3. He had a 212 on jump 1?
212 on jump number 1, 183 on jump number 2.
He waved that one away. It's only the best that counts. Let's watch this replay. It's a good jump, but it's not a great jump. I think he's going to be down the pecking order a little bit as we wait for this distance to come through. 2:13, that's correct. So right now he is in third spot. 3 more jumpers remaining. So not the set Emil was looking for. He's been a little more consistent than that, and maybe chasing a little bit harder than he usually does, trying to put some pressure, trying to catch Louis, and knowing that he's got 3 guys on the dock after him that have all been jumping exceptionally well.
But deciding to go with letter S on the 0 off, which is a bit mild compared to some of the other jumpers.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, but yeah, that is definitely a low letter. This next skier will go out. Jack Critchley, he pumps the letter up to ZD sometimes, depending on which boat he's on, but this 6.2 litre boat, plenty of power. It'll carry them through the jump with speeds of upwards of about 38.5 mile an hour. You know, MT speed, what we call it, which is kind of the boat speed when we hit the bottom of the jump. Of course, the skiers are almost doubling that speed. They're getting up close to 70 mile an hour. They've been clocked, you know, over 70 mile into the bottom of the ramp, and then they've got to turn that speed into upwards lift and fly down the lake. It's a challenging task, but these guys are super strong. They train all year round to try and achieve some big distances and get out there in front of you guys and fly far down the lake.
All right, let me pick your brains a little bit for a moment. You being the proprietor here at Ski Fluid and dealing with jumpers almost on a daily basis. Now, difference between letter S and letter ZD. I mean, what does that do to the power and where it comes on?
Well, the higher the letter, the more basically the more gas that comes on. You know, when that switch closes, a little switch that the rope goes through, and when that switch closes, it's basically preparing the system for what's about to happen. You know, but if you run a high letter and you're a light skier, or if you come on the rope too light, the boat starts accelerating a little bit too quick, and it starts to get ahead of itself. And from the wakes to the ramp, it's not going to back off, but it's not going to finish as strong. So you've got to balance that with what you're doing. You want the letter to match your cut. But so Jack, he's a strong guy, and he comes out of the turn sometimes pretty hard. So he likes that boat to get up and going, and he can definitely hold it back from the wakes to the ramp so it doesn't run out too fast. Here he is, jump number 1 for Jack. 2:24 yesterday. And this looks like a nice smooth turn for him. Can he stay into the bottom of the ramp? He's got a little bit of lift, but slips out. And maybe got a little tight right into the bottom there.
All right, then jump number 1 from Jack Critchley, taking in a lot of heat, but the control just wasn't quite there as he made contact with that ramp that is 1.8 meters high or 6 feet high for all of our competitors. And then that's another thing to consider, ramp height, of course. The women jumpers jump at 1.65 meters high, but the ramp for the men's competition at this level, 1.8 meters high. Jumping 55.8, 55.8, or 183. 55.8 or 183. On jump number 1.
Keep the ski underneath and then just let the lift come up.
Okay, so let me pick your brains a little bit further there, Kyle, and you're probably dreading this question. We spoke a little bit about the 0 off letters. What about another thing that they can actually adjust, but keep it constant for the remainder of the tournament, the power factor?
Yeah, well, usually the driver kind of sets that depending on how the boat's running that day. But you know, in different skiers, he needs to make some on-the-fly adjustments. The skiers can have some input. You know, the power number, it's usually set on around 4, I think, on the 6.2 litre boat. But sometimes, you know, if on a slightly weaker boat, you'll bump it up. It means the boat comes into the course a little bit quicker. And then there's another factor right after that that kind of tells the boat how to finish once the skier leaves the ramp. But let's talk about it a little bit more. This is Jack Critchley, jump number 2. He's left it late. He's got a lot of speed into the bottom.
That's better.
Some lift. And I don't know what he was signaling in the air there. It's a little bit maybe disappointed with how he exited the jump.
But it's certainly better than 55.8 meters. That much we know.
Yeah, we're sitting on the edge of our seats waiting to see what sort of distance that one comes through at. He's chasing down Louis with a 2:22. But so far, it doesn't seem like he's found his legs on the jump. He always charges into the ramp with as much energy and power as possible. 2:08. It's a disappointing second jump, and the pressure is right squarely on his shoulders here for jump at number 3.
Then again, it was on the shoulders of Freddie Krueger yesterday, and then he came through with an absolutely smashing last jump to qualify through to the jump finals. So not completely out of the reckoning just yet, Jack Ridgely, but he's put it down to one more jump, the last jump, to get it done.
No, the pressure comes on you, but all these skiers have been in this position. You know, it happens all the time to them. You know, they don't quite achieve it on their first couple. They would like to. You definitely, they want to do the one and done and get the job done on jump number one. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen every time. And he has experience. He's been in a lot of pro events. He's won a number of them. He's won a couple this year already. And hopefully, he can make the adjustments he needs to get some lift. You know, he's got the speed. He's got the swing through the ramp. He needs to get up off the jump. And hopefully, he can put it all together here on jump number 3. Sometimes it's a matter of getting in the course, but just relaxing. He's super wide on the boat here from that drone angle. Now slowing down, making his turn. It's a little bit harder. Hopefully he can stay relaxed into the bottom, get some legs, and he's flowing down the lake. I don't think that's going to be the jump he's looking for. Unfortunately, you can see from his body expressions.
Yeah, it
hit the
looked
ramp
like
a little bit flat, a little bit kind of line drove, and
yeah, he got pulled down a little bit almost as soon as he exited the ramp.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me too. He's so hard to tell the distances from this angle. I know our spectators on shore have a bit more of a better angle to see how far down the lake and how close to We've got a few buoys out there around 220 to see where he lands. I'm guessing it's going to be in the teens. I don't think it's going to be over 220, but I could be surprised. 222, is that further? Like he didn't even get
tie.
He did not get his legs.
It's a tie.
In meters as well?
Yep.
Well, that's... yeah, so Jack actually does move into the lead, and he's going to be on the podium. I think he got a little bit lucky with that one because he definitely didn't get his legs. You saw his shoulders kind of crush through the jump, but luckily because of his first round score, 224, that 220 is going to stand him in good stead to get ahead of Louis. So he's got a podium spot. Whether it's going to be third, whether it's going to be second, whether it's going to be first, no idea yet. The way that Joel Poland and Freddie Krueger are jumping right now, I think they're going to go in excess of 222.
All right, and whilst we ponder that, let's go back to the dock and check in with Freddie.
So, Emil, not the best set of your life. Do you want to walk us through what happened?
Yeah, I kind of tried to went for it a little bit. I was struggling a little bit with my position out there. The wind is completely dead, but it was fun. I mean, it's always fun to go out there and jump, so I'm happy with it anyways.
It's a shame, but you know, you're out there, so that's nice. And we'll see you next weekend, I would imagine.
Yeah, we'll try again, and let's go further next time.
Go for the next time. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right then. So getting ready for our last jumpers of this competition. Our penultimate skier is on the water from Great Britain. It is Joel Poland. And Joel Poland, one of the most exciting young tournament skiers that we've seen in many a season, the current world men's overall record holder, has reset that record as recently as last week, and has been jumping in excess of 230 feet in places such as Calgary, over there at the lakes of Casting Stone at Predator Bay. Let's see if he can replicate that kind of form right here, right now. Jump one. Ooh.
Oh, I was.
Whoa! Side slide into.
Good stuff. Good show from Joel Poland. And yeah, I was looking over my shoulder as he was coming into that jump there, as he was setting up, and I was thinking, geez, he's brought this one down for pretty late on jump number one. I'm glad he passed. He passed pretty late, and with a lot of speed. Had to make a pretty abrupt turn back before he kind of got caught up in the shoreline there. And
that's why you let the grass grow around that area.
Well, he's been practicing that side slide on his jump skis for a while, so it came in handy there for him then.
Are those antics worthy of your vote for Skier of the Day? waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Make sure you get your vote in quickly because once we're done with this competition, so is the voting as well.
Well, you were talking about maybe it was Emil's left ski there, and definitely he was in the course on that one, pushing hard, and his left ski kind of dropped, and maybe that kind of threw him off as well, plus his timing. But a lot of reaction to sort of slow his skis down, get back inside, and get back into position. We'll slide up the bank, cut a few of our weeds down for us. We don't have to do as much weed eating next week, which would be great.
At least his speed suit isn't a light color.
resplendent there in black and British Racing green there. Joel Poland getting ready for the remaining 2 jumps. And now it comes down to two last jumps there for Joel Poland. You know, I mean, you put yourself under a little bit of strain, a little bit of pressure, and knowing that you've only got a limited amount of jumps to work with to try and take the lead first off and take the lead with enough distance to fend off any particular attack from our last skier to take to water, that is Freddie Krueger.
Yes, he's still got 2 jumps to come, and I actually like the way he's come off the dock. He's charged it hard right from the start. It's a little bit too late for him, where he was pushing a little bit hard through the wakes. Who knows kind of what was going through his head there as he let go, but he means business. He's come out here not to warm up and just take an easy first one. He wanted to go for it right from jump number 1. They want all these skiers want to use all 3 attempts to fly as far as they can. He knows Freddie's capable of going over 230. Joel Poland is capable of it as well. He's chasing 22s from Jack Critchley and Louis. This is another late cut for Joel. Can he keep his composure? And he slipped on the ramp, and that's not the distance. He finds himself in the same spot Freddie did yesterday.
Wow.
With a pass on jump 1, a crush or a slip out on jump number 2. And he's got a little time to think about things as he goes down the lake. And slow the head down. I know the thoughts start to race when you haven't got a score on the board after 2 jumps. That's worthy of what you need for this final. But the way he's been going lately, he's in form. I know he's going to figure things out. And for your viewing pleasure, he's going to launch one on jump number 3.
Yeah, we're pretty confident on that one. We'll get the distance shortly. It's 56 meters, so 56 meters off that kind of jump. Ooh, 56 meters way back in the day was enough to win.
Yeah, so I mean, I hate to go through scenarios here, but if Joel doesn't come up with the goods here on jump number 3, and there is a lot of pressure on him, if he doesn't surpass Louis and Jax, they're tied right now. Jack's got a better backup from round number 1, but of course, if it's tied for the lead, if Freddie doesn't fire, you know, it's a jump off, and we love to see jump offs. We don't see them very much. It's pretty hard to tie 100% in feet and meters. That's a rare occurrence. We've seen it a few times. The LA Night Jam was a strange one. It was a bunch tied.
Exactly.
And that's the one that actually Jack ended up winning with a distance fairly similar at night to 222 feet. But all hypothetical here as Joel comes in on jump number 3. He doesn't have much on the board right now, but he's not going to back off. He's not going to shy away from this 3rd jump. He's going to control things. He knows he's capable. He's one of the best overall skiers, one of the best jumpers in the world. He's won the Masters last year, and not the best exit off the jump. It's not the round of jumping he wants, but
that's not going to do it for him.
And I tell you what, Louis Duplon is going to be pretty happy right now. He's on the podium. What spot he's going to occupy, I don't know. It's going to be either
and Jack Critchley's on the podium as well.
And Jack Critchley, well, he didn't really have the set he was looking for. I know he wanted to get through the ramp better, but it just shows how much speed. He had a truckload of speed coming through the ramp to send him down 222 feet. Let's wait for the distance. We could be wrong sitting here, but it's a hard angle, but I don't think that's going to be enough. 213. Yeah, so disappointing stuff for Joel. I tell you what, this guy has gone out and produced pretty much every single time. There's a lot of pressure on him, a lot of expectations, and every single time he comes and produces. So it's a bit astounding for us that he hasn't come up with what he wanted this round, but the amount of times he does is actually incredible.
All right, let's send it to dockside with Freddie.
You're in the lead with 1 skier left. I don't think you were very happy with your ski set particularly, but I mean, that's not a bad place to be.
No, I was struggling out there, and I expected these boys to do a little bit more, I guess. It's really nice out there. We got Greenie behind the boat, and we got a really good boat, so I expected a little bit more, and I was hoping for a little bit more, but I'm in the lead right now, so we'll see what Fred can do. You know, he can always put one out the bag.
What would you say your chances are, being fair, of keeping that lead and winning the title here?
I would have said he's about to do it on the first jump and make us all look silly, so...
Well, I think he's won 1 tournament this year, and you've won 1, so it's bragging rights here, isn't it?
It's yeah, I think it's 1-1, so we'll see.
We'll know in a few minutes. Thanks, Jack. Back to you guys.
No, great weekend there for Jack Critchley. He's currently sitting atop of the pile with a 222, but as he expressed, Freddie's been in this situation a number of times. He may be 48 years of age, but he keeps getting the job done. Yesterday was a bit of a strange round for him. He passed, he crushed, but then he still flew down the lake, 232 feet. He lives half an hour from here. He often comes over to our record events, brings his kids, brings his family, camps here for the weekend, does a little bit of training here with us, and so he knows what this place is about. We saw the current titles. He won in 2020, 2021. Ryan got the title last year, but I have a feeling Freddie's eyeing it up here in 2023, and we're about to see, can he do it on jump number 1?
Here he comes, letter X for X-ray, and 2 feet wide he has set the boat path. This now is Freddie Krueger on jump number 1. Jumped over 70 meters to make it into the stage of the competition with his final jump yesterday. Can he win with the first jump today?
Ooh, it's going to
be
close. He's throwing the fist. I think he knows it. From our angle, it was going to be close. He definitely got off the ramp a lot better than we saw Jack, but Jack was taking a barrel of heat into it. Freddie may be a little more conservative with his cut, but he floats off those wakes and lands super smooth, and always, when he connects on the ramp, goes so high. And I have a feeling he's done it on jump number 1. I think Jack knows it too. Good effort from him. He's been working hard. 230 feet, guys. Round of applause. Freddie Krueger, your 2023 MasterCraft Pro Jump Champion. A one and done, or is he going to have another go out there? Hopefully he does it for us and keeps going.
Well, excellent jump in there from Freddie Krueger, your winner this year, and two consecutive rounds of jumps of over 70 meters. And looks like Freddie has decided to tap the head and say that is a done deal. So, ladies and gentlemen, in third place, Louis Duplon Freiberg. In second place, Jack Critchley. And your champion for 2023, Freddie the Nightmare Krueger.
Yeah, the amount of times this guy's skied back into the dock. To a round of applause as he wins another title. And he just keeps doing it, doesn't he? He's not getting older. He's just getting better.
Just like a rechargeable Energizer bunny, I guess. All right, then.
Leaderboard's up there, but I think that's a little bit backwards there. We've got Freddie Krueger, of course, he won. Jack Critchley's going to be in second. They've got him as tied. They'll go to their first round score. Louis Duplon, what a performance from him. Known as a tricker overall skier, he's has secured a spot on the podium. I think that'd be his first in a jump event. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, at least this side of the Atlantic.
You're in a pro event, I guess. Maybe not the Europeans.
All right, then. So that is the leaderboard, and this is your winner, Freddie.
And Freddie.
Freddie, I'm no expert here, but I understand that one and done is the way to do it in jumping.
That was so much better than yesterday. I should do that all the time. No, seriously, it's nice out there, and I just did what I always tell my boys not to. I got slow in my turn, and I didn't finish it across the lake. And when I came off the second wake, the Pro Star was running, baby. And it pulled me right onto that corner. So that was more reflexive safety than anything. And I knew I popped my fin, and I couldn't tell if it was bent or not. And when I had the 30, I was like, you know what, let's just count that as a blessing and get it on home.
Can we see that fin?
It is. It's actually fine. It was just one of those when I was out there moving, I couldn't tell if it's a metal fin, but sometimes they bend. And I kept running my fingers over it. I'm like, man, I can't tell if it's bent or not. But no, it's all good. It worked out. I want to thank Action, Fluid. All those guys that were here working, special thanks to our TC, Jack Critchley, who worked his butt off all weekend. We literally took 6.5 hours to run 12 jumpers yesterday. He moved the ramp 4 times. So huge team effort. Very proud of MasterCraft with the slalom scores we had today. Big jump scores. It's a great weekend.
Well, second win of the year, am I right? And after your win behind the MasterCraft earlier this year, and I believe that's put you on top of the tour in an unassailable lead. So congratulations, you are the tour champion unofficially. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure. So what does that mean to you?
Oh, that's huge. I started my career on the Bud Tour, and then we had the Cafe de Colombia Tour, and those end of the year bonuses. That opportunity to be a consummate professional that actually goes to every event you can go to, take the beating, take the travel, go ski behind whatever in God knows what kind of conditions and everything, and deal with the kind of things that you deal with as a professional, to then be able to win the tour at the end of the year and say, hey, I did it better than all the other guys on the average. That's special. So I'm going to definitely appreciate that, and it's a huge mark in my history.
That's really cool. And first win was June 11th, 1995, and you were a 20-year-old. We saw these stats this week. And then you're now 48 years, 4 or 5 months. That's pretty special, Freddie. How do you want to tell us about your longevity? How are you still doing it at this age?
Well, some people would call it luck. I like to call it, luck. But, to quote Happy Gilmore. But honestly, I have to give thanks to my wife, Karen. We have literally circled this rock that we're all on times throughout our career. She's with me every day, always in the mental, in the physical, and helping me. And so, honestly, as odd as it sounds, the COVID year almost gave me a little bit of a reset, right? Because my body I felt like I was wearing down and tired. And then kind of had that year. We didn't have a lot. And I'm at a really nice pace right now. We're somewhere between 7 and 10 events a year. That I can kind of rest my body in between, and I don't have to jump as I used to, even as some of the younger guys are going to have to catch those of us that have the experience and have the big jumps. So I'm playing that. I'm using it to my advantage. And but again, without Karen, I'd have been done a long time ago.
That's very, very cool. You get to ski together like that. Karen skied today. Fantastic. And then 2 more events of the year. We got the final of the Waterski Pro Tour, the last one next weekend. You'll be there presumably, and then the World Championships later. You're doing really well. You're going to presumably aim to win those very strongly.
Yeah, I'm in a good place right now. I'm getting these distances. There's still things I can improve on, and that's what, Lucas said. It came in, set a 3-foot PB after a PB yesterday, right? And he's already thinking about the things he can do better. I'm in the same boat. I know there's things I can improve upon. These are good jumps. They're not great jumps. And, I think to win these next 2 events, it's going to take great jumps. So, I'll be trying to build all the way through the Worlds, and actually a part of the U.S. team. So that's one more little notch on the belt of cool things I'll get to do in my career. So looking forward to it.
Well, so after the disappointment of getting beaten by 1 foot at the last tournament, you won emphatically at this tournament. Freddie, congratulations. See you next weekend. See you at the Worlds. And hey, see you next year when you'll be 49. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So well done there, Freddie Kruger, and thanks a lot to Freddie Winter for providing us with the interviews dockside at the end of a great tournament here at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. And in a few minutes, we will begin our award presentations to cap off a great event. And here is the Pro Tour standings, courtesy of John K. Phillips. Freddie Kruger in an almost unassailable lead on 172. Jack Ridgely 134. Taylor Garcia 126. Joel Poland on 96. Dorian Llewellyn on 70. And you can see the remainder of the rankings in the Pro Men's Jump at waterskiprotour.com, and the rankings provided to us courtesy of John K. Phillips. Once again, we thank you very much. All right, there, prize giving will take place in less than 15 minutes time. Stick around for that as we conclude the coverage right here at Lake Gru for the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. We'll be back in a few minutes.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to continuing coverage of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro right here at Lake Gru, the home of ski fluid and also the home of Action Water Sports. We thank those entities very much indeed, along with our other sponsors, Visit Central Florida, Masterline, MasterCraft Boats, and we thank them all very, very much indeed, alongside the skiers and the athletes and the officials. Thank you very much for being present here at the MasterCraft Pro for 2023. Before we go into the major prizes, let me give you information on the interactive prizes on the TWBC broadcast. The women's audience prize winner is Bruce Smith. The men's audience prize winner is Hannah Straltsova. And the skier of the day with a percentage of 38%, your skier of the day provided by 2U Nutritional Snacks is Luca Ruckenwald. Luca, come on down. Little unexpected, but you got a personal best, and that always counts in your favor, doesn't it?
Yes, definitely. I'm happy to be here. It's a great side and was happy to be jumping.
Excellent stuff. Let's give it up one more time for Luca Ruckenwald, our 2U Nutritional Snacks skier of the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the awards. We'll be presenting the awards for the women, first of all, in the slalom event. And presenting the awards is Krista Shipner, the Vice President of Marketing at MasterCraft. Come on down, please. All right, then. So in women's slalom, in third place with a score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off, it is Whitney McClintock-Reaney.
Congratulations. You're staying together.
Ladies and gentlemen, second place, runner-up, with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters, 41 off, from Canada, Jamie Bull. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner, champion at the 2023 MasterCraft Pro Women's Slalom Competition with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters, 41 off. The winner is Regina Jaquez.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm super thank you.
So Regina, would you like to say a few words?
Oh, thank you, everybody. Thanks, Action, and everybody that's put this event on, all the officials, and Freddie Kruger, Karen Kruger, Jack Critchley, all have worked so hard for the whole week. So I know how hard it is to put an event on. Thank you, guys, and hopefully we can keep coming back.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our award recipients. Whitney McClintock-Greeny, Jamie Ball, and your winner, Regina Jaquez. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the awards for the men's slalom. And I'd like to introduce to you Jerry Brower from Action Watersports. Let's give it up for him, please. All right then, folks. Coming to you in third place with a score of 4 at 41 off 10.25 meters, Dane Meckler. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you in second place and runner-up with a score of 5 at 10.25 meters, 41 off. Let's give it up, please, for Freddie Winter. And now presenting to you winner and champion here in the men's slalom competition of the 2023 MasterCraft Pro with a score of 1 at 9.75 meters, 43 off. The winner is Nate Smith.
Congratulations, Nate.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Nate, got a few words to say?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Again, just kind of like Regina said, I want to thank all the organizers and Action and MasterCraft for putting this event on. And Arn's here, working all day, trying to get everything perfect for us and his whole crew. So just want to thank everybody for putting on an event and allowing us to come ski here in Central Florida.
Excellent stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, your award recipients, Dane Meckler, Freddie Winter, and your champion, Nate Smith, in the men's slalom competition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now go on to the jump event. I'd like to invite one more time Krista Shepner, the Vice President of Marketing at MasterCraft. And before we allow you to present the awards, you have a word or two to say to the good folks here.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all of the volunteers, of course, and particularly Action Watersports and Jerry and his crew. They've been with MasterCraft for 34 years, which is pretty incredible. And I just want to say thank you for this incredible event, premier, top caliber, highest level of professionalism, so thank you so much. And then also to the Waterski Broadcasting Company. It's weird to hear yourself as you're talking. But you guys are doing an incredible job, and we're just so thankful to have such high caliber production. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the VP of Marketing at MasterCraft, Krista Shepner. Krista, come on down with the awards. We're going to present them for the women's competition. In third place with a distance of 170 feet or 51.8 meters. Third place, Regina Jaquez. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you in second place, the runner-up with a distance of 53.4 meters or 175 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, Janina Bonneman-Meckler.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, presenting to you your winner and champion in the women's jump competition with a distance of 56.5 meters, 185 feet. Your champion from Zachary, Louisiana, Hannah Streltsova. Hannah, a word or two.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you to MasterCraft, to all the sponsors and organizers. It's fun to ski pro events, and I appreciate having them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your award recipients, Regina Jaquus, Janina Bonneman-Meckler, and your champion, Hannah Streltsova. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to our final award, the men's jump competition. Presenting the awards is Jerry Brower, and I'll give the mic to him this time around to say a few words to the good folks here. Jerry.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody again for all the work they put in to make this happen. When you try to put something on like this, you quickly are reminded that it takes a village to put something like this on, and kudos to just amazing team. Nikki Lee and her team, all the officials, safety people, Scott Greenwood and team, drivers, Chris Eller, Arn. I mean, you can just go on and on and on. Kyle and crew and Freddie getting the, Jack getting this place ready and up to speed. And we're just honored to be able to host this here, have some of the world's finest water ski talent right in our backyard. And just weather turned out fantastic, and it could not be a better weekend. So thank you guys. Vince and crew, what you're doing for our sport is truly amazing. Bringing this to the world. I mean, I still think this is the best sport on earth. We just need everybody else to realize that, right? And every year you keep up in the game, and just awesome to see what you guys are doing.
Well, thank you for those kind words. Let's give it up, please, for Jerry Brower of Action Water Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, our final awards consist of the men's jump. Ladies and gentlemen, in third spot with a distance of 222 feet or 67.6 meters. In third spot from France, Louis Duplon-Fribourg. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you from Great Britain and in second spot for the second place and runner-up with a jump distance of 67.6 meters, 222 feet. He takes second place by tie break from the initial round. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Jack Critchley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champion. It was one and done on the first attempt with a jump distance of 70.1 meters or 230 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, the legend of our sport, Freddie the Nightmare Krueger! How about I let you take the microphone?
I kind of hit this already earlier on the dock, but I want to thank everybody for coming out. Thank Action and MasterCraft, Ski Fluid, the names here on the back of this list, OJ Props, Visit Central Florida. Without these guys, we certainly couldn't be here. And you know, hey, let's thank TWBC for the amazing job those guys do. Yeah, certainly an event that we look forward to every year. We're looking forward to next year. And thank everybody for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the award recipients, Louis Dupont Freiburg, Jack Critchley, and your champion, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion the 2023 MasterCraft Pro. Thanks a lot for your participation, for being an absolutely fantastic audience. Our next professional tournament will be coming to you next weekend, coming to you live from Tuscaloosa in Alabama. But until that time, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and on the behalf of all of the crew at TWBC, it is ciao for now.